working on the phone.
All right.
All right.
The sergeant, what it was, is he picked up my phone when they arrested me, and I said, you know, can you let me call my girlfriend and tell her I'm going to jail for child support?
Okay.
He said, yeah. Well, he called her, then I asked if I could have my phone back, and the deputy that like put me in his car said, oh, we'll have it to you when you get to the jail.
Okay.
And then
We'll get it for you. I told you, we're doing an investigation, your name came up, I need to talk to you. Because you're arrested, I need to read you your rights.
If you don't read the rights, then anything that they say to an official, now this doesn't apply to a person on the street. If he walked up to person X on the street and said, oh, I just killed 2 people, that is absolutely incriminatory evidence. That witness would be called, it's admissible. But the Miranda applies only to persons in authority, which would be lawyers, police officers, crown attorneys, prison officials, anybody basically that has a peace officer status, DEA, firearm, alcohol, tobacco people. It applies across every official of the court entirely. So without it, these cases would not go to court. They'd be thrown out because they're violation of human rights.
just lost my job in March. I've been doing good. I've actually been trying to stay out of trouble. So is this about those bag shit that I was in here for a few weeks ago?
Little bag.
Okay, stop for a sec. See, he's asking a question. He doesn't know why he's there. Okay, is this about the bad check or is this about my child support? He's fishing for why he's here. This character has a background that's full of not only convictions and jail time, there's probably hundreds of other offenses that he's committed, including murder, that he's never been brought in for.
So this is what it is, all right?
Okay.
We've had over 1,137 tips.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say, I've seen some stuff in the paper and stuff.
No, and I mean, it's been all over. Somebody that don't know who she is, they've been living under a rock. And you came up in one of them tips.
Okay.
And we gotta make
Oh, yeah,
contact with
that's
everybody that comes up in a tip, whether they're at the party, not at the party, we gotta talk to them.
I was at that party for 2 hours, and then went back to
Okay.
where I was staying up in Carlton. I seen my kid's mom actually there for
Cribble?
Yeah.
So at this point, the officer has come forth with the information very directly. Matter of fact, I think the officer at this point is comfortable enough working with the accused at this point that he's just saying, you know, I'm being straight with you. This is what we're looking at. They're kind of matching each other's tone, matching each other's demeanor. It's just a regular conversation. Obviously, it's about something horrific. The mannerism of the guy is very nonchalant. It's very, oh yeah, I know her. I saw her at a party. I saw it in the news. There is no, oh, that's horrible, what happened to her. There's no sort of what we would think is a regular or normal reaction that we would normally see here.
What time did you go to the party?
About 8, 9. I was out of there about 10, 11.
It was still daylight.
It was getting dark.
And I understand that you're not gonna remember everything, because it's been a long time.
I'd say I probably showed up right as it got dark again. Like,
Were the bands playing?
They were ending as I was getting there.
They were ending?
Yeah,
'Cause
they just ended, I guess, when I
They
got there.
ended at midnight?
The bands ended around midnight, and then the fire started right around
Then
that
they were inside the tent and the bands were, I thought that was just concert. I didn't actually go in, I sat out there in that parking lot by the big pile of wood for like ever.
Were you still when the fire started then, or?
No, they were starting that not long after I left though.
Okay.
Who did you go with?
I don't even remember. I know Frenchie was supposed to go with me, but he didn't.
Who did you
The
go
only
with?
person I seen was Tyler. I didn't go with anyone.
You went by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Because there were hundreds of
I was gonna
people.
get Tyler a ride home, and then when I went to leave, I was talking to my baby mama, hopped in the car, talked to her. And
When you say baby mama, you mean
Jessica, yeah. Because she followed me out to my car and was saying something to me, and then she was just being pissy.
When was this that you saw her?
As I was leaving. Like, I seen her the whole time. I was pretty much hanging out with her the whole time.
This is what I do with everybody.
Okay.
Alright, relax.
I'm
Alright.
I'm trying to remember.
I know it's a long time ago. Let's rewind. Did you get invited by Mike Williams?
No, my baby mom was like, I'm going there, you wanna come?
Okay, so just word him out.
Yeah,
Do
so
you know Mike Williams?
I've met him before, like forever ago.
Do you guys go to school together by chance?
No, I think he was Jefferson too, but I just know him through people, you know.
Were you dressed as anything?
Just
Just plain clothes?
Yeah, shorts and
You
t-shirt.
weren't like a Peter Pan or something like that?
No, I did see, there was a
So
girl
you
there.
were plain clothes?
I do remember a girl there that was dressed up like Alice in Wonderland. She was so hot.
This happened years previous to this day, and he's able to remember costumes, details, quite a few things that most people would have forgotten.
especially if they were drunk or high at the
Well,
party.
you go to a party, how many parties do you go to? And then, well, I don't remember, that's 4 years ago. I don't even
Yeah.
know what time I got there, what time I left. Yeah, I remember being at the party, but I saw some people. He's being pretty direct on what he's remembering.
And as we've seen in other cases too, when people are fabricating stories, they'll often pick on these very specific details that someone wouldn't normally provide.
Exactly.
Probably shorts and a t-shirt. I'm a shorts person.
Even when it's cold out like that, you still wear shorts today?
I'm fat, I sweat a lot.
You drove yourself?
Yeah.
What did you go in?
My friend's car.
Who's your friend?
I don't talk to her anymore. It was just this chick I lived with. I might have actually had Talisa's car that day.
Man, you know a lot of girls.
Talisa's my baby mama. It was just this chick
Okay.
I stayed around. Pretty sure I had Talisa's car. Ford Fusion. Silver Ford Fusion. 08, 09, something like that.
Hers.
Yeah, well, it was her. She just got in a wreck a few months back. It was right 2-3 months ago, right before I came to jail for the 2 weeks I did for mistaken identity.
Okay.
What it was, my nephew, I jumped out to fight this kid. He threw his book bag down. I grabbed the book bag, threw it behind me. He said, "Now you gotta come through me for it."
Apparently it wasn't nothing if they,
My nephew
got
picked up
out.
the book bag and took off with the book bag, left me on the side of the road. Couldn't find out how that tattoo equipment in it. I come to jail for 2 weeks. I ended up giving the kid my tattoo equipment
Well,
to
let's-
get myself out of there.
let's
Okay.
stay on this,
Okay.
all right? Because that,
Yeah.
it's in the past,
Yeah.
all right?
Well, this person equates masculinity and dominance with being through the system. He's an old-timer. Nothing bothers him. He's letting us know that he is a physical person, that he's prepared to fight. And so he's bragging.
You park, you get out, you say you got a half a pint, you start partying, what'd you do?
Just wandering around bullshit.
Okay.
Mainly I spent most of the time talking with Jessica, my baby mom. I wasn't trying to be like all up on her nuts and stuff, because me and her had just messed around a few weeks before that. I didn't want him to know that I messed around with her, because they'd been talking for a few weeks. And he's a cool dude. I mean, treats my kid right and stuff, so. It's
You got a lot of women in your
I had
life.
2 baby mamas, a couple ex-fiancés. I had to void out my ex's name.
Oh, boy. Man.
I got with her not long after that party, and then broke up with her back in January. She cheated on me,
Okay.
because I was in here last year for 8 months over possession of weed.
But at the party you were with, who
I was
was your
pretty much,
girlfriend at that
pretty
time?
much known. I was homeless.
Okay.
'Cause I pretty much bounced.
You were going.
I stayed at Talisa's most of the time.
Yeah. But you, I mean, assuming you still had a good relationship with her because you had her car, right? Okay. What was your pint that you brought?
Vodka, it's always vodka.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure.
How much vodka did you drink?
I only drank like the half pint.
So you can see here the officer is being very intentional about how he's behaving, right? He's matching that kind of bravado that he's seeing across the table. He's acting like they're having a buddy-to-buddy kind of
Yes.
conversation. He's matching some of the language. He's saying, "Oh yeah, you got a lot of girls, going on. Like you're with a lot of." He's trying to get that conversation to who are the women in your life? Who have you been with? What's the nature of your what's the nature of your relationship status? What's going on here? But it's interesting to see him almost parroting or mirroring what's happening across the table here.
It's a completely different tactic than we've seen in other shows. He's dealing with what I call a rounder. This guy's been around. He knows the system. This detective is treating him the way that makes him feel good. Talking about his women, talking about his drinking. Oh, you're a popular guy, you're a great guy. No, this detective hates this guy probably, but he's playing the game to get him comfortable and to talk.
Lots of fireball and stuff, but like I started getting a little tipsy, so I won't lie, I drove drunk. I'm not
What's
gonna
your
lie.
tipsy?
I don't get drunk.
Were you
I
like?
don't like if I'm standing here, like I'd be standing here like this. I might wobble a little bit, but I could still do this number and stuff like that.
So you still had your
I
wits
don't-
here,
I don't like
you
to
knew where you
get
were.
drunk.
You weren't laying down on
Yeah.
the ground laying in your puke. is what
No,
I'm trying to
I don't
say.
like to get drunk. I smoke weed. Getting a buzz and relaxing is what I want to do. I might have drank a pint total, because I drank some of the Fireball too.
We smoking weed at the parties too. I know a lot of people work at it.
I don't think I ever smoked any weed there. I think I smoked before I went there.
Before,
But as it is now, I don't even smoke weed unless I'm sitting at home and someone brings it to my house. Because I've got 3 weed charges I'm afraid of catching up for.
Okay.
I'm surprised you don't have a medical card yet.
I'm just going to get one soon. My child support's more important. I gotta take care of my kid. I've done coke like twice in my apartment.
What, like snort coke?
Yeah,
or-
snort.
Okay, all right.
They're talking his lingo, and now he's quite comfortable to say, oh yeah, I know you can't charge me for saying I drove drunk back then. You ain't gonna charge me for possession of drugs because I don't have any, because I got 3 times already. He's almost pretending like he knows as much as the cop about the law and how he can get away with it. But I'm still a cool guy. I'm still a hard dude.
I don't know who she was, so, you know, someone like that's just not gonna stick out to me. Like, you know how many people were at that party?
Yeah,
How
like
many
almost
would you
1,000.
how many would you estimate were there?
Like 2,000 at
You think
least.
about 2,000?
I wandered around, like, by that spot. I didn't know a lot of people.
So, I mean, you talked to a couple people, but, you know, did you ever see,
Not that I
Poison
know of.
ivy?
Like, not that
I mean, she probably would have stood out if you saw her.
yeah, but it's also been 2 years. I seem to remember, like, when this first started coming in the news and stuff, that I remembered seeing her.
Mhm.
Like that, the leafy shirt thing.
Yeah, poison ivy.
Yeah.
It's pretty distinct, yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that, but, like, just seeing her at the party.
Did you know, like, prior to the
Not
party?
Not prior to. Like,
Okay.
afterwards, because it was, like, 4 days, 5 days later, I went to go pick up the...
Okay.
And she's like, do you know that my girl that I worked with, you know, come up missing, blah, blah, blah,
Okay.
blah.
So you
And that's-
never met her then?
Never met her at the party, never seen her at work.
Not at,
I
Olga's?
I did go into Olga's a few times to see Jessica, but I don't remember
Yeah,
seeing her
right.
there either, you know. I mean, if she's not super hot or something like that, I don't pay attention. I'm shallow a little bit, I won't lie.
I understand, no, it's fine.
The officer's trying to keep the good times rolling. He's using that man's man energy, right? He wants to relate to him, get him to continue opening up, and to do that, he's going to pretend he's a man's man. Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
already got him to tell that
Yeah.
he saw. At first, I never saw her. No idea. Didn't see anybody like that. But he's also said, oh, yeah, I did see that costume with the leaves on it. He's now got him at least saying, I did see poison ivy at the thing. Clay has made his first error of admission.
When did you leave?
Probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got there. I seen Ali. There was another person that worked security. That's who I seen when I was leaving.
No.
Tyler Ellison. I seen him
Tyler Ellison,
when I was
okay.
leaving because he got mad because I wouldn't give him a ride. Because he had like 4 chicks with him, and I was like, dude, I'm not taking you and 4 chicks somewhere just so I can get stuck with the ugly one.
No.
As I was driving out, like, no, dude, I'm good. You have fun. I'm not taking one for the team.
When you're talking, was it by the fire, or was it like you're?
Yeah, we were talking
still
over by the fire pit area, come walking up by the car, and he seen me. He's like, dude, you can't give us all a ride home. I'm like, nope.
Were you by yourself? Did you leave
Yeah.
with anyone?
I was by myself. I talked to Jessica and I talked to Tyler as I was pulling out.
And you arrived, you were alone.
Mm-hmm.
And you were a little buzzed when you left, but not too bad. You made it.
Yeah, I made it.
You weren't locked up for drunk driving or anything.
So like the only girl that really even sticks out to at that party besides my baby mama was the chick in the Alice in Wonderland guy.
Gotcha.
At one point, I literally picked her up on my shoulders and carried her. Then found out she had a boyfriend. I was so pissed.
Yeah, you're not the only one that's
Yeah,
mentioned Alice in Wonderland.
That's what bummed me. I'm pretty sure that's why I left. She's been flirting with me, doing shots with me.
You were doing shots with her?
Well, she was drinking her own shit. I don't remember seeing anything like super suspicious. I mean, I pretty much
Because
sat
the
around.
littlest thing to you may be
Yeah.
a huge thing to us.
I feel like I seen her that night because I remember talking to Jessica about this. I'm like, yeah, I think I remember what you're talking about, but I don't like.
You never had any contact with her, talked to her?
She was asking people for the phone and shit, to use the phone and shit, or like asking you to use your cell
I didn't even
phone.
know. My phone was dead most.
So
of
if
the
you
time.
would have saw her, it would have been at a distance just...
Yeah, if I mean, I could have walked right past her for all I know, but it's been what, like almost 2 years.
No, I
now?
understand. I think you would remember talking to her.
Yeah, I
you
remember
know?
talking to her, but I don't
Right.
talk to her. I just
Okay.
remember the party because, you know.
You may have seen her, which is fine. I mean,
Mhm.
hundreds of people saw her there.
Yeah.
If you had contact with her, I need to know.
As far as I like can
You
remember,
never-
I don't think I even said a word to her. I don't think I remember like even getting close to her. I just feel like I remember seeing the Poison Ivy outfit
When you
I
left
don't
at
think
10
I-
o'clock, where did you go from there?
back to where I was staying, and I dropped Lisa's car off and then went to Godwin.
Drop the car off and go?
Dropped the car off, talked to her for a minute, and left.
Okay, so you went in and talked and made contact with her. What time do you think this was?
Like probably like 11.
And then you leave there and go to Americana?
Yeah, had her drop me off in Americana.
Oh, she dropped you off there?
Yeah.
So she drops you off, or who she dropped you off
This
to?
is where I was staying at the time. It was just this chick I stayed with.
Another one?
Yeah. But I wasn't messing with this one. She's an uglier chick. She, like,
No, that's fine.
just this ugly chick. She started letting me stay there because she needed a roommate. I met her when I worked at the gas station. I was
Staying?
I was staying there part of the time. Part of the time I was staying at Talisa's.
Okay.
We see a lot of toxic masculinity in domestic violence and domestic assaults, and certainly in domestic homicide cases. You'll notice that domestic homicides tend to have female victims and male perpetrators. It's also reinforced by these attitudes, right? This toxic, we call it toxic masculinity for a reason. It's these toxic ways of viewing what masculinity should be. What does it mean to be a man? And therefore, what does it mean how do we view women? What does it mean for women to exist in terms of their purpose, right? And that's absolutely at play here. He hasn't said too much about it, but what we've seen so far already indicates that he doesn't view women terribly highly. He views them in relation to their use for his benefit, but he doesn't value women.
And do you think that's baked into the culture that the females associated with Clay and people like him have accepted that role?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's definitely cultural. There's definitely a cultural element to it. It's definitely widespread. You see it in culture like incel culture, right? Involuntary celibates. Their celibacy is not their fault. It's because women don't want to sleep with them, and they're angry about that. So toxic masculinity is absolutely pervasive. We see it in a lot of domestic violence, domestic homicide, and certainly not just in those cases. We just see it culturally as well.
Well, personally, I think this adds a lot to the fact he could abduct a woman at any given time. Because I find with these people who are full of all this false bravado and me and women and me being hot, women are ugly, I'll only like the attractive ones, I would say there's a high percentage of what he's saying is false. I would say if you went back and interviewed all these girls that he says he's been with, half of them would go, oh, never been with this guy. He's just saying this to impress the police at this point in time. This guy went to this party obviously looking for a woman. He grabbed one. He didn't get her to date him. She didn't go with him willingly. He took her and killed her.
I'm sure you watched the news.
Yeah.
It was all over the
Oh,
news.
yeah.
Her body, where we found her body, was Briar Hill Road. You familiar with Briar
I
Hill
know that
Road?
it's near up where Chase lives. It's like back a couple miles back or something.
Okay.
That's
You ever
what she
been
said.
there?
No, I mean, I might have rode down it like smoking or something, but is that the one you're talking about? There's a school at one end?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, yeah, so
I
I've been back there, like, we always would drive down Newburgh, we get to that corner, we bust the U and come back.
Okay.
Did you ever go down the train tracks or anything?
No.
Did you ever go back?
I've never-
There's ponds back there.
Never been like out of a car back there. but
So you've
I've
never
been
partied
yeah,
back
no.
in there or anything? What about Peters Road in Flat Rock? There where
Not sure.
there was a costume and and some stuff
What's
found.
that nearby?
And there was like a big party spot back there also.
It's like
I don't like
you know,
party out in the woods and stuff, I party at, my house.
Okay. I mean, these are just questions we have asked everybody.
Oh, yeah, I
We
get
got
that.
this information, we gotta ask this
Trust me, if it
information.
was my daughter, I'd
Okay.
be, making
Absolutely.
sure you,
I mean, it's
if
the
my
same
kid ever
thing.
missed, I'd die.
It's the same
I
thing,
went through it.
I have children, we all have children, okay?
Yeah.
Do anything for our children, right?
Mhm.
Anything. Die for our children,
Mhm. It's a scary thing that we live in this world
Um,
like that,
Being parents, I'm not a parent, but if you were a parent and you were talking to someone who's a parent and they said, yeah, that's horrible, I can't imagine, if it was my daughter, what does that do? What does that do?
Well, he brought it up. He said, yeah, my daughter. And then, yes, we all have kids, so I have a daughter too. He's trying to bring this guy into a comfort zone. And maybe he doesn't even have children. He's just saying he does, the police officer. He doesn't have to be honest about it.
Yeah.
But he's trying every tactic of subtle friendliness with this guy he can, trying to equate with him at every level with the women, the tough guy approach, blah, blah, blah. He's working with and then he's gonna drop something on him pretty soon.
Some of her clothing was in this building we found right here.
To my knowledge, I've never been back. But
Is there any information that you think that would help me?
Not really. I mean, I know some of the areas I was at the party, but I don't remember
Well,
I
you were
feel like
one-
I remember seeing the shirt. And I feel like I remember, back then seeing it, being like, oh, well, I seen her, I think. But that's about it.
Hundreds of people saw her.
Yeah,
You know.
I don't.
But was
I didn't
there
talk
anything
to her. I don't
suspicious?
remember seeing her with anyone specifically or anything like that. I don't remember,
Okay. She was never with you at any
No.
time? You never met her prior to the party?
No. I mean, I could have met her at Olga's.
Okay.
When I went up there to see Jessica,
Right.
but I never said anything.
Yeah, did you ever
I might have-
date her at all? You guys
No.
ever date? Do you ever communicate with
No.
Chelsea on Facebook or text message or?
No, because I even thought about it. I was like, no,
Have you ever had sex with her?
no,
Never.
no.
Okay.
I don't even, I've never even flirted with her, never talked to her.
Never,
Nothing.
no blowjobs,
No,
anything?
trust me, I'm a man or I remember a chick I've ever slept with, for the
Okay.
most part.
Okay.
what's that supposed to do, right? Is he saying that to?
Well, he's saying, well, do you remember?
Yeah.
And he's going, I'd remember.
I
'cause
remember, but kind of, right? It's like, well, I drove down that street sometimes, right? He's not saying I was there, but he's saying I've been there before. So if he's covering his
No,
tracks.
he's actually set himself up.
Yeah.
Anything else I can help you guys with? You know,
Give me a few minutes.
Make sure no one gets to know, we'll be all set.
Okay, yeah. I can
Thanks
think
for
of
being
it.
on.
I have no problem, you know, like, help it out, try and find out.
Sure you don't want the water?
I'm gonna
My
get
mouth's
it.
kind of dry,
I
so
got
I'm sure
you.
you'll do it. Okay.
Thank you very much. That's a pee. Oh shit, that's a pee.
I got those numbers, so. I just got some follow-up questions, okay? Now, I want you to think back, October 2014. What was your phone number at the time?
I have no idea.
No. Did you have a cell phone number at the time?
Probably,
Oh,
but
so you didn't have that number?
no.
Do you have Facebook?
Yeah.
Would you be willing to let me look into your Facebook?
Like, what do you mean, like, go through my messages
Yeah.
or whatever? Yeah, as long as I'm with you, I'm fine.
I wanna see if you ever talk to her, you know.
Yeah.
Confirm that you
We're asking
never
everybody
talked to
this, you know what I mean? To make
Yeah.
sure nobody.
Go grab my phone right now and go through it.
Okay.
I think I might have added a couple of the like pages about 5. That's about it.
But you never friend over on Facebook or
I'm
anything?
pretty sure I'm not.
Okay. How many friends do you think you got on
Probably about
Facebook?
1,000.
1,000?
Yeah.
How many of them are girls?
Probably about 95% of them.
How many of them are ugly?
Probably about 10% of them.
So you did friend the ugly girls?
Oh, I find ugly girls. Yeah, I mean, hey, ugly girls need love too. I just gotta pay. I just like smoke weed and have sex.
We're talking about one female, we're talking about
Okay.
sex.
Okay.
You told me you never had sex.
Never nothing with it.
Would there be any reason that your DNA would, or on her clothes, or in
Not
her
to my-
hair,
Not to my knowledge.
or anywhere on her body?
No.
Do you understand what DNA is?
Yes, I understand.
What? Tell me what. is
Your
your DNA?
blood, you know, everybody's is different.
What about semen?
Everybody's is different.
Spit?
Yeah,
DNA?
yeah.
Okay. It's not just blood, okay? Well, a lot of people, and I'm not calling you dumb at all.
Yeah.
My next question to that, we've asked everybody if they would be willing to consent to a DNA buccal swab.
Yeah.
And
They
you-
actually just did one for me like a month and a half ago. So when they arrested me for the book bag because it was a felony,
Big one.
they did me one.
This is specifically for this case,
Yeah, bring it on.
all right?
That is a standard approach by a suspect. He can remember 1,100 girls' names and know that there's 10% of them on there of a certain category and 90% of another. He jokes about it. He knows everything about his personal life, almost exactly what he wants to remember,
Well, he claims to.
what he claims to remember. But yet, when it comes to anything to do with that party, it's, oh yeah, I might have seen her, I might have saw her, never saw her here or there. He's avoiding anything to do with that girl and that party.
I know we talked about it a lot, Dan.
Okay.
I've been straight up with you,
Yeah.
okay? And I hope that you've been straight up with me,
Yeah.
all right?
Trust me, I got
But
you.
there's some other information that's out there, all right, that I've asked, and I think it's not been the whole truth,
Okay, like what?
okay? I have reason to believe I have information that you had contacted,
Like
okay?
at that party or something?
Yes.
I might have seen her. I don't remember.
But when I say, remember I clarified, you might have seen her.
I mean, yeah, I said I might have seen her.
When I say contact, I mean physical contact.
Oh no.
Okay. What if I told you that your DNA was on her?
I don't know how my DNA got on her.
Okay.
I can't give the statistics off the top of my head, but it's like 1 in 30 million on accuracy. That's how good the DNA is. It's so accurate, it's so precise that the courts have accepted it as exact identification to a suspect at a crime scene.
A sociopath is an individual who doesn't get nervous, he doesn't feel guilty, his emotional intelligence is very low. That's why sociopaths typically really like reckless, dangerous behavior. So he's not sweating at all. He would be able to look at this man, look him in the eye, and lie to him without feeling any kind of twinge of guilt or anxiety or worry. I would expect that he would make up a story or continue to declare his innocence without any of the telltale signs that we see when people are getting nervous or anxious or feeling that the hammer is coming down on them.
The DNA was found on her.
No,
Okay? You had to be with her. You know why? It's a 1 in gazillion that your DNA was on her.
Like what kind of DNA? Like a hair or something?
DNA, like fluid DNA.
I have no idea.
Okay?
I really do not have.
You
any
believe
idea.
me?
That's what you're saying. I mean, I guess.
So the reason that the accused is asking the officer, what do you mean, like a hair? What did you find? Is because he wants to know just how much do you know, because that's going to impact the kind of story that I'm going to be telling.
Did you, and you're the ladies' man.
Yeah,
I know you are.
I don't have to do anything stupid to get vagina. I get enough vagina elsewhere.
So listen, you're the ladies' man. If something happens, something happened. We know,
Okay, you know, it hasn't been.
know everything about her, everything. And I know she was promiscuous, and she was very flirtatious, and she was very sexual,
Okay.
very,
Okay.
okay? Very, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Your DNA is on her.
I have no idea how.
Your
I really
DNA
don't
is
know
on
how.
her, Daniel.
I really do not know how.
So at some time, you came in contact with her.
Could it be like spit or something, or is it like semen DNA?
It's
Like-
not spit.
Like how I.
Because I'm not quite sure how your spit would be on her if you weren't up
I don't know. I'm
close
so
to
saying I could have walked by her talking or something.
Well, we're not talking about a brush.
That was the first thing I wrote, was victim blaming. That's what the officer is doing. Does the officer actually think the things he's saying? No. I mean, you definitely hope not, especially when you're in a position of power like that. But likely in this case, right, what he's doing is he's placating to the accused. He's saying, yeah, you're a ladies' man. Yeah, you know, and she was someone who was loose and promiscuous and sexual and sensual, all of those things, right? He's basically like leading a horse to water, right? He's trying to say, let's make that connection right now, because we know what we know with this DNA evidence. So give me some information here. Be direct with me.
If my DNA is on her, then I think I need a lawyer. But I have no idea how my DNA is on her. I
Okay.
really have no
But
idea. Like
you just mentioned the lawyer, okay?
yeah, like if my
No, hold
DNA
on.
is I'm obviously getting charged with something or something. I don't know what the fuck's going
But
on. here.
when you talk about a lawyer, all right, I got stopped. I can't talk to you about
Okay, well,
anything anymore.
I'll listen to talk for now. I don't.
Are
want
you
to-
sure?
Yeah,
Because-
because right this minute, 'cause I didn't do anything. I know I didn't do anything. So
Hold
I'm
on.
just fucking freaking-
Relax. All right, I have to confirm that you do not want an attorney to talk with you while I talk to you
I'm
about
not an
this.
attorney yet.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you do not want an attorney right now while we're
Right now,
talking
yeah,
about this
right now,
meeting?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I want to know what's the DNA. I want to know.
I'm gonna show you,
Okay.
but you mentioned attorney to me.
Okay, I'm fine for
I'm
that.
not supposed to talk any more about it,
Okay.
but I want to. But I have to have your approval, your permission to talk to you
Yes.
further
You have my
about,
permission to talk.
without your attorney.
Yes.
Okay, if I was a civilian sitting in that chair, I'd be screaming for my lawyer loud and clear right now. You are about to go down with the police officer into examining DNA, which is going to put you into a court of law to be possibly convicted for murder or sexual assault. He took the first blush, and I would have done the same thing. I think I should talk to a lawyer, shouldn't I? And then, if you want to talk to a lawyer, I can't talk to you anymore. Oh, no, I still want to talk to you. He still wants to know the DNA thing. And I probably would do the same thing if I was in his position. I want to see what you've got, then I'm going to get my lawyer.
You see your name right here.
Okay.
This is the DNA specimen, and this is your name.
Mm-hmm.
Your specimen matched up to DNA on her costume. You mentioned earlier about submitting a sample.
Yeah, like.
And I'm being straight up with you. When
Okay.
you submit that sample,
It gets tested for
It hits.
everything. Okay,
that's what happened.
yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So that's why the cops come out so bad to look for babies.
So I'm here. It's time. If you had contact, which you did, you did have contact.
No.
Because your DNA was on her costume. And now we're gonna go and we're gonna talk about family. Anybody, any death, any DNA, anything like that. She has a family. If it was your family member, was someone's child,
I know.
as well as you have a child. You have 2 children. I have 2 children. Same thing. And you tell me that, no, you've never had any contact with her, but your DNA was on her stuff.
I don't know how.
Okay, but, and I'm just telling you, it was there. You know how, only you know how. But ultimately, it's up to you to tell. I do not want your children wondering what their dad did.
Nothing.
It's gonna be out there, so much speculation as to what happened. But that's where you can stop that. Tell me what happened, how your DNA
I
got on her
really have
costume.
no idea.
You had contact with her.
No,
You did. It's here. Did you kill her? You've never heard me say you killed her.
no, I did not.
Never.
I did not do anything to that girl.
But you came in contact with her.
This is the escape verb. He's using this to get this guy to say, okay, now I'll admit I did have sex with her. That's what he's trying to get. He's trying to get a foot in the door of knowledge and recognition that he knew this girl. Oh, I never heard you say you killed her. There was never any mention of him killing her. It's your DNA was on her, so they're playing the angle that he must have had sexual contact with her at some point.
I had sex before the party. I could have had something on me from somewhere.
Did you have sex with her before the
No.
party?
I had sex with somebody else. I forget, Amber or something like
There you
that.
go.
That was not long before the party, but no, I did not.
You never had sex?
No.
No,
Let's
before
pause.
the party.
So, just to reiterate, he goes, I had sex with somebody. I don't know who it was, but I for sure know it's not the person that you think it was. It's not a solid defense by any stretch.
So it worked.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it worked.
It worked. The police officer's tactic worked there.
I left by myself. Tyler Ellison seen me in the car by myself, and Ali seen me in the car by myself. As I was leaving.
Can I tell you what I think happened?
Sure.
All right, you left the party by yourself. I'm not disputing that at all. But I think possibly maybe you picked her up. Hear me out.
No.
No, just hear me out.
Okay.
All right. You picked her up, maybe along War Road, is my guess. And how promiscuous she was, and she had been drinking, you had been drinking. You're the ladies' man, you told me yourself, all right? So you see her, and I know how promiscuous she was. I think you two had sex, but her death, I don't know if that was you or someone else. I don't know, all right? I don't know. Did you and her have sex?
No.
If you want me to help you,
I want
you
you-
gotta be 100% truthful with me. We've called, could this have been a brush, an accidentally bump, a handshake? Absolutely not, they told, the experts said no. Where the DNA was recovered from on her leotard, and they're telling us that you had to have contact, not accidental contact. But I think you did, Daniel. You tell me the truth, and I go over there and say, Daniel told me the truth. He had sex with her. He dropped her off in Frenchtown Villa,
I didn't have
or he
sex
dropped
with
her off in Americana.
I didn't have sex with her. I didn't give her a ride anywhere. I left by myself and went home by myself. I've never called, messaged, nothing that girl. Nothing. I have no problem getting laid when I need to get laid. I had somebody I was messing around with at that point.
So what he's implying is if he was to have sex with somebody, it would be, well, it's not a problem, right?
Yeah.
It's not a problem for me. I don't have to pick someone up off the road and have and commit a crime, sexually assault them in order to get off. I have no problem with that. You'll also see a lot more of that toxic masculinity at play in terms of not only how he's talking, but how the officer is talking as well. Often you'll see women referred to as girls, which is infantilizing, right? We don't talk about men generally as boys. If you say, well, this boy on the news told me the weather, you'll say the weather girl. We don't say the weather boy. You know, that's that kind of language. But we're looking at someone who is saying, again, I would remember everyone I had sex with. We're seeing a lot of contradictions. The language is shifting. He's more uncomfortable. And the power balance that we saw shift is again continuing on.
But he's offering up kind of a weak explanation. I had sex with somebody,
But not her.
and maybe my DNA got on that person, maybe that person had contact with
They're not gonna let that go.
Okay.
I got no sex.
Well, the thing is, Daniel, is I'm not treating, you're not a bad guy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not a bad guy. If you were a bad guy, don't you think I'd be in here screaming and hollering and throwing stuff? And like I said before, I do not think you're a bad guy whatsoever. And I did a lot of digging. You may have done some dumb mistakes. You take care of yourself. You're not on drugs. You may run into some crazy women. All right? But you, not being a bad guy, I think something happened. I think it was a mistake.
I never killed anyone.
It was a mistake, It was an accident, and it happened.
No, I did not do anything to that girl. To my knowledge, I remember ever having sex with her.
Let me stop you real quick, Daniel. To my knowledge, is not a definite.
Okay, well, like, unless I was just f***ed up and don't remember,
Right. Well, that could be it.
I don't really get that f***ed up.
But that's why I asked you, how f***ed were you?
I was,
You know?
okay, I was drunk, but not drunk.
Yeah.
I was still, I remember most of the night after I left, like, I remember driving home safe, I didn't crash or nothing, so I had to be sober enough to do that.
Could you have had sex with her and thought it was somebody else?
Not to my
Is that a
knowledge.
possibility?
Not to my knowledge, unless I was fucked
What,
up
is
with
it a
her.
possibility?
It's a possibility, yeah, I could have done something with her at that party when I was all fucked up, but I went home alone.
Okay, you could have been f***ed up at that party.
Yeah.
I know she was f***ed up. She's carrying around a wine bottle, drinking out of a wine.
I was gonna say, isn't this
Right here.
girl in the big ass wine bottle?
Okay.
I've seen that
She's
picture.
tripping on shit, she's puking
So
everywhere.
the thing is you're drinking, she's drinking, it's dark,
I mean, there's a possibility.
that you had sex with her.
There is a possibility.
Okay,
But
so, but that
I was-
possibility.
I was fucked up at that party.
Okay.
I remember getting there, getting fucked up, being there for a couple hours. I remember getting in that car and leaving. Did not pick anyone up.
At that party, there's a possibility you could have sex with her.
I remember doing a lot of stupid shit at that party. I know I had sex
Right.
that day twice, but I
But
don't
you
think it was
gotta-
her because it was a girl named Nicole.
Wait,
and a girl named fucking
Daniel, I mean, you remember everybody else that you fucked.
I fucked
Fat girls, skinny girls.
I fucked a lot of people. I did.
Well, I'm sure you forgot in time,
Yeah.
alright? But we're talking about this now. I mean, it's a big
It was
event.
not her. It could not have been her. I don't.
It's
no.
a big event.
I had sex with someone and I just don't.
Okay.
Like I was out in the car and
So-
I fucked somebody and then not long later I talked to my baby mama, got in the car and left.
Okay.
I remember
So when
leaving
you,
alone, I remember
you had
being
sex
home
in the
alone.
car?
Yeah.
Okay, what car?
Talisa's.
So it was Talisa's car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sat in the backseat, had sex and hopped out.
Did you use a rubber?
Probably not.
Do you think that's where that DNA came from?
I mean, it could be, but I don't remember like her being in a costume. I honestly don't think it was her that I had sex with.
But it's a possibility.
I just,
There's
yeah,
a
I'm saying it
possibility.
could be. I remember having sex with her, but she wasn't blonde. She had dark hair. There's
So
no
she's
shit.
wearing a wig.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it was dark hair and I could have swore she had straight. I don't remember no leaves. Like I remember seeing this thing.
But you were intoxicated, right?
Yeah, but I just remember like having sex because I know I had sex there and I had sex before I went there. But
You had sex with, this tells me you had sex with her.
honestly, I didn't think it was
You
her.
don't know.
It was a dark haired thick chick.
Well, she was kind of thick.
Like, I thought she looked skinny in her pictures.
No, I mean, she was thicker.
Oh, well,
Not, I mean, not thick.
Like, she was thick, but not
But
too thick.
she-
She couldn't get on top. I remember that because I was too
Listen,
fucked up to sit on top.
She was just thick enough to lay in that back seat and have sex.
And he goes, I wasn't messed up. I wasn't drunk. And then within seconds, he goes, well, yeah, I was messed up. I was drunk, right? He's saying, I can't remember. It's a possibility that I had sex with her. We don't know that. But then it's, but I remember, right? I remember who it was or what they looked like, at least. It couldn't have been her. He's basing this off of what he's seen in pictures.
I said, "Ooh, you're cute." And I said, "No, you're cute." And she was really and giggled, and I just grabbed her up, started making out with her. Next thing you know, I'm in my car, I had sex.
You want to
left.
stop this for just a second? Up until now, he's had no admission of what he did with a girl. He said, yes, I had sex. Now he's kind of bringing it into, I do remember something about her. It's getting to the point, but notice this form. This is the DNA analysis of his semen. He has been staring at that ever since the fact he admitted he had sex and they brought it out that this was his, he's constantly, and then in fact at one point the detective had to sort of distract him away from looking at this. This is his first real scientific exposure to DNA through sperm. He's now buying it. He finally realizes it just isn't through hair or blood. They got me, I just have to figure a way to make this just sex. This is where this is headed.
Yeah. Well, that's the type of girl she was. That's the type of girl she was.
Okay, well,
She was the type of girl to snatch you up. Probably surprise the hell out of you.
I've done that shit so many times.
Well, okay, well, you're a lucky
I've
man.
literally got like 20 people that I don't even know their names.
Well, you're a lucky man. There's no discounting it. All right? You had sex. Escape with a car. Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Where did you ejaculate on her? In her?
Probably I pulled it out and did it in my hand, and it might have got some on her.
Okay.
And tried to catch most of it in my hand and then
Okay.
wipe it off on something.
Did you wipe it on her?
No, I just remember having sex, but that's usually what I do afterwards.
She was into some freaky shit. I swear.
A lot of chicks are. I'm into freaky shit.
She let her be choked.
Whoever I had sex with, literally, was just a quick wham bam thing.
Was she like, choke me?
No.
What we see is the officer, in effect, shadowing and pacing the language, the animation of Clay, staying on the same page with Clay. He's brought him along with this technique masterfully, to the point where he went from I did nothing to perhaps I did to I had sex with a girl, but I'm not quite sure it was her. And the approach that he took, starting with we're just bros, boys, has been very effective at dealing with a person who's not really capable of feeling guilt or anxiety. So for this type of personality, this approach was very, very effective, where another would not be at all.
Yeah, the officer is clearly mimicking Clay in some capacity, almost to the point where he's making fun of him. It seems like Clay is just not in on the joke, right? If anyone else was Clay in this situation, they would probably look at the officer and think, hey, something's up. Do all officers act like that? No. Maybe in his experience it happens a little more often than not. But you'd think at this point he'd realize, why is this officer talking like that? He's said over and over again, I'm a ladies' man, right?
Well,
he's really playing into.
It's the
Yeah.
sad state of the police interview when you have to do this. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. But you see in the demeanor of Clay, every time there's a mention of women or sex, he's smiling.
Yep.
He's wiping his own ejaculation off on something. This isn't the normal conversation of someone that's grounded. He is just a sexual predator on women, I think, no matter who, what, where. He is all about, I am a sex goddess or sex god to these women in this area, and I have left so many women in my wake that, yeah, there's probably one or two I don't remember, and yeah, that night I had a couple. Like, he's walking right into the trap of this interview technique, and as much as it is horrifying for the victims to have to listen to this, the victim's family or other victims, other sexual assault victims, thinking, oh my God, do the police do this all the time? No. This is reserved for unique situations with unique creeps like Clay.
Okay, if that description of that vehicle was seen up on Briar Hill that night, what would you say?
I'd be like, okay then. It might not even have been her vehicle, to be honest. It could have been a vehicle that I had that night, but I feel like it was Delisa's.
Okay.
There's a little green Mitsubishi, I want to say. There's a 50 chance.
I think it was the other one.
You can check, but
I'm going to. But I'm telling you, hold on, the thing is, that description was seen there. That's why I think it was Talise car.
Okay.
Okay? You told me yourself you drove down Briar Hill.
Which one's Briar Hill?
The one out there off of Newburgh around the corner where you would go and smoke.
Oh yeah, during the day after work I'd smoke. I never went down that road that night.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Did
No,
you?
I did not. Not my baby mama's car.
Hey, Daniel, this girl that you had sex with at the party, okay, what was she wearing?
I just remember like tight pants and a t-shirt or something, I thought.
Okay. When
It might have been the Leaf thing, but I don't remember like,
You think you would remember that if it was a leaf, if she had a leaf costume?
I was wasted.
Okay.
I just remember
That
girl said, hey, let's, and then
The girl that you had sex with, did she take her own clothes off? Did you take them off? How'd that go?
she took them off. All she took was her pants off.
I have a couple issues with that, I guess. Okay, I think you were at the party later and you're saying you were.
It could have been a little later, but I could have sworn it was around dark.
It was later though, about 10:30, 11 o'clock. I didn't know how that costume came off her.
When I was with her, she just pulled the pants down. And she did is pulled the pants down, hopped on my lap, and we had sex for like 5-10 minutes.
The crime lab is telling the costume was torn.
That was not by me.
But the thing is both of them, you said yourself and her, you said yourself and her were freaks, all right?
Yeah, but I didn't have freaky sex. I just had
Right.
plain Jane, let's get this,
Okay.
let's nut, let's go
Why
on.
did you have sex after you left the party? Did you go to Briar Hill Road and have sex?
No, parking lot, at that party. Back seat, not the trunk, not the front
After
seat,
you left the
nothing.
party?
No.
After you left the party?
No.
At one point after you
No,
left the party?
she was not.
Yes, she was.
No, she was not.
She was.
No, she was not.
We started off on the wrong foot.
I know, I shouldn't have
We
said,
really
yeah, I
did.
said I had sex. I should have,
I mean-
I didn't think it was her because it was dark here. I didn't know she had a wig
Right.
on.
I gotta confront you. You know what I mean?
That's
I got it, and I don't wanna have to do that.
I told you,
Okay.
I had sex with somebody in the backseat of my car.
Right, I'm telling you right now, I do not think you're a murderer. You guys went to Briar Hill Road,
We did not go to.
all right, and had sex.
We did not, we had sex
Okay.
in the car. in the
But
parking
you
lot.
did not
Well,
have,
the field,
listen,
whatever.
you did not have any intent to hurt her.
I didn't do
All right.
anything to her. She
But
was
something
fine and
happened.
breathing when I left her. She got out of the car and walked away.
Remember back in the scene where we said he would probably at some point try to justify how she had his DNA on her. This is what he's doing now. Yes, okay, I had sex with her probably. Didn't know it was her, it was in the back of the car, but she got out and walked away. Now they're throwing a little other tidbit at him about the torn paths. He's denying it. He's denying he drove her up there. But they're trying to get him to move inch by inch on what they've moved him already, a lot of inches, from his first denials to now, yes, I had sex with her. Yeah, it could have been, might have been, but she walked away from my car. Now they're trying to say that it was her who led to her demise. This is, I think, the next step. She wanted to be choked, possibly you did it. They're gonna go down some, again, some dark interview alley that people don't normally think police do. And if it works, he will give it up and say, yes, that's what happened. It's the hard way to get a confession.
The DNA, okay? I just went and confirmed. I did say something when I was wrong, okay? It was not semen, the
Okay.
DNA. It was skin, all right? From force, from tear.
Oh.
Your DNA cells were on where her crotch was torn and where her
Mine was-
top was torn,
From grabbing her or something.
okay? So that's where your DNA was. I'm
Okay.
past that,
Okay.
all right? I know that you tore that.
I
We're past
pulled it
that.
off or whatever, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
so, but it was torn.
It had to have been somebody after me or something.
Okay,
There's
so
nobody after you.
there was, and this is the thing, all right?
It had to be somebody after me or something. happened.
Listen to me, Daniel. We're past all that.
Okay.
I have your DNA where her stuff was torn. Nobody else's. Nobody. No one.
Okay.
Either something happened where it was intentional, unintentional, accidental,
No, I didn't do that to her.
or was
I
it an
didn't hurt
accident?
her. I had sex with a girl, that's it.
You two got in some freaky ass shit, and I'm gonna tell you one thing that nobody knows about us and her mother, is that she had brittle bone disease. Brittle bone disease is a simple touch, a tap, where shit breaks.
I break my fingers
Okay?
a lot because of it.
So that's what happened.
As soon as it comes out, my
Daniel. Daniel.
This is your chance to
This
prove
is
that's
it.
not who you are.
This isn't who
I
you are.
can tell you right now.
This is not who you are.
Hypothetically, I can tell you that we had sex and she did get hurt and I left her out there. I'm still going to jail for the rest of my life.
But you're not that murderer. No, you're
I'm still going to
not.
jail for the rest of my life.
Absolutely. Look at me, Daniel. Look at me. Look at me.
No.
Look at
Here
me.
you go.
I didn't do anything.
You had no
I had
intent.
sex with her.
Daniel.
I was wasted.
You had no intent to hurt her.
No.
All right? It takes intent to go the rest of your life.
Can I use the bathroom?
You had no intent.
First off, can I please go to the bathroom? Is it possible for me to get a
Listen,
cigarette? Because I'm stressed out. Like
I will get you a cigarette. Listen, Daniel, I'll get you a cigarette. I'll get you to go to the bathroom. Okay?
Thank you.
Here, listen, I'm telling you, I'm not f***ing around here. Okay? I'm being straight up with you. I'm being man to man with you. Look it.
Thank you.
I can get my ass in a ringer.
I
It's
know.
not funny. I could lose my job over this.
I know. Thank you
Okay?
very much.
They don't even let people smoke in bars, let alone a sheriff's office interview.
Don't they go on the roof and smoke? That's where all the COs go.
Well, I don't know what they do, but I know they don't smoke inside an interview room.
Thank you very much, sir.
Here. And
Can I have a lawyer brought here to speak while you're here today?
Listen, I
Can we
don't,
do it right now? So I can ask a lawyer about my rights? before I say
I've already
anything?
told you your rights.
I know, I want to ask a lawyer what I should, be saying here now.
Okay, so you want an attorney.
Yeah.
The lawyer thing, Daniel,
I mean, I
That's
just
your-
wanted to know if I could.
that's your right.
ask about an opinion before.
okay, I'm all about rights. You're talking about a lawyer, then you're talking about your mom, you're talking about your
I
mom's.
just don't know what to do. I'm scared. I want to
Right.
figure it out. I'm not trying to tell you I did something.
Listen.
Even if I didn't do anything, I'm trying to tell you
Okay.
that something happened, and then
But this is
they
what,
end up getting me put in prison for
this is what I want you to understand, okay? You mentioned lawyer. I can't, like I told you, I can't talk to you
That's what
about
I'm
anything
saying.
anymore.
I'm not mentioning the lawyer. I'm just asking
Okay.
about the different.
It's your right
I'm
to have an
asking-
attorney, but you gotta clarify that you do
I
not
don't,
want an attorney.
I don't want an attorney yet.
Okay.
Just asking-
Look me right in my eye and
I was
say,
just asking,
Mike.
Mike, I was just asking about what would be
Okay.
if I asked for an attorney.
You do not want an attorney.
I do not want an attorney yet.
Because I will stop right now and you can have an attorney.
This is just a different technique. They have a talker. He's a talker. They've talked him from absolutely nothing. Didn't see her, didn't know her, wasn't there, wasn't drunk, left, went home alone, to, yeah, I had sex with her, but I didn't hurt her. They brought him all the way from that through this aggressive me and you approach. And they're not letting him have a second to think about what he's doing. This is very close to questionable how the lawyer thing is working out here. It's still legal. They haven't done anything contrary to Miranda, but he's fished for a lawyer and he's now walked away from it twice. Twice he's asked, he's walked back twice. I find that extremely interesting in one way, is that this detective is able to bring him back into the interview without breaking Miranda and without this guy going to the lawyer. This guy seems like he's extremely good at working these type of victims. I don't know whether he's a specialist in dealing with sex predators or homicides, but he's extremely capable of letting this guy, okay, yeah, you want a lawyer, fine, but then suddenly he's back to not wanting a lawyer. It's an art form. No, not many people can do that.
Well, the rapport that he's established
Yeah.
means that Clay trusts him.
Yeah.
And he wants to work it out with him, because this guy keeps, this officer keeps saying, I want to help you. If you get the lawyer, I can't help you.
He just got him a cigarette, right? He says, I could lose my job for doing this.
That's where he lost him on the bathroom break.
Yeah.
And the break, he started thinking about what I'm doing. And now they're down again and the cigarette is back, he's sitting, and he's got to bring him back into the interview. They don't like to let you go to the bathroom. That causes some repose, time to think, what am I doing? What did I say? And now he's back, trying to get him back into the interview mode. This is an art form from way back, and it's neat to watch.
That's what we need to know right now, okay?
It wasn't
Did you intentionally?
No, I did not intentionally hurt her.
Okay, then we need to know what happened, okay? There's a
We
big
had sex,
difference.
and she did get freaky.
Okay?
And we sat there, and then she's like, all right, well, let's go. Because we had sex there, and we left.
Okay.
And had sex somewhere else.
Where's
I
somewhere else?
don't, we
Right,
were driving,
right.
no, it wasn't right. We were just driving around,
Okay.
having sex. Because she did like leave, and I seen her as I was pulling out. She's like, I'm about to walk, I'm so tired of this. I'm like, stop in and we'll go.
Okay.
She's like, okay.
Okay.
And had sex, it got rough. Like, she
Rough
likes
is-
it rough,
I know.
choked and stuff. And
Okay.
She was into that stuff,
And
you know
then,
that.
yeah, and then she got, and I freaked out. I was wasted.
You feel like a lot of shit just went off your chest, don't you?
Yeah, because it's something that, you
It's
know,
something that eats you up. All
pretty
right?
much.
But you're gonna move on from here. You're good.
Yeah,
Listen
in
to
prison
me.
for the rest
Listen
of
to
my
me.
life. I lost
Listen
my
to me.
kids. Just by telling you that I've lost
Listen
my
to me.
kids, I've lost my family.
Stop
I've
the
lost my
camera,
girlfriend,
Danny.
I've lost-
right there, right there. I hate to keep pointing to this, but this is getting inside the personal space. It's a technique that is well known within the police universe of getting inside of that narrow gap that people like to keep guarded, called personal space. And now he feels it's time to touch, say, hey, come on, we're here with you. We're gonna take you to the next level. And he's now gonna get him to say more about this crime, because he's now my friend. I like him, he's in my space. Otherwise, he'd have pulled back or rejected. This guy, this officer knows it's time to get close to Clay and get the rest of this job done. They've got him, they just wanna put it away.
My kids, I've lost my family, I've lost my girlfriend, I've lost everything.
Daniel, listen to me, all right? It happened. You manned up and you told us what happened, okay?
Yeah, after I got caught.
But
It
listen,
don't matter.
listen, all right? When you listen to me, all right? It's yours, just relax,
I'm
okay?
freaking,
But I need to know,
Every cigarette you give me. it's-
Daniel, let's get on track here,
I don't listen.
all right? So did you two have sex at the party, the first sex?
Yeah.
And then you left?
Yeah, we weren't, but just not far down the road, because there were still cars, you could still see the fucking.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you.
We had sex.
I'm gonna ask
The
you.
second time when it happened.
The second time you had sex, was it on War Road?
No, was it what road that the party's on?
Whatever post.
Whatever road that's connected, like this, you know, here's post, here's his house. I don't know which way it was, but I pulled out, we didn't even go
Well,
far.
this is why I'm asking you, because her shoe was at War Road. So her shoe was left on the side there,
We're at War Road, like War
just
Road.
right off
On
the
Post
post.
Road.
Oh, that,
On shoulder of the road.
I have no idea how her shoe got
But
there.
is that where you had sex?
No, it could have been, like, right near his War Road, near his house.
Yeah.
Then that's probably, because we could still, like, we
You
weren't,
said War Road's the way you would take home to Newport Road.
yeah. So we weren't that far from his house when we had sex the second time.
Okay. So that could have been right there where her shoe was found.
Could have been, yeah.
Okay.
Because she got out of the car, she peed before we had sex the
Okay.
second time. So
So, and I'm trying to
that
clear
could have been
all,
where her shoe is, I don't know.
I'm trying to clear all questions.
Okay.
So she got out of the car and peed there.
Yeah, got back in
Then
the
got in the
car,
car, where'd you go from there?
we had sex right there. And then,
Right on the side of the road?
Yeah.
In the car or outside the
In
car?
the car.
Okay.
It was in the backseat, and it wasn't Talisa's car, it was in Dollin's car.
Goblin?
I'm
Okay.
positive on that.
Yes, because Talisa wouldn't let me take her car that day. Now that I think about it, like, she got mad because I tried to take her car earlier on in the day, and she knows I didn't have a license and
Okay.
shit, so I ended up taking Goblin's
And
car.
her name's Goblin.
Ah,
Does she still have her car?
no, she got rid of it like 2 months later. She ended up getting with the dude, and she moved up north. I haven't talked to her
Okay.
since then. I have no idea how the clothes got where they were.
Well, listen, we'll get to that. When you guys had sex on the side of War Road, is that where it got freaky?
Yeah, we were in the bag. She was
Explain
she was,
freaky.
like biting me and smacking me, and I was choking her and smacking her, like not like violently.
Was you choking her with one hand, two hands? Because she loved to be choked.
I just remember we were messing around, and then she got underneath me. She's like, choke me. She's like, you know, she's telling me to fuck her harder and stuff like that.
Is this when you're choking her?
Yeah.
Is she telling you choke me?
She told me to choke her. I choked her. Then we switched because she got underneath me. I don't know. We were fucking for a minute, and then she kind of stopped, and she went limp. So I stopped, and I'm like, you know, and I started tapping her face, and I guess I choked her too hard or something.
Okay.
I wasn't even choking her that hard. I didn't think. I freaked out. I drove around for
Okay.
like 5 minutes with her in the back seat, and then I ended up over by Talisa's.
Up by Briar Hill?
Yeah, I just kind of like took her and walked her back there. With the clothes I left, I honestly thought I left them in the car until like the next day, and then I didn't know where the fuck they went.
So
I just seen some spot. I was like, I was freaking out. I just
She was in the backseat of the car? How did you get her out?
just.
Is it a
grabbed her.
four-door car?
Yeah,
Okay, so you grabbed her?
I just picked her up. Cause like I tried waking her up for like 5-10 minutes, and she couldn't. She didn't respond. Nothing. Like there was no pulse. Like,
You think she was dead then?
I even put, cause I wear little compact mirrors, I just
Yeah.
remember seeing it on TV, like for some reason it just stuck with me on like CSI or something, see if her breath was showing up and nothing.
So
Like,
this-
I tried, I don't know how to do CPR.
Right,
I tried
and you know the
pushing
thing-
and
listen.
breathe in and pushing and breathe in.
You were freaking out.
Daniel, you were freaking out. So you pull her out of that car and you put her in that place.
I sat there, I cried my ass off for like 20 minutes, then I
Okay.
went back to Goblins, and I
Who
remember.
did you tell?
No one. I remember just sitting there crying, and I took a bunch of pills. Like, I thought I was gonna die, and I ended up waking up the next day all puking my guts out, puking my blood
Let
and
me ask
stuff.
you this, you said you took her out of the car, you're back in Briar Hill Road, okay, you took her out of the car, did you carry her or drag her?
I just kind of picked her up and carried her.
And then tell me some obstacles, was there like,
There was just some trees and stuff, and I kind of walked her like 10, 15 feet.
Did you have to take her through a ditch?
No, I picked her up.
You carried her?
I'm a big dude.
how did you lay her down?
Tossed
Was she
her
on like
down.
her side, back,
Kind of
or?
tossed her down, and then like freaked out, was trying to toss sticks and stuff on her. I didn't even toss that much on her.
What all did you put on top of her?
Just a couple branches and some
How big
leaves.
would you say these branches were?
A couple of them were kind of big, I
Like
guess.
limbs from trees there, or?
Yeah, just branches that were right there where I dropped her.
And you had, to cover her up then, or
Because I was freaking out.
you said you put some leaves on top of her also?
Yeah, and then I just kind of stopped, and because I like literally sat like right next to where she was for like 10, 20
Well,
minutes.
the fact that he's come this far in the confession and is slowly giving up the details of what he did, the more he talks, the more he shows that he treated her like just a piece of meat. It was just some object of his enjoyment that he had. He killed her. They've made him appear to that it was an accidental choking. It was not. He choked her. If he had accidentally killed her, there would have been nothing for him to hide. He could have went to authorities and said, "This is what happened. She died on, on her own. I didn't do anything." He choked her hard enough to kill her. Then he decides to hide the evidence, but he doesn't do a very good job. He's so arrogant in my mind that he thought he could just throw her there, cover her up with a few leaves and sticks, go back home and they would never find her or find him linked to her.
I'm going to take a slightly different approach with this. I see a little bit more humanity in Clay in how he's explaining this. We see a bit of a tone change. He talks about how he doesn't know CPR, but he saw on some episode of some crime show, right? You can take a compact mirror, put it up and see if they're breathing. In that state, he's panicking. The officers talked about her having brittle bone disease, right? If somebody is into BDSM, likes to be choked during sex, and he chokes her and she has brittle bone disease, it's more likely that that's going to kill her than it would a normal person that doesn't have brittle bone disease.
Yeah.
I think in that moment, he panicked. Certainly, he knew what he did was wrong. Given his history with the police, he wouldn't want to be found. He's not the type of person that would think to call police when something like this happens, even if it is accidental. I think the choking was intentional, but I think it was for sexual pleasure. I don't think that it was intentional to kill her. That's just my take based on what we've seen so far. As far as him covering up and doing a horrible job of covering up and also showing no compassion or care for human life, if we take the gender out of it, that's just showing no compassion, he doesn't care for human life at this point. We're seeing a person who tried to kill himself, he claims. Tried to kill himself because he couldn't live with what happened. The flip side of this is that he did live, and he lived for 2 years and didn't give the victim's family any sort of closure, didn't think at any point about what his confession would do for a family that has been reeling, not knowing what had happened for that long period of time. I don't know what his life was like during those 2 years, obviously, but I see this being a little bit more complex than just someone who killed someone on purpose, tried to hide it, and went and lived his life. There's a little bit of humanity in how he processed it, not being able to live with it, but then being able to live with it ultimately. I see there's a little bit more of a dynamic to him than we see with someone who's a complete sociopath, someone who absolutely has no regard for human life whatsoever. We've talked about that with him before. But if what he's saying is true.
If he's saying.
If what he's saying is true.
That's the big question.
I can't.
Neither of us
I
can.
can't.
No one
It's
can
a
tell
big
if he's
if.
telling the
I just
truth.
want to play devil's advocate here.
Oh, you're doing that very well.
He's shown some
Yeah.
some regard.
Yeah.
He's shown some impact.
Yeah. I can't
Right.
disagree.
Very
I
little.
can't disagree with you.
Very little
At all.
But if someone,
Yeah.
we've seen cases where somebody will kill someone and just go about their business. Well, that would have been good to know.
Right.
Let's just take and cut everything I just said.
That's why I said it's a. That's why I said it's a democracy. We're allowed an
Well,
opinion.
all I thought of was broken neck.
This is the kind of person who's not
She
going.
was murdered by this guy, cold turkey.
Well, yeah.
and he's not going. He's not.
Cold blood. That's what you mean. What we're seeing here is that there's a clear culture of toxic masculinity. We see that in domestic violence cases all the time, unfortunately. And we see that toxic masculinity, these misogynistic attitudes, perpetuate the types of violence that we see that are predominantly against women, specifically sexual violence in this case. So although horrible, although horrible, the technique that the officers have been using here, using victim blaming, the objectification of women, and using misogynistic type of language like, oh, you gotta man up, right? What does it mean to be a man? And talking about women and their use as far as sexual pleasure. Although that is horrible, it facilitated a confession in this case. Certainly, it's not something that officers want to be using. It's not something that we like to see used, but in these cases was quite effective for gaining some sort of trust with someone with these kinds of attitudes that we see in society.
I have to give kudos to these police officers who went to the toolbox of things that are available and used one of the darkest tools in that box, which was the victim blaming, the use of foul language, the use of sexual terms. But when you're dealing with the sub-sectors of society that are predators, like this Clay character, You just can't treat these people with kid gloves. You have to go after them with everything to ensure, A, there's never going to be another victim of him, and B, that the family of that Chelsea is going to know that the police did everything to catch the person that murdered their daughter. That's what this is all about. And it's not pretty. It's not cute. It's not something you're going to see on a CSI program. This is real dirty police work at its best. And they did it to the ultimate of their ability. If you analyze this walkthrough from the time he first went in that room till right now, when he confessed, it was an admirable piece of police work, in my opinion.
Let's focus on who the victim was. And I don't think any of us would feel comfortable if the police went to the family of the victim and said, we could have used some techniques to elicit a confession from him, but because we wanted to respect his dignity and we didn't want to trick him, that we just have to let him go. These people are pragmatic. They have to be pragmatic. They have to find what is the right tool for the right job, and they did it. So I don't personally think that the technique that they used to coax him along and rationalize his behavior by putting some of the blame on the victim, I don't think that that was so horrible. I think it was pragmatic. We know that they didn't particularly believe that, but that's something that they had to do. And they did it successfully.
We're just gonna patch down for weapons real quick.
Necklace.
No jewelry. You need me to take my shoes off right now? If you don't mind, let me just kick them off.
What, you coat for it?
No. I'll pull it off on that.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Eva.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm here.
Hey, we really appreciate you coming over with us, and anytime during this you need to stop and go to the bathroom, want a drink, thing, just let me know, and we'll be happy to do it. So we just want to talk to you a little bit, and we'll get this in and out, be on our way. Okay?
My full name is Grant Tiernan Amato. I primarily worked in the hospital for, I think, 5 or 6 years. I was accused of grand theft of the third degree back in June of 2018. So when that happened, obviously, I was dismissed from that job and I couldn't get another job. Finally, in December, there was no evidence ever presented. All the charges were dropped. And now I'm just in the process of expunging that from my records.
Right.
But because, I can't keep just not working forever.
Sure.
That was kind of a topic around the house was, I need to get started here.
This is just an interview of an interested person. There is no suspect at this point in time being told to him, yet he is obviously a suspect.
If Grant leaves the room, it could imply that he has something to hide, right? By staying there, he's showing, no, I'm a willing member of society. I'm happy to do my civic duty. If you have questions to ask me, I have nothing to hide. He's showing at this point he's calm. He's able to answer the questions. He has his story outlined. So if he was to leave the room, it would show he's uncomfortable. Why is he uncomfortable? It would start to raise more concerns. Similarly to the search, he was okay with being searched. If someone isn't okay with being searched, that would imply they might have something on them that they don't want found, whether it's a weapon or drugs or something like that.
He doesn't believe he's there for himself right now. He's totally at ease that he's there to eventually be told what's happened to his family. He knows what's happened to his family already, but he thinks the police will never find that out because of what he's done.
Well, he's feeling very unsuccessful. He's feeling like a loser. He's feeling like he's made an error that's affecting his life. He's doing the best he can to sort of compensate for that by being forthcoming and honest he believes, with the police. But he's feeling like a person who is experiencing a certain amount of feelings of failure. We know that he has a brother, so it would suggest also that he's probably feeling a sense of rivalry with his brother and with other people who seem successful. So he's trying to recover from a significant loss, the loss of his profession and the loss of his face. That's why he's telling us, there were these charges against me, but I'm working on getting my record expunged.
I've been applying for jobs for the last couple weeks, and then I went on a job interview yesterday for a home infusion nurse job. They didn't have anything. They said that they'd probably be getting back to me by Tuesday or Thursday. It's a crappy world when, you don't have any money, you can't do anything, so. I've been out of work for 6 months, since June.
How did you pay? That's a lot of money to be out of work.
My brother.
Oh,
Yeah, my brother.
What's he do?
He's the CRNA, the Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetist.
Okay, we were
both in the program together.
Okay.
And then he was able to finish, and then I did not.
So he was making good money.
Yeah.
Was he making that 150, 100?
He was working a lot. I mean, I don't know if I think he was costing a lot of overtime, not scheduled, but yeah, he was moving along.
What do you think he made his best year?
That he was already up to 166.
So he made more than 160?
That would take on.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, they could be looking at motives, certainly financial motives. At the same time, somebody that is stealing from their family is more likely to know their family's financial situation.
That's what this is about.
So do you know the exact numbers? If you do, that might be an indicator that you're more involved than the average person would. How many of us know exactly how much money our siblings make, right? It's uncommon. I would say, to be devil's advocate here, it could be that he knows because he was applying himself to that job. He didn't reach that certification, but when you're applying for a job, usually you know what that income bracket would be. If he was borrowing money from his brother, it is reasonable for him to know how much money he makes. But I would say that is an indicator. That is why the police are asking.
This is exactly, you're right on the money. They're fishing for exactitudes, and he come back with an exact amount of $156,000. He knows how he got it. He's obviously keeping tabs on his brother's wealth because his brother is giving him money. But this has also got another purpose. They're looking to see how much he knows about the financial situation, and if after the fact he's going to steal money from that guy's bank account. He would know the balances of the bank account. He would know everything about the finances of the family. That's why I say someone in this position is desperate for money. He's a poor money manager, but he's looking to find out how to get money from his immediate resource.
During the time that I wasn't working as a nurse, I tried to do the whole Twitch streaming thing, and then they can donate, they can subscribe to you, which then you get a monthly payment.
What were you making off of Twitch a month?
Nothing really significant. It was $150, and then a few donations. Primarily, I guess just keeping myself busy.
So you got a lot of computer knowledge.
A good amount, yeah. I mean,
more than the average person.
Yeah. I'm computer savvy. During the time where I was struggling, in this last 6 months, I sold all of my guns. I had about 4 ARs, but now I have 4
Tactical
shotgun. Me and my brother both had one of those. And then we had the Supernovas. Pistols-wise, I think 4 or 5 just pistols. A Glock 17, the Smith & Wesson M9 something, a Taurus 45 caliber. And then I had, again, it's like the dream gun that I always wanted was the FN Tactical 45.
You said you got rid of some of them?
I sold all mine.
Did you keep anything for yourself?
No. I ended up
Got rid of everything.
Got rid of everything.
Well, at the scene of the crime, there's obviously been people shot. And they want to know what he knows about what gun, where it is, and who has it. And does he have the guns? So there's no benign questions in this investigation. It's what do you know about the family's firearm situation? And he has basically put, according to what I've heard, there are all the guns in his brother's possession.
Well, it shows that he feels weak. The fact that he is obsessive means that he's going to overdo everything he does. Nothing succeeds like excess as far as he's concerned. And once his mind seizes on something, it's very difficult for him to reset it to something else. So whenever he does anything, we can expect he will do it to the extreme.
And we hear that in his language too. He even described his dream gun, right? We hear people talk about their dream cars, their dream house. It's not often in my circles we talk about dream guns, although I'm sure an aficionado would be, would have that, even in policing, right? But when
Usually rednecks.
Or in terms of hunting, right? But when we hear it in the context of someone where that isn't a part of their day-to-day, it's not necessarily it's not a part of his job, certainly, but it is a hobby that can be a red flag. There's definitely an association that we can make between his desire to be a Twitch streamer and this thought of delusion, right? It for a lot of people is a delusion. Twitch is a platform that people will use to stream all sorts of stuff. Usually it's commonly associated with gaming. So you'll have somebody that will be playing a video game, they'll be live streaming what they're doing, and people will be watching this. It's been used in a lot of different crimes. Sometimes if they are live streaming them playing a video game at their house and people have stalked them and know where they live, people can use that to try to murder or hurt that individual. A lot of crimes that can happen through Twitch, but nonetheless, people that use Twitch can have an incredibly massive following and can make a lot of money. There's money to be made even in just playing video games in your home.
The cops came in and then they handcuffed me and they were like, you've been charged with this, where, I had to have the picture taken and stay in the sitting area where they process you all and everything like that. And first person I called was my dad. My brother.
What is your brother's name?
Cody, sorry. He calls my mom, he calls my dad, he smooths things over as best as he can. He's just basically saying, I'm going to pay this. Nothing less than savings. I think I had like $300-400.
Who lives at home?
Just me and Cody and then mom and dad.
Okay.
Me and Cody, junior year of high school, we stopped arguing at that point. We decided to go to nursing school together. We decided to go to the nurse anesthesia school together. He was the better student up through nursing school, and then I was actually the better student in nurse anesthesia school. And that was the one time that he actually admitted that I was didactically more confident than him in that field.
Who's better than White, I think?
He was.
Okay.
But he was definitely stronger in high school. He'd take care of everything.
What he's telling us, he's in effect confessing to sibling rivalry. And with sibling rivalry, there's almost always a feeling of resentment toward the more successful sibling. And he's telling us this. It's also interesting that he got confused, like I call dad, I mean my brother. So it suggests that he's seeing his brother in a way that a dad would generally play, supportive, knowledgeable, wise, a source of support. So he's really beginning to tell us a lot more about himself than he reveals.
It's kind of like Cody. He's always been the one that focused on me.
Were you the baby? You were truly the family baby?
For my mom. Countless times my dad would come up to me. He'd tell me time and time again that, you're her favorite. She would do anything for you. It's I don't need to hear that. That's not what would motivate me. But no, mom, I think we owed each other a grand total of 3 or 4 times my whole life. She's never done anything wrong. She's always been the one who's stood by him, even during our early childhood when it was really rough with our dad. My dad's the Leo type A, Italian. He's very focused on his future.
Dad make good money?
I think he would tell me that he makes between $110,000 and $120,000 a year. My dad was a very angry, violent type person. Overbearing. He would push my mom, and one instance, I remember we heard our mom yell that he's hurting me, and then me and Cody run downstairs and we go into the room, and then we're trying to get our dad off of our mom, and then my dad elbows back, and that's when my nose has got its little bridge right there.
He's painting a picture of what his family life was like in his mind. But the reality was he is not in a good place in that family. I believe he was picked on, he was seen as the weaker link in the family, and the police are trying to get it out of him what he thinks of his family. This is the first stage of the interview where he's coming, oh, me and my mother, this or that, we were good. My dad wasn't, he hit my nose and broke it. In his mind, he's setting up the fact that my brother looked after me and protected me. This is what's going to come next. he's slowly leaning the police to believe that his brother is going to be the bad guy in this, and he's doing anything to portray himself as the innocent, weak bystander in this family.
Violence towards my mom and towards me, never to and towards Jason, but never to Cody.
Why?
I mean,
Cody is favorite?
yeah, Cody also never really made any mistakes. He did a few things wrong, he lied a few times, you know, he cost my dad some money a few times, but he was never like a repeat offender, I guess you could say, whereas me and Jason, we had that difficulty where it's like, okay, we got a C or we got a D on something, and I just don't want to tell Dad about it.
Sure.
But then he would find out, and then
Dad ever abused you?
when we were younger, spankings with, he used like, it was like a 2x4 that was fashioned into a paddle called the lightning rod, I think is what it was called. You know, he'd do that, and then he'd push you around. Like, he wouldn't punch you. He wouldn't bruise you. I guess I should say the only place that I ever got bruised was on my butt. He would belittle me when I was younger. He would make me feel bad that Cody's doing all this stuff to, like,
And you're not.
and I'm not. Like, I'm not contributing.
He's going down the rabbit hole of confession here in a way. He started out pretty good, I think. He was, not trashing his family too badly, explaining what his life was like. But now, all of a sudden, he's going down a downslope here. He's getting worse and worse, and there's something in his mind that is angry, and he wants to get it out, and he's starting to take it out on his family. How far will he go with this? I don't know. But he's definitely portraying all of his family now as not nice people.
When's the last time your dad put his hands on you?
Middle of December of 2018.
What happened?
With all the money that had been getting spent, to him it seemed like I wasn't concerned about it. My father chose to admit me to like a depression or an addiction clinic or something like that in Fort Lauderdale. The way that I was acting, he didn't see that I was doing anything for like a positive. He would like allow me to spend money that he had, like with his credit card or something like that. But it's like then whenever I did, it was like a huge problem.
He's giving out enough details to keep himself, hopefully, from the spotlight of police investigation.
And he's just brushing over the
Brushing
fact, well,
the
I
facts.
used some of Dad's credit
Yeah.
card to do
Yeah.
this, and it's not a problem.
Yeah, you'll also notice that when he talks, he can't disprove that he went to a treatment center, but he can omit what that treatment was for. He says something like, oh, it was for depression or addiction or something like
One
that.
phone call cures that by the police. So he's just, I think he realizes I gotta create a story that they aren't going to look into. They might not even look into this thing, because I'm pretty sure my brother's gonna get nailed for this crime. This is working pretty good. I think he's setting himself up for a huge hit later on.
I think also in minimizing that, he's trying to play this off as, well, it might have been a mental health thing, and I was taking care of myself or whatever. But the circumstances within which people go to treatment centers are often not good. They're at extremes,
He will
to
not
say
say
the
it.
least. And he's not going to play into giving them any of that information, at least not yet.
Okay, so you had one of his credit cards.
Yeah.
And what were you buying with it?
Over the past 4 months or something like that, I've been talking to this woman online.
Who's he?
As embarrassing as it is, she's a cam model.
A what?
A cam model. A cam model is like it's like a virtual girlfriend, I guess you could say.
Okay.
A lot of the money went to her.
Okay, where's she at?
She lives in Bulgaria.
You ever been there?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't that serious.
What would you give her money for?
Just for like time online with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what does she charge? By the minute, by the hour?
Minute.
Okay. And how much is it per minute?
Oh god, I think it was like 90 tokens a minute, $600 for 5,000 or something tokens or something like that. And then it was 4 hours a night. So I mean that's basically just where all like the costs went. I met her at the very beginning of July.
Still talking to her?
So yeah, I mean more just on like Twitter, like just through direct messaging.
How much do you think you spent on this? 'Cause it seems kind of pricey.
Yeah, probably close to like $200,000, I'd say.
$200,000?
Yeah.
And where'd the money come from?
Money came from me, my brother, and then my dad.
He's letting us know that he is a very emotionally needy person. He's brushing over very quickly the money, where it comes from, almost indicating that it's okay with the other people who are contributing to this. He's letting us know that in some ways he's emotionally hooked onto this model, and that he derives that kind of emotional gratification. And if I heard it correctly, he speaks with her or relates to her for 4 hours at a time.
4 hours a night, yeah.
That's a tremendous amount of time, even if it wasn't being expensive to do so. So he's really giving us more and more information about how pathetic and dependent and needy he is for attention from other people, that he's willing to pay such exorbitant price for that.
I think it's also what he knows can be found. With the internet, with technology today, the police will be able to ascertain all of the information he's given so far. He's not giving any secrets away. They would dig into this. What he's doing is painting a picture of what they will never find. The money, where it came from. He thinks they're never going to be able to find out that it was the dad that gave the money. He split it up amongst three of them. My money, my brother's, my dad's. There's a lie. They're going to be able to prove that lie. So he's making bad statements, but yet he thinks he's giving a good cover story because he knows what the scene is going to show. He knows what they're going to find, and it's going to come back on the brother. He's setting this up for his brother to take the hit. And he's doing a pretty good job of it, except he's lying a little too much.
Yeah, in such a short span of time, he hasn't asked some of the key questions we would expect a person to ask. Where's my family? What happened to them? Why am I here? Why am I being questioned? We haven't seen any of that at this point. The only person he's talked about in positive terms is this Bulgarian cam model. He's very quick to explain what a cam model is. It's something he's very comfortable with speaking about. It's very familiar to him. And it's interesting that in such a short amount of time, he's gone from talking about his work situation, how he's unemployed, to then talking about his family, how his family didn't love him, they didn't take care of him, they abused him, to then talking about, well, I pay very expensive amount of money. I pay a lot of money for this kind of this attachment that I have to this woman online. Have you ever been to Bulgaria? No. That has nothing to do with it, but it's a service that I can pay for where I can have that kind of attachment. I can have that kind of conversation. Someone's going to pay attention to me. So it's just interesting. In such a short amount of time, we've come so far. Usually people will sit in these rooms, they don't want to say anything, they're not giving up a lot of information. He's giving a lot of information, but not in the way we would expect someone to do that. We would expect them to ask,
Well,
how's my family?
Yeah. These two detectives are sitting there and they're skating around this thing with the questions, and they're actually probably very happy with the fact he has not asked. He was told he was brought in there for something with your family. He's been there for 10 minutes or more or so.
And he's disparaged
He's not
them.
even asked one question about why am I here? What are you talking to me for about my family? This is a guy that's got a plan in his mind, and he's thinking so hard about the plan, he's forgot about the cover.
Yeah.
He's forgot about how he's going to cover this up, and he's just being me. I'm going to just go in there and talk about what I do and and
what
they'll
do-
tell me when they want to about my family, because I ain't going to bring it up.
Did they know when it was going to?
They didn't know that it was going to a cam model. I was saying that it was going towards my Twitch streaming, like advertising, like putting my name out there and that type of thing.
But based on what you're telling me, only so many people make so much money. I think just a few, and have you make a bunch of money.
Right.
So that was like the ultimate goal is to get to that.
I was hoping that the stars would align, and then I would be like one of those people. Because I was good at the games, and I'm a funny, pleasant person on the camera, and that type of thing. To like bring it all back with why I was brought to Cornerstone. He felt like,
You need to be grounded.
yeah. They had analyzed it as, this is an isolated event. You've been out of work, PTSD from the whole getting arrested thing, and I mean, the last thing on my record was, I think, a speeding ticket back when I was at UCF. They had signed me up, I think, to be there for 60 days, but then I was only there until January 4th, so.
Who paid for that?
My brother, Cody,
What was the cost of that,
$15,000.
So their final diagnosis of you was what?
That I was fine, that,
Didn't need to be there.
yeah.
I thought you said you went on the 22nd.
Right. Yeah, that's when I went. Yeah, it was after you came. And it was because when I had gotten back, my mom and dad were, dealing with a lot of the financial stuff while we were up there. That's where my dad started to get really kind of overbearing. And, I mean, rightfully so. I know what I did.
Do all that you think you were in the wrong?
I mean, yeah.
To some extent.
To some extent. Spending that amount of money is idiotic to do that, especially when you're not making.
So $200,000.
Right.
What I think is also interesting to mention is that when he's talking about Twitch streaming and how, you know, in order to be successful, the stars need to align. You have to have something really interesting and enough of people out there that are interested. You can draw parallels between that and his actions online with the model. So we see him thinking, you know, there are probably enough strangers out there in the world that are like me that will see someone like me and think I'm interesting enough and pay money, right? Similarly to how there are enough people like him who are willing to pay a cam model a lot of money just to talk to her online, never mind anything that's explicitly sexual, right? So he's thinking, well, I must be normal. There must be other people out there like me. So we're seeing those kinds of delusional trains of thought in terms of what he's doing with his life.
And it's almost like he's relating to her as someone who's online, gets paid to be online. He too wants to be online and get paid to be online.
Yeah, it's not, he wouldn't be doing sex work, but it's the same kind of thing in the abstract. You are online providing some sort of a service to people that people find entertaining and will pay for. He sees himself just as valuable in that sense, or with that potential to be that valuable, and it's also at the same time trying to normalize and explain his behavior. He's minimized that so much so far. He's also said he went to treatment, they didn't think anything was really wrong with him, he got out. So we'll see a lot more of that, I'm sure, as we go along.
When was the last time that you and your dad did have a heated conversation?
It would be Thursday. One of his rules was that I wasn't allowed to talk to the woman anymore. Behind the scenes, my mom would let me talk to her through her cell phone using Twitter. When I was in Cornerstone, my dad told her, because he had like hacked my computer or something like that, and so he had found, you know, the stuff that was related to her. Erased my whole entire computer, he put a password on it, so it's like, even when I came back up until Thursday, like, I wasn't able to go onto my own computer to look at anything.
He's treating you like a small child.
Right, and he had this list front and back on a piece of paper of all the rules. This is what's going to happen. This is why I'm acting the way that I'm going to act. I'm not going to be dad anymore. I'm going to be Chad. I basically told him, I'm going to be present. I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to start trying to get jobs now. I told him what my plan was. And then because there was like that emotional connection, I guess you could say, between her and me, like a relationship, you know, I didn't want to just stop cold turkey on it.
It's interesting he's using addiction language.
Yep. When do we say quit cold turkey? When we're talking about someone who's addicted to nicotine, using cigarettes, right? Or someone that's addicted to anything, really.
That's right.
He's actually providing them a motive right now, and he doesn't know it.
Yep,
He
absolutely.
he's got very, his tempo of speaking has increased. He's a little louder, and he's expressing how his dad has put these rules on him, shut him out of his computer. That was when he really seemed to be angry to me.
That's the effectively the handcuffs on the situation.
Yeah, he put the password and I couldn't use my computer, and it was the first time he showed an outburst of what I call anger in this situation. It's subtle, but it's enough there to know that he did not like what was happening in his life after he got out of that hospital.
And he's telling us he has an alliance with his mother because she allowed, at least he claims,
Claims that.
she allows me to use her phone
Yeah.
to be able to maintain my relationship.
And he almost admits he loves this woman online.
Well, he's saying he has some sort of emotional connection, but he's saying this woman. He doesn't call her by her name, right? Like, let's humanize the person if you have a relationship with them, if you feel some sort of emotional connection. If I talk about somebody, I often use their name. And when we want to put someone at ease, if someone is, say, suicidal, they're expressing something that's more manic, you would say their name. Right? You want to add identity and humanize them. He's saying this woman that was online.
But it's a virtual relationship.
Right.
It doesn't have the emotional payoff that a real relationship
But
has.
he might very well think that's the case, judging from how he's talking, right? He thinks, well, a relationship could happen with this woman, right? He could be the 1 in a million that becomes fantastic on Twitch. He could also be that 1 in a million that gets a real connection with someone who is being paid obscene amounts of money to have relationships with strangers online. He could be the one.
The
That's
prostitute
delusional thinking.
will fall in love with me and I won't
Say
even
the
have to
sex
pay
worker.
her.
Let's just agree it's sex work.
Absolutely. When you tell someone that your dad or your parent or a family member is treating you like a child, you're trying to get that anger to come out of this person, to make a statement about how you feel about them. It's carefully done, and he actually, when he got angry about the computer and all of that, that was a great time to do that. So he's trying to draw out the anger that's inside this person towards his family by saying they're treating you like a child. It's calculated, and it may work. If it doesn't work, you won't go back to it. If it does work, you keep repeating it.
And one of the stipulations was, you speak to this woman again, you're out of the house. You can pack up your shit, and then you're off my property. That if I ever stepped back onto his property, that he would kill me. I was getting all my stuff together. I was trying to just get all of my necessities as best I could from, a lifetime of living inside the house. My brother was working that night. Then I spoke with Cody. He had given me his debits because I don't have any money and I don't know where to go. Never been out of the house on my own. The last thing that I was told was just that, basically once again that he'll take care of it.
This has been the whole purpose of Grant's interview. He get picked up to be told about his family. He's mentioned nothing about his family that I've heard in this interview to say, I'm concerned or worried. Yeah. Now he brings out the alibi. This is the setup point. He's been waiting for however long they've been questioning him to bring up, he said he would look after it. Cody said he would look after it. So this is, well, what's this mean? This will be the next question by the police. Well, what does that mean by look after it? And he's going to start leading them towards the fact that, well, Cody must have been taking care of it somehow. I thought he meant money. I didn't know he was going to massacre the whole family. This is where this is headed, and he's going to stick with this line as long as he can.
And he casually mentions that his dad threatened to kill him.
Kill him. There was a threat there too as well. So
it was very casually brought up, and he just
it,
continues talking.
Very intentionally brought up.
Very intentionally.
Yeah.
And he tells us that he is dependent, that he's been thrown out of the house. He's never been out of the house before.
He's in a moment of desperation at that point.
That's
He's
correct.
incredibly vulnerable.
Busted.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And in some ways, it's the definition of ambivalence.
Yeah.
I'm dependent on father and brother, but I resent the fact that I'm dependent on them. So we have some of the emotional motive coming forth now.
Through his poorly concocted alibi, he's actually showing a whole pattern of motive here. He's given you subtly the reason why he would want his family dead, but he thinks he hasn't. It's not a good alibi.
What time is this?
10:30ish at night. I just stayed in that in the vicinity area for a number of hours, and then I had remembered that the public, their guest Wi-Fi is always still active even when the store closes down. So I was like, okay, well I'm going to go there because I have my Surface. I had to pull up the address to my interview, basically just waiting in that parking lot until I had to leave to go to the interview. And then I was just there the whole night.
Talk to Cody, talk to Mom, talk to
No, I couldn't talk to anybody because I didn't have.
But you had the phone in the room.
Oh yeah, I did have the phone in the room.
Oh yeah, I did say that thing I forgot about. Oops. That's essentially what he just did. The Wi-Fi is also an interesting alibi or evidence that can be used against him. We know that even when cell phones aren't connected to Wi-Fi, they ping off of nearby cell phone towers. We can approximate where a person is at pretty much any given moment, which is kind of scary if you think about it for the average person. But it's definitely interesting because it would place him in a certain spot at a certain time.
Well, up to this point in time, he's been pretty consistent. He's going along, telling his story that he wants to tell. He's not made a mistake. He hasn't had to retreat, so to speak, and trace back over his steps. Now that he's brought in his brother and the fact he's out of the house and what he did, this is where the lies are starting to pile up. And it's a trick, it's a lie. He's tricked himself into telling a lie, and they caught it. Well, you had this with you. Oh yeah, oh I did. Yeah, so they know now he's starting to stumble. He's going to stumble over his tongue more and more as this goes on.
The longest period I've ever been away from anybody is 2 weeks when we were up in Japan. I mean,
Yeah, your brother with you, so.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, family.
Like an issue where I didn't have my phone, like my brother would email me. So I was just thinking, okay, well, I mean, if anything, he knows the situation, he'll just email me. So I checked my email a few times last night, and then I just inevitably was able to go to sleep.
So Thursday, you're home all day?
Yes.
With your mom?
Correct, yeah.
Your dad's at work? What's his normal work hours?
I think he had to go in early that day, because he had to start doing overtime or something like that.
What time did you get home that day?
He got home at 5:30.
Were you there when he came in?
Yeah.
Where were you at when he came in?
The living room.
The living room. Did Dad talk to you?
Yeah, the leading question of why do you think we're about to have this conversation? Giving me, I guess, that opportunity to be honest and truthful to maybe tone it down a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, pulled me up from the couch, and then he was yelling at me to pack my shit up and just get out of the house.
Did anybody call Cody and tell him what's going on?
No, not that I know of. I had told my mom I'm going to be local, I'm just going to be like down the street. And then...
So you left?
So I left.
It sounds to me like he's set up that he's had an altercation, a very ugly one with his family. His brother's not there. He's leaving the house. He's going somewhere now. He has to leave. And he's going to refer back to this phone call from his brother at some point about how I'll take care of it. It's actually pretty crafty what he's done. There's nothing yet really glaring except the lie about the cell phone. But he's actually being pretty good so far. I think he's got this story down pat. It's obviously full of holes, but he's doing the best job that a person of his caliber and capability can to portray that he did not do this.
Did he keep any guns on him?
Smith & Wesson M9 core something.
Did your dad carry guns?
He had like 2 SKSs or something like that, and then he had a Glock something.
Did he carry a Glock when normal?
Normally, no.
No.
That was the last interaction that I had with the 3 members of my family. We hadn't had dinner because of the whole argument that was happening.
You leave, go on your way, Cody goes home.
Right.
And you had no contact with him since then.
Right.
Just want to make sure that we're not missing anything before we close. Just a second, Grant. You want to take this? This is a good time right now to take a
I'm good.
Want bathroom break in it?
No, I feel fine.
Sure.
Yeah. Just water.
I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Interesting what they're doing here. They've taken an exit from the room to supposedly review what something is going on. What they're doing is seeing what's been found at the scene, what have they got from the other investigators. They're catching up on trapping him in some of the stuff that's ongoing, I believe. There's obviously forensics going on, things going on, and they're also going to have a little battle plan now. Okay, we got him in one lie. We got him to this point. What's our strategy going forward to get him to talk or to break him? So I think you'll see a totally different demeanor from these 2 detectives when they come back.
Sorry. I need the bathroom.
And I wanted to print out a picture of Fort Christmas because we're not aware, I'm not familiar with the area, so.
So we're going to go back and talk again about this because it's kind of important to me about Cody and you meeting that night.
Right.
Did he ever tell you why he left work early?
I just assumed that it was just because he had been allowed to leave early.
Where would you say you met Cody on Fort Christmas?
Like way down this road, like, yeah, further past on that road. 10:30 or something like that.
How long did you talk to him for?
10 minutes or so.
And what was the conversation?
He was brought up to speed in that he would take care of it.
You left the house approximately when?
God, when did I leave the house?
Dark?
It was dark. It was after 9 p.m.
So between 9 and approximately 10:30,
Right.
You leave, Cody comes and talks to you about 10 minutes. At some point, your mom has spoken to Cody based on what the conversation you had been, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And she told him what had happened between you and your dad.
Right.
Okay? You had a conversation, and he leaves to go home,
Right.
and you leave to go where?
And then I stay in that general area. I stayed there for, like a couple hours, and then I decided to go
To Publix?
Publix.
Which was about what time?
Between like midnight and 1, I'd stay there until like 7.
And you said the interview was from what time, Bob? And I'm sorry to repeat
No.
that.
My interview was scheduled for 10 in the morning,
But
but
that's early.
I got there at 9.
I want to jump back just a second. When you left the house,
Right.
what were you wearing?
Just like workout pants.
Workout pants,
Yeah. I just had a black shirt on.
You go to the interview, let's say you're there till maybe 11 o'clock.
Right.
Approximately. Where'd you go from there?
I pretty much just drove around. I was thinking of passing by the house. I inevitably decided against it. I had gone back to the public because I wanted to see if I could get my phone service back. 12 or 12:30 or something like that in the afternoon.
Couldn't get the phone because why?
Because I was told that I wasn't a registered user, because it was under my dad's name and everything. Basically, they can't do anything unless he gives the sign off. Right. It didn't work.
And then you went where?
And then after that, I think I just sat in my car for a little while, so I was just thinking, okay, well, how am I going to do this with everything that just happened? That's where I think I decided that I was going to maybe drive by the house.
Did you go right by?
I didn't drive by the house. I was starting to go there down that Fort Christmas road, and then I was just like, I'm not gonna do it, because, Dad's probably at work. I don't know if Cody works again today. Just like with everything that had been
When you
happening.
drove down there?
Yeah.
See anything strange?
I just seen like a couple of cars like pass by me, but standard like just a little bit of traffic.
How close are you to the house?
Like a couple miles. I choose not to do that. Then I go back towards the Goldenrod Express Scripts area because I thought that I had to do the skills checkoff thing. Then I stop off and I just...
Check your email?
Yeah.
Nothing?
And then there was nothing.
But you've got the paper thing, you've got some money.
Right.
In your account.
Right.
You got Cody's card tonight?
Right.
Do you still have your gas card?
Yeah.
Do you use anything?
Cody's card to pay for one of my bills.
Cody, you know you're doing that?
He said to use this to, like, survive until things can get figured out. I go into Panera because I think that I'm going to get something to eat.
About what time?
1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe.
Okay.
I think about getting something to eat, but then I don't really want to use the other cards to pay for something, and then I know that I only have a little bit, but then I'm going to have to, like, sleep somewhere. And again, I'm trying to use, like, my money for that type of stuff, and I end up leaving from there, and then that's where I go to the DoubleTree, and then I was at the DoubleTree all night.
They're giving him the opportunity to portray every step he made in his mind, what he says he did. That even though that phone is disconnected, it will still sometimes provide trace off pings on towers. There is technology that doesn't matter if the phone is active or not, it will follow you and trace you. So that's one reason why it's very important in this age of cell phones to establish every stop, time, turn, exact route that the person made, so you can dispute it through the pings on the towers and the trace on that phone. So that's one reason. The other reason is to, when they finally do find out what goes on with this, they're able to have him caught in lie after lie after lie about where he was and what he did, even to what he was wearing. They're gathering every bit of detail they can, which is standard procedure at this point.
And that also includes CCTV footage, right? He said he went into a
Yeah.
Panera and he wasn't sure if he
Yeah.
wanted to stop. So there could be footage. We know that
There will be footage.
There will be footage, but there could be footage that even shows outside the doors, right? Sometimes it'll actually show part of a parking lot if he was parked in there, walked by there, anything like that. And again, coupled with that evidence, that information rather, of what he was wearing, they would be able to see if that's possible.
Definitely cameras at Publix, the municipal traffic cameras and city safe cameras all over the place, plus private cameras on the where you can go door to
Driving down
door.
the street, I thought I was going to drive down the street.
Yeah, you
he
can go
said,
door to
and-
door and ask people, can we see your footage? And it'll show whether he went by at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
we know-
legwork, it's a lot of time consumption, but it can be done.
Well, we know that doorbell camera footage is used quite often now when it comes to any sort of crime.
Best tool in the world.
It really is. There are a lot of issues with it as well, as far as stalking, being able to monitor people, surely, whether they're people you live with or people on your street, that kind of a thing. But it is really helpful in these kinds of cases.
Yes, it's possible. There are some people who have excellent memories, almost photographic memories, and there are those people who, once it's out of their head, it's gone. We notice this as people get older, they generally have poorer short-term memory. So I think it's quite understandable that there would be gaps in someone's memory.
And
that
gaps in memory are also tied to traumatic experiences as well, right? Whether it's something that you've, it could be traumatic that you've witnessed, something that's happened to you, or something that you have done. So that is also something that could be at play here. Certainly when they're asking these questions, as Wyman said, they're asking him to recount so they can go back and check to make sure, like, what was this actually accurate, catch him in his lies that he's likely spinning here. But it is certainly possible, and this goes for victims as well, victims of crime. We know there are certain things that would be blocked out of your memory.
And wouldn't it be highly suspicious if a person could account for every minute of
Yeah.
what they did on any day?
Does your cell phone have a lock on it?
Yes.
What's the lock?
2112.
Talk to anybody?
I messaged the girl that I've been talking to
Or
on
you get
Twitter.
number?
Yeah.
On Twitter, so you have to pay for it.
Right,
Is
right,
there a
right.
respond back to you?
Like 1 or 2 responses.
What's your Twitter?
It's just Grant A. It's just what it is.
Is it Grant A?
It's what it's fixed. My computer has a password, but it's again, the PIN is just 2112.
Just your home address.
Yeah,
I mean, you remember.
Yeah.
Nobody else in the room.
Nobody else
It's
is
ready in your name.
random my name.
Okay.
I just finished eating like just a little granola bar thing, so I was like, I'm just gonna go down and get my bottle of water.
Then you found what? When you go outside.
All the police
Police
officers
officers.
were there.
But it looks like a decent sized road. It wasn't just like a little driveway.
Right,
Somebody's
right.
private road.
And then it winds through.
So it'd be late picket.
When you left Cody, what did he say he was gonna go do?
Cody said that he will take care of it.
Take care of what?
Just the situation that was at hand. He had told me the reason why, like, I'd been kicked out, but he really didn't give me that much dialogue, like, about that situation. He was miffed a little bit because, you know, he just gotten off work and now he has to go deal with this. He gave me the debit card to say, you know, to use this in case of emergency.
But what was your demeanor? Like, what did Cody see you as?
So I was scared because, I mean, like I said, it's the first time that I had been out of the house.
Did your father say or do anything to scare you?
He had threatened me that if I stepped foot back on his property, not the house, but if I stepped foot back on his property, that he would kill me.
Did you tell that to Cody?
I did.
So you're afraid of him?
Oh yeah. My dad was going through like a lot of losing his temper a lot, yelling a lot, especially when me and Cody weren't at the house.
Who's he yelling at?
My mom.
So was he being violent to you?
Yeah, like I think
Physically or just emotionally?
both. He had bruised her left arm by grabbing it. They were in the kitchen together, and then he was like throwing food at her and then banged her head against the wall a couple times. He had told her that basically if I f up, he's gonna kill me and then he's gonna kill her.
He said those specific
Because
words.
he blames everything that happens negatively with me and with Jason, not with Cody, but with me and Jason on her.
Yeah, he's pushing really hard in that direction to set up Cody as the primary suspect here. We do see murder-suicides, they do happen, and he is setting that up. My father is a loose cannon, my brother is going to take care of it because they have a relationship that's really solid. The mother previously had been abused, so this is the likely scenario here.
It's almost like he's saying his father could have
Yes,
done the murder-suicide.
yes.
I think he's going progressively along with his story about, well, my dad threatened to kill me, my mother, my other brother. He's left his other brother out of it, so that's his safety valve. Cody's gonna be the last blame spot. So he's kind of leaning that his dad was crazy and gonna shoot them all.
Anyone but me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm the innocent guy here, I'm the victim, and I think he's, in his mind, saving Cody for the next push. If they go after him on something else, well, Cody did this, obviously.
Well, if they push a little harder on the statement, he said he was going to take care of it.
Yeah,
You go, well,
and he's got
what
that.
is it?
It's pretty good what he's done. I have to. I don't give criminals much respect, but I give this guy a lot of credit. He's kept this story
I was gonna
pretty
say
good.
credit, but not respect.
No
by any
respect, credit,
stretch.
but no respect. He's
Yeah.
kept the story pretty intact. If we didn't know, as cops, what he'd done at the scene.
I'm sorry, I've been in this a long time. He sounds like a violent guy.
Yeah.
To the point where you as a 29-year-old man, that you're afraid that your father could kill you.
Yeah. At the house, I mean, I have like no access to anything. Like, you know, anything to defend myself.
Does Cody have guns in the house?
They're like locked up somewhere.
Do you have guns in the house?
Again, yeah, but they're locked up somewhere.
And you don't have access to them?
I don't even have a house key.
And that night when you argued with your father and you said he grabbed your shirt and pulled you off the couch, did he do anything else to you physically?
No.
Did you tell Cody that he acted that
No.
way towards you?
No, I didn't.
Cody had no idea that there was a heated, physical, just the argument that you needed to get
Right.
out because you were talking to this girl.
Right.
We've come and talked to you. You rode up here voluntarily with us to talk to us. Why do you think we're having this conversation?
I honestly don't know, but I'm pretty freaked out at this point. I mean, I know like how the situation was when I left. I thought that it was weird to begin with that I hadn't gotten any communication whatsoever. And
When you were in your room, the hotel room, hanging out,
And then I
you're
checked-
going to start to check things.
Right.
So it'll be a history of everywhere you went on it.
Right, yeah.
Okay. As a child, we're told the truth always is the best thing to do, correct?
Correct.
You agree with me?
Yeah.
And accidents happen, and things in the heat of the moment, things happen that we wish hadn't happened. There's something you want to tell us. I can see it in your eyes, I can see it in your body language. Now's the time. Something really bothers this guy. It's not that, you know, I spent a bunch of money I shouldn't have on this girl. So be it. You did, it's over with. Money can be made back. Something's bothering you.
I'm just worried about what is all transpiring from that.
When they left the room, they obviously said, we're gonna confront him with this at some point, very soon. So they come back in and they take him down the walk of what he's done, this and that, blah, blah, blah. They got every bit of detail, I think, that they can from him about his whereabouts, his attitude, his belief as to what happened. There's no more to get from him now. So pre-Miranda, they're giving him a chance to make a statement. They're saying, is there something you wish to say that might have happened, things happen, things go bad, this isn't about money. It's a chance for you to come clean. And it's interesting that they're doing it this early.
And we know that there's something bothering you.
Yeah.
And you've been taught to tell the truth.
Yeah.
So, come on.
Yeah. They obviously have been outside the room, got an update on forensics, got everything they need to know what happened. And now they're giving him a chance to confess before they go into the interrogation mode. This has not been an interrogation. This has been a witness coming in to talk about what his life is like and what his family is like. Now, suddenly, they're moving him to prime suspect.
At this point right now, to be honest with you, Grant, you know what it is.
And we usually know answers before we ask it.
We are actually here to help you. I think something happened. You don't want to tell us, and I really wish you would, because it will make you feel better in the end.
I genuinely don't have anything else that I can say about the night or, you know, the period of time afterwards.
Something happened that caused you to defend yourself. Whether you had anything or not, you found something to defend yourself with. Something happened that caused an altercation.
And I didn't do anything at the house besides get my stuff together and take it out to my car.
There's a digital footprint that we know that don't make sense. Even though your phone may not have service,
Right.
And it was on you the entire time.
I can track places you've been, and I know where you have been, and I know what time you've been there. What I think, what you think, what she thinks, and then there's things that are hard facts that you can't manipulate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And you're afraid to say it. I know a lot more than I can let on right now. I can't help you if you won't let me help you.
So where's the missing piece? What have we missed here?
When I had come back that other time, I crossed in front of the dude's fence, the red blinking lights one.
That was Friday during the day. If you did that, you would have seen something. And there would be something out of the ordinary that you would have seen. If you passed that, you passed something out of the ordinary.
I saw like a news van. There might have been like a cop car there.
Human nature. I see something major going on, I get on my phone, I get on my computer, I wonder what's happened by my neighborhood. And look, you came back to the neighborhood, and I don't believe for a second you thought that I'm not gonna look what's going on, what happened in my neighborhood.
I mean, I didn't search it up on anything, on any of the devices that I have.
You search it somewhere else. Remember, like I said, I know things that you don't know.
When I had gone to the Panera, I searched for like top stories, Chuliota or something like
And
that.
found what?
That there was shooting in Salton Circle, but it didn't say like the address or who was involved. It was just like this is the
Was that
preliminary.
on one of the news stations? And you saw the story, because we've seen the same stories. There's just things that will tell me how long of the time you spent on it.
Right.
You saw that.
I was just like blank. I didn't know what to do.
Now's the time. Now is the time.
So what do you think
To be
happened?
honest.
I think that there was something that obviously happened at the house.
Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened.
I don't know what happened.
I know better.
At this point in the interview, there's an old adage, never ask a question you don't know the answer to yourself. And that's what they're doing.
Well, they tried the approach of confess and you'll feel better. Tell us what happened and you'll feel better. That didn't work. They didn't press it. And then they took this tactic of, I know more than you know. And to me, it would seem counterproductive, because the person now is setting himself up as the authority figure. We know that he doesn't have a good relationship with his dad, who's a male authority figure. We know he has mixed feelings toward his brother, who is an authority figure. So I don't know if this is the best way for this policeman to carry the interrogation over so he'll get some cooperation.
It's a
from
style he has. This fellow has it. It's his style. I might have used a different terminology than that, but every senior detective has a style that he's adopted over the years that works in different manners. Obviously, this guy uses that one because it's worked for him before. And they work in teams. So they've got used to each other's style. What comes next may be a lead up to why he was doing
Well,
that.
maybe since they have a woman there, she will play the role of the mom and say something more soothing,
Yeah.
more supportive,
Well, she
et cetera.
could be there for a reason because of his affinity to have relationships with women overseas or somewhere like that. They may think, oh, he's going to be attracted to her
I think
just
that's
because she's in the room.
I think that's a little bit of a stretch. We do know that women are more likely to de-escalate situations. If you have someone that's showing a lot of bravado
Yeah.
for whatever reason in a situation, and the person that's responding is a woman, those situations tend to de-escalate quicker and better than if you have a male officer
definitely,
responding.
yeah.
So I think that might be part of it at play, but I don't think that
And
there's
she
more
could
than that
just be a
going on
good
here.
detective.
Well,
too.
he has a
Well,
good relationship.
absolutely.
He has a good relationship with his mother. We know that. Mother dotes on him. So if he's looking for sympathy and support from someplace, I think having a female in there could kind of fill that role for him.
Yeah, you never know. I think that in this situation, given that he has that kind of a relationship with his mom, that might be something going on. It's definitely not an overarching rule for these kinds of things, but you will see, depending on the nature of the person that they're interrogating and their views on gender, on women, on men, what have you, that they might respond differently depending. So it could be a tactic that the police are using in some way, maybe not, maybe we're overthinking it, overanalyzing it just a little bit. But I think what's interesting here, and we've seen in other interrogations, is this is a point where a police officer could reasonably, a detective could reasonably say, look, I'm not an idiot, right? They could push a little bit. Like, do I look like an idiot, right? Because you're lying. We know you're lying. I need you to tell me what actually happened. They could be pushing a lot more. We've seen other officers do the same thing.
Yeah, it's
right?
just a different style.
It's
They're
a different style.
teams, and they got the ones from previous ones there'd be a lot of F-bombs flying around and stuff like that. These guys don't use the F-bombs.
Well, they're not even raising their voice at this
Not
point.
yet, they might.
So
Time
yeah.
will tell.
Let's see what she does.
See what happens.
Yeah, roll the tape.
We think something else happened before you left the home, because you didn't leave with everything being okay.
I don't have anything else that I can really say.
Do you even know why law enforcement got involved? Like, what brought us to that home?
No,
You just said it. You know something bad happened.
Yeah, he's frustrated.
Now, your voice, not mine. I have not told you anything what happened there. Because the video is not of just a general area. It's of a specific location, correct?
yeah, I saw like a driveway or something.
Whose driveway did you say? You've been here with us. You think something bad has happened at your house. And to date, so long, you haven't even asked us about anybody.
Well, that's because for the last time that I was arrested, I mean, nobody would tell me anything.
Once you start telling me something that's truthful that I know, then we're going to have a conversation of exactly what happened.
You haven't heard or gotten any
Well,
information?
I mean, I'm just scared as to what the answer is.
Did anything more happen with you and your father? Did he harm you, hit you,
No,
draw any weapons on you?
no, he didn't do anything like that.
I'm looking in your eyes tell me exactly that you are hurting inside. I get it, brother, I get it, you're hurting.
And this is the
You're
only
scared.
time we can help you.
Honesty is always the best policy.
If you were protecting yourself because you were in fear, then that makes sense.
Once a bomb goes off, you can't defuse it. You can't. That's already out there. I think you're going through a very stressful and emotional time right now. You're probably not used to depending on somebody to pay all your bills, and there's a significant debt to people. $200,000, I don't know what I'd do. I mean, mortgage, yeah, I get it, or something like that, or a medical bill for my child, yeah, I get it. But talking to some girl, in Bulgaria, you hit it right at and you were embarrassed about it. And you have nothing to be embarrassed about.
And you said you had a connection with her.
Yeah, you gotta come to me with the truth now, because I already know the truth. I do.
The male officer at one point says that he's acting against human nature.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're seeing a lot of that here, right? He's acting against what we would normally suspect a regular person, how they would react, right? If you see any sort of EMS vehicle going down your street, and you know people that live on that street, you'd be calling those people. You'd be finding out.
The ambulance chasing theory, you always chase it to see what happened.
Well, and not just out of curiosity, but you would want to know if it was going...
Your family or not?
Yeah, if it was your family or not.
I
You'd
would
want to
say
check
in his
in.
mind right now, he's going, what have they got? And what can I say?
I
He's
think
still fighting it.
he's forgotten what a reasonable person would say and do in this situation. And that's the thing that's getting him right now.
When you see that there is a shooting somewhere, that it has to do with my family. I don't know how to even say the words.
Give me a roundabout what you're thinking.
That somebody in my family's dead.
And how does that make you feel if you're thinking that?
I have absolutely no ability to comprehend the words. Like I said, I've been there for my whole entire life, and even though there has been struggles and everything like that, there have never been any issues.
There's never been the struggles or the issues like happened Thursday.
And maybe you felt that was rock bottom for you. You were getting kicked out of the house. Your father gave you an ultimatum. I can understand how you would feel, that you'd want to lash out, or, if something happened, you'd want to defend yourself.
I can tell that you guys are leading me into a certain way of what...
The only thing we're leading you to is wanting to get the truth from you. Not trying to make you say something that's not true, that's not accurate. The truth, the end. Do we know what happened? Yeah, we already know what happened. It has to still come from you, the truth. I think you're being honest about 95% of the story. I truly do believe you're being honest about that.
I mean, apart from the times maybe being wrong, I genuinely don't have anything else that I can say about what transpired during the nighttime.
He's being very, very defensive.
Yeah. It's not the response you would get from a person who is innocent or a person who is grieving for their family or wondering what happened to their family. A victim would never, ever come across like that.
And
this
this-
is how a suspect comes across in an interview.
To that point, if someone was in shock, you might see some vacancy, right? That they're despondent, they are not in that room mentally. Here, he is in the room mentally, he's just asking a question he already knows the answer to.
I think
And-
someone in my
yeah.
family's dead, ho hum. That's what he's like, instead of, oh my God, someone in my family's dead.
Or are you telling me someone died?
Or
There's
are
none
you
of that.
accusing me?
Please
maybe,
tell
maybe,
me.
you know, are you here to tell me and deliver some bad news
So
for
many
me?
reactions that should have happened.
Yes.
I want to see the rest of my family. I want to go see my family now.
Yeah.
Nothing like that at all. It's
not
almost
what we would
scary
ex-
and
yeah.
spooky. It's so cold and sadistic.
It's not what we would expect from someone who hasn't committed a murder.
Yeah, good way of putting it.
Everybody was fine.
Yeah,
And when you left Cody,
everything was fine.
we got called to the house because Cody didn't show up to work. Can you tell us what we found?
I mean, you guys are talking about guns and then the website and everything, that something happened to him,
Who's him?
Cody.
Did you do anything to Cody?
No,
Did you do anything to your mother?
no,
Did you do anything to your father?
no.
You have any reason to believe that anybody else would harm them?
No, the only thing that I was told was that Cody would take care of it for me.
To bring law enforcement there, what would you think happened?
That there was a shooting.
Between whom?
I don't know, between Cody and my dad,
And why would you think that?
to protect me or to help me or to do something with me.
His demeanor, his lack of interest in his family is telling a story under the table that I did this, but I am walking towards, in this story, to my brother killing my mom and dad. And that's what he's headed to now. He's finally got to the point where there was a mention of a shooting death at the home or something. He's now bringing out the alibi. It took him all this time to get them to give him enough to get his story out. He's been waiting all this time to get this out because this is how he planned it. This is what, in his sick little mind, he wanted to happen.
Yes.
He thinks this is going to get me off because they're going to buy what I'm going to tell them.
So you're telling me you did not shoot Cody,
No.
your father, or your mother?
No, I mean, I don't know, like, what more I can say.
Well, when law enforcement arrived, that's what they found.
It's just
He
getting
does-
to the good part.
Well, yeah. Keeping you in suspense.
That's all right.
He's about to
He didn't
think
go,
back.
my mother was shot? It's like none of this was a surprise to
We're
him.
gonna see a delayed reaction for
Okay,
sure.
let's
This is
see.
the crocodile tear
Yeah.
time right now, I
Absolutely.
think. Yeah. There we go, crocodile
So
tears.
you're the only outstanding child. You're the one that's been having problems with your dad. You're the one that we haven't been able to find for 2 days. Do you understand now why we would be questioning you about this?
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't, like, I wouldn't be saying, like, all, like, I don't know the way to, I don't know, like, what to even say.
We're trying to see if there's anything else that you've left out during the night from when you first came home and confronted your father, or when he confronted you until the time you left, that you've not told us.
There was nothing, there was nothing to that level of confrontation between him and I.
Everything that's been leading up to this has been the nature of their relationship. He harmed my mom, he harmed me, and now he's saying, well, it wasn't to that level where someone would have killed someone, right? He's going back on his story a little bit. He's not saying everything I said wasn't true, but he's minimizing it, he's downplaying it, he's realizing that that was a mistake. I'm also, similarly to what we've seen in other cases, he covered his face, right? Because he didn't know how to show his emotions. He didn't know how to react. And he's clearly not grounded in reality as he's explaining these things. There's a lot going on in his mind, I would imagine, at this moment.
I'd be very happy right now if I was them. I think I've got him in enough lies. If my forensic team has given me what I thought from the scene, I'm a pretty happy camper about getting this guy at this point, I think.
So if anything happened in the home, you believe it would be Cody and him?
Yes. Because I don't have, access to anything.
You understand now why we would be questioning you about this? So if anything happened in the home, you believe it would be Cody and him?
Yes.
We know Cody didn't shoot your dad. We know Cody didn't shoot your mom. We know Cody didn't shoot himself. There's something.
And you still haven't asked us the position of them or anything.
That's because I don't know what the normal proceedings are, but
The normal proceedings are for you to be honest about what happened.
And then we help you understand everything that's going on from here on out.
And we don't believe you're being honest. We feel that you are leaving something out about what happened in that home. And the evidence tells us what happened in the home. But you need to fill in the blank. So when you would communicate on Twitter, like you said, either on your cell phone or your Surface, you would have to be connected to Wi-Fi. Is that correct?
Right.
When you were in your home, were you connected to Wi-Fi? Talking to these, when you did the Twitter and so on and so forth, were you connected to the Wi-Fi at your home?
No, I wasn't. I was on the LTE. I was just on the cell service.
And you can still do the Twitter thing on cell service on
Right.
LTE at home?
Right.
Okay. When you are at the Publix,
Right.
you're on what?
That's on Wi-Fi.
Publix is Wi-Fi?
Right.
The next time was at Panera?
Yeah.
So again, with the whole digital footprint like Danny's talking about, you know that we will know exactly where you were at every time that you connected to Wi-Fi and how long you were connected to the Wi-Fi. You understand that?
Yeah.
All right, so we've clearly seen a shift here. Not necessarily in power imbalance or power balance that's going on here, but we've seen an obvious shift in who's interrogating him and who's taking lead, similarly to what we thought might happen. Obviously, we had our first interrogator, primary interrogator, who was sitting in this primary seat, who moved out of the way. We don't know if he left the room necessarily or was standing for a period of time. And then our female interrogator shifted over to that primary seat. We can see right now that they are benefiting off of what they've found out during the interrogation, and that's that her talking to Grant works. That gets more information. So we've seen a shift, right? We've seen them physically switch spots. If she had continued to take lead from the other spot, it could have worked in some capacity, but I say this a lot, it's symbolic. It changes, right? This is what the spot that is associated with that primary interrogator role. So they're having this conversation. When someone moves to the end of the table, it's like they're mediating or arbitrating in some way. He's not off in the corner like we normally see the second interrogator being, where they're just monitoring the situation. They might provide a few comments here and there or a few questions, but he's actively still at the table. We have a bit of a distraction, obviously, with the phone, which we can talk about potentially. But otherwise, we just see that they've switched roles here, not just switching spots.
In the way it's going to make that connection, even just for a brief second.
I mean, I left the house later than what I had said.
Did you leave the house with your brother Cody looking like that? Or did you leave the house with your father looking like that? Or your mother? Is that how you left your family?
No. Nobody else went into that house.
Who left your family like this? If you were the one that's been depressed, you were the one that owes money, you were the one that got into a confrontation with your father, who did this to your family? If you were trying to defend yourself or something else happened, we need to know now to help you.
Let's pause for a second. So you can see that Grant is faced obviously with what he has done. If he looks down, he's going to see his family members. If he looks up, he's going to see people putting the screws to him. pushing him on that information. So really he has nowhere to turn to other than to cover his face or close his eyes, and then he is left with the images that I'm sure are there, right? So this is absolutely a breaking point for him.
So tell us what happened, Grant. Did your father go after you and you tried to protect yourself?
No, I didn't do any of this.
This is the point where if I was the interrogator, the man sitting at the end of the table there, I would be incredibly frustrated.
Well, he is.
And he is. You can see from his agitated state, his moving around, he wants to say things that I'm sure he's holding back on right now. I'm sure it's the same with the female interrogator as well.
Well, she's calling the shots here.
Yeah.
She's running this show right now, and he's sitting there going, we've done everything to this guy. We showed him, we told him, we dropped all the goods on him, and he's still saying he had nothing to do with it. That's why I think he stepped, it was an error on his part to do that. He
I was
shouldn't
going to
have
ask,
moved.
do you think that it's...
It was an error. Yeah.
Well,
It was a
that he-
frustration error in my
Yeah.
point. He should have just stayed where he was
Yeah.
and maybe picked his phone up and looked at it or something. But if that suspect was watching, that would give him confidence that I've got these police where I want them. They're
Do
frustrated.
you think they're premature with displaying the pictures for him now?
Depends on their strategy. Like, I know we've discussed this in other ones where Olivia just says, "Oh, they should go quicker. They're torturing him.
They
they're
have
doing
the
this to him."
evidence. If they have the DNA on the knife, let's say,
Yeah.
and they don't come out and say, "Look, we have," and these guys have said it. This is the kind of approach that I would take: is look, we know things already. We're asking questions we already know the answers to. So
I
your
like
job
it.
is just to
Yeah.
comply at this point, or you can say nothing, but it's just going to keep dragging on the longer this takes.
I like it. I think it's effective. I
Thank-
don't
thank
agree
you.
with it in every case, but I have to
I like
agree
it in
with you on
this,
this
yeah.
one. And it may backfire. I don't know, but I really like how she walked him up to the point and then just slammed it down. It was like, we know you're going to fight this, but we're going to shock you into reality. I think that's what this was, shock
Let's see
therapy.
if she shot her wad
She
prematurely or not.
she went hard on this, and hopefully it works. There's many examples of that too, not just the holster, but other things. And at the scene, when the father had the gun holster on the wrong side for the draw of that pistol, automatically that would indicate that someone put that on him, who is looking at his body from the opposite direction and thinks they're putting it on the right way when they put it on the wrong side of his body. It's an error made by the person putting it on. Very similar to in a fake hanging, where someone hangs someone to make it look like suicide. You can tell if the knot was tied by a certain person in a certain way. That is a typical mistake that all killers make. They put things on the wrong way because they're looking at it the wrong way, and they're rushed when they're committing the crime.
Rookie error.
I'd rather it come from you than have to do it that way. Fact, I know. She never held a gun. She didn't have a gun that night. Fact, he never fired a gun. Fact, he never fired a gun. Never did. This is the person right here, Mom, who always stuck up for you. Something happened so bad that caused her death, your dad's death, and Cody. And I'll tell you just about how it happened. 1, 2, 3, based on evidence. Based on evidence. I know he did not shoot your mom. I know he didn't shoot your dad. I know he didn't shoot himself. And I know from video surveillance camera in the neighborhood, nobody else came to that house. Listen to me, hey, I know. Video surveillance tells me everything that happened this night. I'm telling you.
This is I haven't seen this in any of the shows yet. The touch to the shoulder. Personal space is around 6 to 8 inches. I do believe that's the theory. If you can get inside someone's personal space and they don't flinch, you're softening them up. And this is a move by him intentionally to soften this guy up and touch him and say, we're here to help you. Now they're gonna go the help routine. They've already told him. Why they haven't read him as Miranda yet, I'm a little suspicious of, but he hasn't said anything to justify Miranda either. But it's almost to the point where they should do it anyway.
Yeah.
People that you'd be surprised who in your neighborhood has video. And I know that there's only 4 people at this house during this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me. You gotta tell me, man. You got to tell me. Get over that hoop. The video, if you're sitting there saying no, 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 and video shows something else, guess what? Big problem. Because it will wind up later on that you can't get any help from anybody. A lot of this, what people make decisions on is honesty. Was somebody honest? Of course you're going to be somewhat dishonest at some point. We get that. We understand that. But at some point when you have that come to Jesus time that now I need to really, I got to tell you what happened. This is it.
And you're the only one left to tell us.
He walked in the house and we shot the minute he walked in the house. The minute he walked in. We see trajectory, we find the projectile, we've got everything on that. He's shot over here and is brought over here. See it over there. We find the bullets in the house. Mom's sitting there thing with a glass of wine, doing her thing, and she's shot. You just got to step over and tell me, man. You've been arrested, correct? So we have your fingerprints, correct? You understand that? Physical evidence is something I can't manipulate. It's either there or it's not there. Didn't fire a gun, didn't fire a gun, didn't fire a gun. Cody did not go home.
Or did your father point a gun at you?
No, there's nothing else that I can say.
But then this is not going to end up the way you want to with what you're telling me right now.
I mean, there's just nothing else that I can say.
There's nothing else that happened in that home while you were there that would lead up to this.
No, there was nothing else more than what I said.
Then who do you think did this?
I don't know. I don't have the answer.
I'll give you a few minutes to think about this. And think about life decisions and where do we go from here. So a few minutes to collect your thoughts.
Yeah.
Give me a few minutes. Do you need a drink or anything, Ray?
No.
Okay.
They're leaving the room on purpose. This was, as we discussed, we didn't know if the picture and all of the details would work. We said, is this going to work? It's a gamble. It didn't. He's holding to his story again, as we thought he would. But now they're going outside. Two reasons. One is to let him think about what he's seen, analyze his story versus what they've told him. They're probably planning a secondary strategy, or they're discussing it with the prosecutor who's watching this possibly behind the screen. What do you think we should do now? And they're coming up with another phase of the interview stage, or they're just going to charge him and walk away.
One other thing to add is that the male officer is now completely blocking any chance of exit from that room.
Yeah.
Right? Technically, he's not under arrest. He could say, I don't want to answer any more questions. I want to get up and I want to leave. But you can imagine how awkward it would be to have to walk past the officer.
You're trapped.
To make the officer move out of your way and shuffle past him in his chair. So he's deliberately spacing himself out to take up that space. And at this point, he's cornered.
And the only thing that I have is just the times in which I left the house. Yeah, there was an argument when Cody had gotten home, and then there was nothing that he could do to help me. So I don't remember the exact time when I actually left, but I had left later than what I had said.
So you were home when Cody got home?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
And then when Cody got home, he started to transgress with my dad, and I was still kind of just staying out of it and doing my own thing. And then the end result was still the end result, and then I had to still leave.
And then, so is it true that you still met Cody up the block, or was that?
No.
So you didn't meet him up the block? So why did you tell us that?
No.
From the time you and your father started having the argument, about 6:30, you said, when he got home?
Yeah.
Tell us exactly what happened from that time on.
It was everything that he had been telling me for the past months and months and months about just how I had ruined his retirement and how I had pushed it back, and now, he'd never be able to do things that he wanted to do. And that I told him that, once I can get a job, then I have plans to make amends for the things that I had caused for everybody.
He's yelling.
Yeah.
He's heated. Are you yelling back at him?
No, I have never yelled at my dad. So, there wasn't really anything that was a trigger.
And where's your mom at this point?
She was still in her office.
Did she intervene at all?
She had gotten up to say that, you need to settle down, or, some sort of diffusing statement that she always used to make. And then my dad yelled at her to stay out of this, and then she just went back into there.
What happened next?
Getting my stuff and taking it out to my car and getting back whatever I could gather.
And how long did that go on before Cody shows up?
4 hours or something like that.
Was your father wearing this?
Yeah.
And what about that gun on his waist?
No.
He didn't have that on?
No.
Is this normal?
No. I hadn't seen him have his gun since.
So he doesn't walk around like this normally?
No.
Why do you think he would be like this?
I don't know if it's because of what he had told me that if I came back that he would kill me.
Like you said, you're afraid of him.
Now, if we look at what this fellow has said through the whole thing, my father threatened to kill me. He's asked him to leave the house. He spent the last number of hours packing to leave the house. He's insinuating that his father put this gun holster on before he come back in the house. That's what he's getting at. He doesn't realize that the gun holster is on backwards, and no person that is aware of how to put a gun holster on is going to put it on themselves backwards. So the officers are leading him into the only person that put this on there is the person who killed him. That's what they're getting to. And he's actually thought this out quite well in advance of putting that on there to say, hey, they're going to kill me if I come back to the house. So his dad, he's saying, was armed and preparing to kill him if he come back to the house.
This is the person that is coming to solve the problem for you, or came home to solve the problem. There's the one who always sticks up for you, including talking to the girl. She talked to the girl in Bulgaria, didn't she?
Yeah.
She had conversations, said that you're not a bad guy, and how this breakup basically has affected you, didn't she? Told him it was bad. Here's the problem. The dad. This one's behind you, supports you. That one's behind you, supports you. This one I'm sure cares about you, but is upset. Because like you said, you have ruined his plans for retirement, so he can't retire because of the financial loss. How much money did Cody give you? $60,000?
Yeah.
Dad gave you how much?
Like 100,000.
Mom gave you how much?
Like 30,000 or something.
So around 200,000. And the vast majority of this money went to some girl on the internet. So they're upset. I get that. He didn't fire a gun. We know. She didn't fire a gun. We know he didn't fire a gun. He shot the second he walks in the house. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Like, what am I allowed to do?
Live your life.
And what if, cause I have my, my wallet and all that stuff is back to the hotel room and cell phone and all that stuff.
What? That's probably going to remain with us.
Alright, so, I take it you know what happened. I'm gonna ask your plan out. You are not part of it anyway. No. When was the last time you saw everybody? I left the house between midnight and 12:30. On Thursday night? So Friday morning? I go to the front. Why? Just that's when you went to a hotel? No, the first night I stayed just in the Publix parking lot by the Tractor Supply. Okay, and why did you leave though? Because Dad kicked me out on a Thursday. because I was still talking to the woman that had caused everything. I was using mom's cell phone to do that with her knowledge, but no, not Cody or Dad. So the dad found out somehow.
Things aren't adding up. I'm really confused, Grant. How did you get money to pay for a hotel?
I still had a few $100s on my debit card, and then Cody gave me his debit card.
Okay. I want to believe you, Grant, but you're the last person that I could put in that house. And I know what happened over the last 6 months. I can understand the troubles that you've gone through. But it's hard for me to think that you would break to this point. But who else can I blame? How are we going to find out who did this?
I don't know. I don't have the answers.
So what are your intentions? Do you understand what we have to do now? If you're not the person that did it, we have months of stuff that we have to take care of from our dead parents. Months. You know how much stuff is in that house? We have to go through it all. I have to call people in California to let them know that Margaret Amato is not alive anymore. I gotta call at 3 o'clock in the morning because Cody's 30 years old and has perfectly good organs to donate. And I can't call that shot. He's not an organ donor. I had to say no. So that means there's someone out there that could have used his organs, but we weren't prepared for this. You did. You could have been in jail. You would have been in jail for years. And they covered it up for you. I'm sorry. I don't believe you. And I probably will have resentment for the rest of my life, whether you did it or you didn't do it. But I need closure. I need to know what happened to my mother, my father, and my brother Cody. Because I wasn't there to help. And that hurts me. That hurts me a lot, man. I may not have been able to stop you. You probably may have hurt me too, but at least I would have known what happened. And now I'm in fucking who knows what now. I'm lost, and it scares me that you want to leave here and not face what happened. Because you're putting my life at risk, and you're putting Donna's life at risk, Grandma's life. How do we know what you're going to do? What happened on the job interview last Friday?
It all sounded good. It sounded like everything was moving forward. And then I was supposed to hear something on Tuesday or Thursday of this coming week.
And nothing?
It was just on Friday.
It was last Friday, so it's been a little over a week.
No, it was just this Friday.
That's not possible. Friday was yesterday.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you got a job interview yesterday, but you got kicked out Thursday night?
Right. I had to get my suit and everything and put it into the car.
So, so they'd be able to verify that you were there for an interview? I'm gonna feel really bad.
Yeah, this is just, I understand. I mean, I really do. I understand all your thoughts and what you're thinking and everything, and this is just, you know, I know what I did to everybody over the months and everything like that.
I know you did.
And I know that you know the hell of dealing with it every single day when you're trying to move forward.
Yeah,
Cody and all that stuff.
I understand the mental struggles you went through with Cody and Dad's relationship, you and Dad's relationship, everybody's relationship in the family. You know how smart everybody is in the family when it comes to medical information. And that's what scares me even more about you.
No, I don't think that it's some money shark or monger or somebody like that.
Right, because nothing was stolen from the house.
Right.
So like people that are looking to compensate for financial obligations would have taken TVs, computers, jewelry, monetarily things. Right? From what I've been advised, that is not the situation. So that believes that the people were murdered for the reason that they were in the way of getting to something else. I don't feel like we're getting anywhere, and I'm going to be honest, I don't feel comfortable with you staying with me. I mean, the morgue called me this morning, so I have to make decisions for Mom, Cody and Granddad in the next, couple days. So just letting you know that I'll be making those decisions. Until I'm given verifiable information that you did not do it, I don't think you have the right to make that decision. You already made the decision on whether or not they can live or not. That's not your job. All right, I'm ready. I do love you, Go. Just remember that. Just like Mom, Cody, and Dad loved you. Nobody loved you any more or any less.
In my experience, the brother that came to visit is truly showing his proper emotion. He's confused, he's upset, he's in shock, he's asking why. Looking at everything I've been told, there is no explanation for this, and while he doesn't really come out and say, you killed them, he sure walked around the edge of it pretty good. I don't know if that was a set-up interview by the police or if it was an actual family request to see him. Sometimes the police ask people to do that and they cooperate. But it's obviously had an impact on him to some extent, but he's not broken. And this poor brother now has to live with this the rest of his life, knowing that his other brother probably is responsible for what happened to his brother, mother, and father.
Yes.
Again, the victimization that this person's going through is immense. Unfortunately, it's one family of victims. There isn't a whole bunch of families here, but it's the one guy left over that has to patch up the remnants of what's left of that family.
That's right.
Tragic.
And powerful, right? He
Yes.
says to his brother, I still love you. You know, and that's a big thing to say to
Well, if I
someone
could do that.
who has ruined
Yeah.
3 lives and more,
Yeah.
has chosen to end 3 lives. It says something about the nature of their relationship and how deep that love was. I think that I get the sense from this, from what Jason had said, and that deep breath that they had when they hugged initially. I mean, he just wants connection, and he wants his family, and his family's not there, and it's heartbreaking. I think with what's going on here, he's trying to navigate so much mentally. He's navigating, he talked about the burden of needing to call family members, distant relatives, and let them know what had happened, that, you know, that Margaret, Chad, and Cody are dead. He needs to make decisions that a person should not need to make ever, but that they absolutely were not prepared for. You see that with a lot of young sudden deaths, is that they don't have wills, which are incredibly important, and everyone should have one. He has to make these incredibly important decisions while also navigating the mental strain and trauma of what just happened.
The sense of closure he will never have, possibly, if this doesn't resolve itself.
Well,
Without closure, it's hard to get on with your regular life.
Well, look at Grant's reaction to a soft, supportive,
Yeah.
affectionate response. He sort of melts, but he still sticks to his story because, as we were talking about, obsessive compulsive personality disorders, they deal with their hostility indirectly by being passive aggressive. Gives them a feeling of power. They're used to being around people that they love and hate simultaneously, being unhappy with them. And we see a situation here. Even though he likes his brother and his brother's being supportive of him, I think Grant can continue on withholding closure for this person. And the fact that he can feel powerful only when he's in a situation that really annoys other people. I think when we look at this case, we now know that he was convicted on 3 counts of murder and he's serving a life sentence in prison. I think what we're seeing is a person who feels like a personal failure in his life. The people whom he loves and is dependent upon are successful from his point of view. And this creates a feeling of anger and frustration. And I think that what we see here in this crime was how that played out. I think that his brother, his older brother, loves him, wants to be supportive of him, but I think so did the other members of the family. I think his feelings toward them were twisted in an ambivalent response, where I love you but I hate you at the same time, and that creates tremendous discomfort. And I think that episode after episode, he reaches out. He's only happy in a virtual world of cam girls and his Twitch. And I think he just got to the point where he acted impulsively and then tried to cover it up and then never fessed up to it.
This is a person who so badly wanted love and control and to have things on his own terms. And those are not things that he had had those 6 months. So for him to do this, it's shocking, but it's not surprising. It's a complicated situation, but to us, I think it's not as surprising as it was to certainly members of his family. Given what we know about his personal life and his behaviors. I think his family put up with quite a lot, financially, emotionally, and ultimately physically. And so it's unfortunate, it's not a good word. There's got to be a better word than unfortunate.
Tragic.
Tragic, thank you. It's tragic to see how this played out, and also to see ultimately the impact it has on Jason, and Cody's girlfriend, and on their grandmother, who he mentioned, and then of course beyond that. But this was definitely about love, about control, about his own ego. It was all about himself in the end.
I think this is one of the most intriguing interviews I could have ever watched. I have never seen anything quite as detailed and drawn out by the accused, where he stuck to his story to the bitter end, never wavering, making a few mistakes. But and these police officers, yes, I could criticize a couple little things they did, but overall, they tried an investigative technique based on his personality and his psychology that they thought they could break him. Not a lot of good guy, or bad woman, good cop, bad cop thing, but they used the female officer in the right way. I think that if they had stuck with her, maybe it might have turned out. But after watching the family member come in, and I thought that was such a telling moment. This guy's never going to break. He's going to go to his grave, never admitting he killed those 3 people. So again, I'll go back to the forensics, the crime scene investigation, the little bits of things they got out of the interview to disprove what he said. They didn't get a confession, but they got enough through the cell phone, through cameras, through whatever they used to prove he was lying. A lie, in this case, is as good as a confession. And the gun on the opposite hip proved that somebody did that on purpose, knowing his dad. That person had to know his dad had that holster. This is an inside job. So I give it an A+ on all around. It's a tough one, but I just am amazed how he stuck to that story for such a long period of time and didn't confess. So thank God for forensics and good interview techniques.
This is ridiculous, dude. These things are falling.
I just have to point this out as a police officer that this is not what most departments would put in. There's a guy with no belt, shirtless, no shoes. They would give them a pair of coveralls or something to wear for their dignity. If this is intentional, it's to leave him in a state of total disrespect and uncomfortable. He's pulling at his pants. He's obviously uncomfortable. They're going to come in shortly and start to interview him. They have him handcuffed to this table, which is bolted to the floor. He is in the most vulnerable position mentally I think you could place a human being right now. Not done in Canada, probably not done in most departments, but they're doing it here. Nothing illegal, nothing improper, but it's definitely down in the trenches interrogation technique.
Psychologically, he's in a position of vulnerability and dependence because he can't even hold his pants up. So he is really in a situation where he doesn't know what's happening. He's probably somewhat frightened. He's disoriented. And any props that he would have are gone from him. So I think he's set up psychologically to yield to any kind of interrogation.
Pants are gonna fall off. I lost so much damn weight. Oh, shit, I got pissed. Dude, I got to take a leak in the worst way. Just my pants. All this is going through a window to help a f***ing neighbor. You guys are joking. Unreal. Unreal. Can I please go to the bathroom or something? I mean, I gotta take a leak in the worst freaking way.
You may wonder why there's no one there or why they're not talking to him. This is the detective sizing up him. They've just arrested this character. They're trying to size his mental condition up, letting him get to a point where he's panicking or wants something in return. He says he needs to go to the bathroom. They're going to leave him till the last minute. Maybe they take him. Maybe they let him urinate in his pants to cause him more embarrassment. But they're watching this. This is done on purpose. This isn't somebody left alone in the room to fend for themselves.
You have to trust that this person actually has to relieve themselves. In what world would we leave somebody like this to do that, right? This person at this point, they are being watched, they are being assessed, and that is totally fine. But under these kinds of circumstances is not appropriate.
I'll use one of my most ignorant police sayings I've ever said. I understand, but I don't care. And this is a situation for this. We understand that that is not a proper thing to do, but we don't care.
I understand and I do care. I think no matter what a person has done, that is something that is a basic human right.
He just murdered someone. He's going to be allowed to go through anything short of a criminal violation.
We don't know that at this point. We know that he's been arrested for a burglary.
He's handcuffed to a table. We know he's done something.
Yeah. But even people that have been murder suspects have been offered water, they've been offered candy bars, whatever from the vending machine, they've been treated with respect, decency.
Well, that's when they're trying to establish rapport with the person. What these people are attempting to do is to make him feel helpless and vulnerable and dependent on them so he will cooperate with them.
And I'm not disagreeing that that is their tactic, I'm just saying that that's a tactic that shouldn't be used.
I gotta take a leak. What's the status? I know you guys can hear me.
Yep.
Really gotta take a leak. Then you get cup. That'll suffice. I won't piss on your floor. Mom, Dad, I love you. Sorry.
I think, stop the film for a second. I think it's very interesting that this person is accepting a passive role. If he wanted to balance the power dynamic, he would just pull his pants down and pee on their floor. and figure, well, what the heck? So I think it's interesting that they've already got him in a position of dependency and passivity. He's really not fighting back. He could, though.
I would imagine they suspect he is going to harm himself or try to destroy something in the room. You see by his actions, he's moving around, stretching, moving. If he wasn't handcuffed, he'd be going crazy in that room right now. I think they're probably trying to, from a police perspective, assess if he is mentally sound enough to interview. That's why they're giving him time here. Like if he's insane or at risk of being mentally incompetent, they're deciding right now, okay, do we go or not on this guy?
Well, if he was insane, there would be feces spread all over the wall.
Yeah.
To show him.
And he would have urinated.
He would have
That's right.
urinated.
Yeah, there'd have been signs of this. So that handcuff pole on that table, this room is used for people they don't want to be violent, and it's a standard stainless steel table bolted to the floor with 8 bolts secured to the wall. Everything in that room is indestructible. They suspect that he is a loose cannon.
The only thing he could do now is harm himself, potentially.
Punch the
on
wall. He could punch the
the
wall,
wall,
yeah.
hit his head on the corner of the table, start harming himself. At this point, he hasn't exhibited any of those behaviors.
But he cried out more or less for mom and dad. So I think this further illustrates his feeling of dependency. He really could use some help. Hello, mom and dad, I think is the message that he's sending.
Or he's being a smart ass.
Okay, go by Michael, Mike, okay, I'm Sergeant Tony Starvaji, I'm with Active. You, Detective Brian Freed?
Yeah.
Okay. Since you're in cuffs, I gotta read you these, all right?
This is the opening of good guy, bad guy as a technique. See how the first detective, I'm so-and-so, he shakes his hand. The guy in the blue shirt sitting back, I'm not shaking your hand. I'm the bad guy here. I don't like you. And they're going to see if this goes to that stage of good guy, bad guy under the Reed technique.
Well, I think that what they're trying to do is evoke a confusion and an emotional response for him. The bad cop puts him in a position of peril where he's feeling vulnerable. The good cop will come to his rescue and be an ally, and with the thought that he would then open up more to the good guy. So the bad guy is important to shake him up a little bit and make him feel vulnerable, perhaps afraid, looking out for someone that will help him. And the cost of being helped is he'll have to cooperate and provide some information.
And the handshake and personal contact is that beginning of that informal trust between the one detective and him. The other guy, not so much.
Yeah, at this point, they've stripped him away of most of his humanity, right? We've seen hasn't been provided with any proper clothing. He's obviously restrained. So he's been given some human contact. He's been given some dignity, right? That's establishing that kind of power dynamic. It's establishing that kind of connection and relationship with the first officer. And the harder that the officer in blue pushes, if he does push, which I think we will see, the more likely he is to cooperate with the other officer.
Yeah, and I just need some formal acknowledgement, yes or no, if you understand. You have the right to remain silent, you understand?
Just, you know, could you remember sitting there having a cigarette? Bob was there, you know, and I was like, she goes, "Can you open that door for me?" There's a closet door that always sticks, you know, that I usually just, if there's no lock on it or whatever, I thought she meant that she didn't know the bedroom door. And I went over, I was like, oh, well, where was it locked from the inside? Or, you know, so I was like, you know, I think you guys always keep that window open. Why don't I just go around there and, yeah, could you? I don't think you'll fit. But I was like, oh, come on, bro, the wall's way, shoot, I can get in there. Yeah, so that's what I did. I helped her get her window open, or her door open. Went around there, and it made it look like I went to jump in. That's probably what the neighbors saw me doing. I tried to jump in first, and I was like, well, I need a chair. Went over and I opened her freaking bedroom door. It was locked because Antoinette just was living there. Vince Lombardi, the landlord, he was like, I guess he tried to get him to get out of there. Sorry, I'm acting like I'm all nervous and talking and shit, but I was just helping them out, getting their freaking bedroom door open so they could start getting all the shit out of there. So they asked me to help them get all the shit out of the basement and out of the...
Stop just for a second. Look who he's addressing. He's addressing the bad cop. He's trying to explain to him the speed of his speech suggests extreme agitation, if not kind of a pre-manic type of behavior. But I think it's very interesting. He's already got the good cop on his side, he feels, and he's attempting to win over the bad cop. But what's most striking here is his elevated rate of speech. So it should be interesting to see what happens going further.
Yeah, he's playing this off as being nervous, and under any circumstances, even if a person isn't guilty of something, they're going to be nervous in that situation. What will be interesting to see is if that is normal for him, if he actually is a talker. Maybe he's a person where in his job and his day-to-day, he's not going to leave you a lot of room to be able to interject or talk. He wants to just give you his side of things. He wants to give you, sell you something. He wants to tell you what's on his mind. So we'll see if that's maybe normal.
But the
for him.
speech seems
Maybe not.
almost compulsive, so
Yeah.
it'd be the kind of person we would expect that would act impulsively.
Absolutely.
Continue, please.
When was she supposed to get out of the basement?
All the internet's closed, all the freaking, the bedrooms down there is cluttering up everything. They tried to have 6 people living in that little place. That's a hazard, you can't do that.
Okay.
And my dad lives right next door, he's like, he can't take it, he hates that.
Okay, so, just so I understand that they yelled out the window to you.
In the morning, that was at like 8:30 this morning. Yeah, then I was there, my neighbor called, because, didn't the neighbor see me doing mulch?
I don't know which neighbor it was.
It doesn't matter, but dude, I was doing mulch for him, and that wasn't like I was charging him for it or anything. I went and got him a pack of cigarettes. Can you go get cigarettes, Mike, for us? Of course I did, yeah. I've been staying there since February of 18 with my dad after I moved out of the TPO with my ex-girlfriend. And now I'm getting in trouble for
So
helping.
you were living in that house where your dad lives?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And then when we came in, we arrived and you were in the basement at that time.
Yeah, I was getting stuff out of the basement. And all of a sudden I heard, is there anybody here? And I was like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, oh shit. And then I came out. And why would they lie to me? Why would they say that I was trying to steal stuff? God, I've lived there for...
I don't know if they actually said you were trying to steal something. Well, because they said that they didn't know that you were in the house.
Oh my God, did you see how intoxicated she was? They drink all day, every day. They drink a liter of Kamchatka in here every day. That's why Bob has he has a blood alcohol monitor on his ankle. I thought it was house arrest at first. I had golf league tonight, that's what I was actually getting ready to go do.
You weren't supposed to meet your dad?
No,
Up at the storage unit?
no. What's it?
That's what he told us.
Oh, no.
That's why he was calling you.
No.
Did he meet up with you, after you ran out of gas?
Yeah, he came and actually got me some gas, yeah. But, he didn't say anything
Let's just
about
pause the video here for a second. I just want to point out something about his body language here. You were seeing before that he was a lot more animated, right? He has his leg out. I think that's just to show he's somewhat comfortable, right? He's at ease. But what we've seen here is that his arms are suddenly together. He's not gesturing as much. He's not looking around as much. And when he hears something that's incongruous with what he was saying before, he furrows his brow. He brings his brow down right here, right? He's trying to show, oh, yeah, no, that wasn't what it was supposed to be like. So it's interesting just to see a bit of a change in his demeanor. We see that he's still talking he's still talking quickly, but he's leaving a little bit of space, right? And I think what we might see here is he's going to try to be a little bit more careful with what information he provides, because this is the first time at this point that they've said, no, they bring up the storage unit, suddenly he clams up. So that tells us there's something going on with the storage unit here, even though obviously at this point we're talking about burglary.
Yeah, my opinion is that he is going to either maintain this posture of, I don't know what you're talking about, or something's going to push his button and he's going to snap. This guy is not totally balanced. He seems to be in and out, like he's in right now, in a zone. Before, he was not in a zone. He was stretching. He was all over the room.
And he's directing his attention to the good cop. The bad cop, we don't know whether he's still in the room or out of the room.
They haven't done the bad cop thing yet. They don't know if they have to. He's been focusing on the other guy, whether it's a distance issue or he wants to convince him he's innocent. but he seems he has to work with this guy in the blue shirt. And now this guy's stepping in and going, oh, well, let's clarify some points. And it's got him furrowing his brow, like you said. His
Leaning
hands are
in.
together, he's thinking.
Yeah.
And,
He's engaged.
yeah,
He's
this,
engaged.
yeah, this is the cusp of he's either gonna hang on and not break, or he's gonna realize they got me. This is gonna snap one way or the other pretty soon. Charisma is probably the one thing you really have to watch for as a police officer. You get sucked into someone who is very nice and talking the game. I would say it's a weekly occurrence when you're dealing with major crime, where the break-and-enter artist, the murderer, the rapist is smooging you, trying to butter you up, and they're using their charisma to get you, well, this guy can't be that bad. You don't fall for that. And this is why cops get this reputation of being extremely hard and cold, is, you know, we're gonna prove you're either innocent or guilty. You're not gonna suck me into thinking you're innocent. But it's about proof, not about personality. So personality is usually try to be swept off the table, which is why police officers sometimes get a reputation of being cold, callous, and heartless. We're not. We're just doing our job.
In sociology, we often talk about the charismatic leader and typologies of charisma. Charisma is definitely at play here, and for people that are very charismatic, they're used to getting away with, and it can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. You have charismatic leaders like Hitler, for example.
I don't know if that's a good example.
It is, but it is an,
yeah,
it is
you're
an
right.
example. How do you get people to follow along with your ideology, right? So they're used to spewing out a lot of their own thoughts on things, having people believe them, right? And this is the one place where that's not going to fly, which is what you're talking about, right? You have to be cold, a little bit more cold. You have to just cut through to just the facts. You can't allow that play in, and they're trying to play with your emotions as well.
Well, it's hard to be charismatic when you're sitting there in your dirty underwear.
Absolutely.
So you gotta do gas? Well, actually, he just gave me $10, and then there was, I was right by that. I was on Carroll and Exchange, Carroll and Market, you know, to get some gas, and then he left. So, your dad did? Yeah. I really don't know, 11, maybe 12, 1, somewhere around there. I don't know.
Sure wasn't more like 1 or 2?
1 or 2. Well, like I said, 11, 12, 1, because I don't know the concept of time, but it's had so much going on lately.
So your storage unit up there, up on North Hill.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, it's
It's your dad.
It's my dad's, yeah, it ain't mine.
Who has access to it?
Me and my dad. Yeah, and then there's
Anyone else?
no, but I mean, I don't know if you know about theft that was up there not that long ago. This guy used to get into all the units, stole all types of shit. So Tim Holzer, I don't know if you know that name. Yeah, but me and my dad are the only ones that have the keys for it, but yeah, so that's.
Okay. When was the last time you were there?
I was up there either this morning or yesterday morning. I can't remember what actually day it was.
Were you getting something out, or?
No, I was getting ready. The lady who lived next door in the brick house, she gave me, she had me help her move out to the big stereo thing. I was gonna spray paint it and sell it on, what do you call it, Facebook sell or whatever, and so.
Yeah, are you aware that, that storage area, they've got all kinds of cameras?
Oh, yeah, because of the theft, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it seems to be he's trying to explain how he has a normal relationship with this woman as far as helping her out, and that he knows her, his dad knows her. He's trying to say, oh, there's nothing wrong with what I did. I'm pretty cool with what happened, and I'm a good guy. He seems to be trying to use his charisma to tell the detectives he had nothing to do with this.
But
He's
his
not
speech
aware of it.
seems more agitated again.
Yeah.
I think, and when the officer mentions to him about the security cameras, etc. So I think that when he gets a little nervous, he stops trying to be charming and he's trying to baffle with a lot of verbiage. A pressured speech is a concept of when a person is really feeling disoriented and engaging in just words to try and distract.
The camera issue tends to cause confusion. When you're not aware of them, it causes confusion in the criminal's mind. They're thinking one thing and saying another. What did that camera catch me doing? What did they see? What was I doing? Now I have to straighten this all out because I forgot about those cameras watching me. So this is probably what's going through his mind as he's looking across the room. How do I get out of the camera view? what did I do on camera that's going to put me in trouble?
So he's probably racking his brain thinking, okay, yeah, where are the cameras? What angle would they have caught? What information can I provide that shows I'm cooperating but doesn't incriminate me?
Trying to buy time.
He's trying to buy time so he can think. At this point, we know he's been arrested for burglary, right? So he doesn't necessarily know what direction this is going in as far as, they haven't explicitly asked. He should know though. At this point, you'd think, okay, maybe they know something. They're bringing up the cameras. We'll see maybe a change in his body language. We'll see a change in his behavior, surely, and maybe in his speech. But it'll be very clear the point at which he realizes, oh crap, I'm in trouble.
When a person is mentally ill or suffering from some kind of psychological illness, what happens is that the emotion overwhelms the logic and rationality. So when the person has their wits about them, they're able to be charismatic, they're able to be deceptive, but when the person is feeling upset because they might have a psychological condition, we get to see kind of a regression to a more primitive state of self-defense. Logic doesn't work, the emotions break through, and if the pressure is applied even stronger, then what we can expect is for the person to deteriorate into something that doesn't really make sense anymore.
Well, it seems in most cases, the criminal is either capable of convincing you what they didn't do. They're able to self-preserve. They're able to keep their dignity and identity by having a story. As long as you can't disprove that story, they stay on that track. They go, I didn't do this. Well, and notice he mentioned that other name. Well, this guy was doing break-and-enters in the area. So he's trying to throw the blame off of himself and preserve his innocence and dignity. He has no idea this murder rap's coming on him right away. This is where he's going to start falling apart. So there seems to be, to me, in a person like this, there's a duality going on. He's living in a state in his mind, and yet he's thinking about what he did, and he's trying to fight it. He's trying to fight letting the police know what happened.
Your dad said sometimes you sleep down there? The only reason I slept in there is because I'm so tired from day. Like, if this represents the floor of the unit, you couldn't even walk in it as of a couple weeks ago, so I was cleaning it out one, trying to get it functional again. But yeah, I crashed up there one night just because I fell asleep, and I was like,
Like you said, we met your dad up there at the storage unit. And we both were standing next to him when he was trying to call you. He said that you had gotten a ride from somebody that they were bringing you up to the storage unit.
that's what my dad said.
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle did you drive? Orange Dodge Dakota.
Any other vehicles?
No, just that one.
Have you driven any other car in the last, say, week?
No. No. Yeah, right. I was gonna get a lift up to the gas station to get some gas, but I kind of said I was going up to the storage unit.
That's what he said.
That's what he said?
And he actually texted you.
Well, I haven't seen my phone in a while, so we're obviously been dealing with this, so.
Well, this has been like 3 or 4 hours now.
Well, yeah, but still, it just feels like it's been an eternity, but it's going through a window and help out a neighbor.
Were you out there Monday?
What's today?
Today is Wednesday.
Monday.
2 days ago.
I've been up there sporadically throughout the last week. I don't know exactly which day, but I think I was up there Monday now.
Okay.
Were you with them when you were out there?
No.
Do you ever see anybody else that has storage units up there or talk to anybody?
Oh, well, there's a couple old timers to my right. And then sometimes I see the people across from us, they're porters. They got all types of, oh my gosh, it's to the brink. I thought our shop was bad. And then Jason Leslie and
When's the last time you saw them?
I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago, something like that, 5 days. I literally, my days have been running together so much that I've been freaking going crazy.
She looked at mine?
If you notice the previous questions leading up to this, he had She said, did you recognize anybody in the area? Did you know anybody at the other storage units? And he's giving his version of what he knew about the people around him. Now they're going to introduce this picture of this woman to see if he recognizes her. So they're going from the property to the homicide. They're slowly bringing her into the case now. And he's staring at this. And I would say that he now realizes in his mental condition that he's in, this is not going the way I want. They're taking me down a path that I don't want to go. And it'll be interesting to see how he reacts to seeing her picture. This is the first time she's been mentioned by the police, yes, or showed by the police. So they're doing this in stages to take him along a path to get him out of this comfort zone he's in. I don't know anything about this. My dad said that. Well, I can't believe he said that. He still thinks he's getting away with this. Now this picture could push him to the spot where they want him to go.
Yeah, you'll notice too, he's playing up his emotions, he's playing up his actions, right? He leaned in to look at that photo. It's a pretty big photo, I can see it from here, and it's on film, right? He's leaning in, right? Unless he's a person that's without his glasses, I don't think that's...
buying time.
Yeah, he's buying himself time, he's furrowing his brow, he's giving himself time to think. He's saying a little bit more of those and ers, like, I don't really know. Even when he said, right, I haven't seen my father in a long time, and he goes, well, it's only been 24 hours. He goes, well, it felt like an eternity in here, right? He's trying to figure out how to buy himself some time, but definitely playing things up by leaning in.
I would love to have a brain scan to be able to see what people think when they see that picture of their murder victim and they realize this is the first time it's happened. I wonder what goes on in one's mind.
Yeah,
I would love to see the pattern on the mind.
Well, there's going to be a battle between logic and emotionality, and we get to see how well he can control his emotion in this confrontational situation now.
For a person who's able to murder another person and then pretend and act like nothing happened, you don't necessarily know that there's going to be that feeling of that drop in the pit of the stomach. Some people just aren't capable of that if they just murder in cold blood, right? But you'll see here that if he did care at any point, if he had any sort of emotional connection to this, he's going to have some sort of a reaction. It's going to be very uncommon that a person would completely not react at all.
If I'm in that room, I am watching his face right now for the next 60 seconds, 30 seconds after he lifts his head up. What's he going to look like? Where's his eyes going? What tells is he going to show? This is a key moment for these guys to read him and go to the next step.
Yeah, and it's easier in some ways to read him too with him being shirtless. Seeing his you could see him breathing. Surely if his breathing changes, you'd be able to see a little bit easier. Obviously his body language is easier to see if he's not covering himself up in a big sweater or something like that. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, the first thing that would go through their mind is the fact that they're experiencing an emotional reaction. And their goal is to try and control that reaction to appear calm, so that they can get on with their narrative, to back on their story. The more integrated emotionally a person is, the better they're able to do this. The more labile they are, the more emotional they are, the greater the chance that they won't be able to, and what we'll see is a regression in his ability to verbalize, and we'll see confusion, denial, but it'll certainly throw him off the narrative with this strong emotionality.
That's Dave and Kathleen? Katie? That's the same name, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Who is she?
She has a storage unit up there, I think, with her, I thought it was her husband, Dave, or something like that. I met him before.
Which unit?
I don't know what the letter is. I have no idea.
Next to you, across from you?
Across from me, in the middle building. Yeah.
When was the last time you saw her?
After they showed the picture, he went and pointed at her picture. He then started to fumble with the bottle cap, and then he lost the bottle cap on the table. In my mind, he is thinking about something else completely. He has lost focus with that, but he had that bottle cap in his hand forever. And suddenly to drop it means he's not thinking about that in his hand anymore. He's now thinking about that picture, what it means to him now, and he's now focused on the bottle and trying to get away from that picture. He's shifted his whole concentration to something else completely. I think He is now worried that they know something.
Well, it gives him something neutral to focus on. Thinking about his vulnerability, thinking about the picture of the woman that he saw evokes an emotional reaction. So what he's trying to do is to focus on something that's neutral. He fumbled it, so that's not working. So this will further contribute to his confusion and increasing feeling of desperation. So I would imagine that we could see more of this. But the person, instead of trying to think a happy thought, they just try and think a neutral thought.
Yep.
And it didn't quite work out for him.
I think probably just Saturday, Sunday, something like that.
What about Monday?
I don't think it was up there Monday. I really don't. I don't think it was up there Monday. I think it was, I know I was there over the weekend.
Well, like I told you, there's video.
Yeah.
When we watched video.
Yeah.
And
No, you watched? No.
Did you talk to her at all?
No. Yeah, well, she actually tried to knock on my door one night. She said I was sleeping up there. I fell asleep or something. She gave me a fan if I was hot or something. So I haven't talked to her before yet.
I thought somebody told us you were dating her. No?
Dude, no, look at her. No, I mean, God doesn't make junk, but no, I wasn't dating her. Are you kidding
A little
me?
bit out of your age range?
Yes. And trust me, after my last relationship, I'm not even looking for any type of girl right
You
now.
never had any sexual relations with her?
No, absolutely not. Oh my gosh, why am I even
Just pause for a second. Them asking if there's any sort of relationship between him and Katie is a really great, albeit kind of awkward segue into asking about his previous relationship. How else would they bring that up? At this point, that's a theory, right? That maybe there's some sort of altercation between him and Katie in relation to something she may have said about his previous relationship, maybe his lifestyle, something to that effect. And you see him a lot more agitated. He's a lot more defensive.
They're getting to him.
Certainly.
Yeah.
They're definitely getting through to him. He's trying to play it off cool, like, man. When he says man, anything like man, bro, bud, he's trying to, again, grasp at whatever kind of a relationship he can have with that person. Like, come on, have you seen her?
Look at his face. He's smiling. When people lie, they experience an emotional response, and we try and mask it
Yeah.
by presenting some other kind of emotion. So here he is laughing because it's very difficult for a person to keep their face straight when they're telling an outright lie. So this is what we see here. The absurdity of me going out with her. This is used to cover up the fact that his feelings are getting stronger and stronger as he's feeling himself sort of backed into a corner.
Yeah, and to relieve a little bit of that tension and that stress.
That's right.
That's why when people try to release that emotion, even if it's in a little smile, it might come out as a laugh, and they think, wow, that laugh came out a little too loud. I didn't mean for that. And there's this energy that's building up here.
Very soft version of good cop, bad cop here.
Yeah.
The what I call the bad cop is in the Reed technology. He's now doing the girl thing, the sexual thing with her. Other guy's waiting for the, soft response. So they're playing this in a whole different way from good cop, bad cop. It's sort of provoke, nice, provoke, nice. And he's provoking him with the, did you date her? Were you having sex with her? It's a softer way of being a bad cop.
And he doesn't need to be so much of a bad cop in this case, because clearly he's hit a nerve here. It's elicited a big reaction considering that he just asked a
You're
question.
getting him without yelling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, someone said you guys were dating, man.
No, we're not dating. Oh my gosh. Who said that?
Oh, look. Oh, my.
Oh my God.
See, as we see, the emotionality
Yeah.
is coming out. And just for reference, mask in Greek is persona, personality.
Yeah.
We change for the situation. And now what we're seeing, his characteristic response to cover up the emotionality will be humor and exaggerated indications of you got me all wrong.
That's ridiculous, man. No, I'm not dating this woman.
Well, Mike, the video shows that you were talking to her Monday.
So, yeah, okay, I told you my days are all definitely.
And both of your storage units were open, you were going in and out.
Yeah.
Both units.
Were you in her unit?
Was I in her unit? No, just right outside the door. I mean, I might have ventured in there to look at a couple stuff when she was right there, so yeah.
at this stage of the interview, you're provoking lies. You're basically telling him things that it's not offense to lie to a suspect. You can tell them whatever you want. So they're telling him something without them telling him the truth. And he's setting up the lies back to them. No, I didn't do that. Or, oh, now, oh yeah, well, I didn't know the days. I don't keep track of the days. Well, we saw you on video. And they're gonna walk him down a path now of what they saw on video. But they're letting him make the lies up ahead of time. He's lied about being there, he's lied about talking to her. Now he's got to retrace those steps. I did talk to her, you did see me there, yes. So it's a standard investigative technique to not tell the truth to the suspect to get him to lie to you.
Yeah.
I don't like to say the word that we lie to suspects, but since there is no crime yet for lying to suspects, we lie to suspects a lot. Well, it's to lure them into a place of security. And you tell them that something may have happened that didn't really happen. They say, oh yeah, exactly, that didn't happen, or yes, it did. Now they're lying back to you. You can use their lies as evidence in circumstantial cases. So it's a technique that I have a funny feeling that in time we may not be able to lie to suspects. I think that's going to become a human rights issue or something, but up till now, North America and most free countries of the world allow you to be able to lead suspects down a garden path. So here we go. The criminologist is going to step all over the police right now.
You know, like what you said, I mean, in the future, is this going to be admissible in court? Probably not, right? You're going to probably have a higher degree of possibility of false confessions. You might have someone, I mean, in this case, you have him saying, well, it's very convenient, right? I don't remember that. My days are all kind of mixed together. I was really busy, or whatever the case may be. The more that they're asking questions, he's suddenly now picking up on what they are saying, and he's fabricating a story around the little details they are providing. In this case, if they're going to be making up stuff, that's obviously going to impact his story, and like you said, they're going to catch him in that way, and so it does work. But I think in the future, that might not be something that's admissible in court. 'Cause you never know. I mean, in this case, it is working. In other cases, it might not. You might have someone who genuinely doesn't remember those things, or is more inclined to believe any authority figure in what they say, and they might think, well, maybe I had it wrong all along. Maybe I actually didn't remember it.
Well, have they actually confronted him and told him a lie? Yeah, it seems to me that they're asking leading questions, which is not that different from therapy. Here's a patient that you're speaking to, that there are areas of vulnerability and sensitivity, and you ask questions, perhaps innocently enough, so that the person then has to respond to them.
Yeah.
The important thing here, though, is intent. A therapist's intent is to help you. A police officer's intent is to get evidence that they can use in court.
We're helping them go to jail.
We're helping them go to jail,
yeah, we're
sure.
helping them a great deal.
And don't get me wrong, they are also thinking of the victim. They're speaking for people who cannot speak for themselves.
Exactly.
And that is incredibly important, and that's something I do in my own work in homicide. So it is incredibly important. But I think here, when we think about how we're getting these confessions, there needs to be ethics.
Every time you take a tool off the table for law enforcement, and it seems in Supreme Court decisions, the tools, and some of them, yes, have to be taken off the table, but every time you put something off the table for law enforcement, you're allowing a suspect to go free to kill or rape again. That's my opinion. I don't know, maybe I said lying is not the right terminology here. You're not telling him the truth.
You're misleading.
You're misleading him with your questions about what you know versus what he's telling you.
That's right, so that he will then go down that line and have to deal with things that he is withholding.
It's a free world. He can say what he wants. He can not talk to the police. So the police are using the techniques they've been trained to do. And yes, it could be construed as not cooperating, not disclosing everything you know, but you have to have some tools to trick criminals. These are not nice people. They're animals. They deserve to be locked up for the rest of their life or executed in some cases. So giving them the benefit of total freedom is totally against my constitution. I don't believe in it. I think you need tools as long as you use them responsibly and are able to use them as pure evidence at the end of the day.
Well, isn't
It
this
has
what
to be
the
proven at
Miranda-
the end of the day.
The Miranda thing
Well,
is
the
about?
Miranda allows you to opt out. I don't want to talk.
That's right.
But when they say, like a guy like this is doing, he's talking. So,
As long as he's still talking, the police are going to still talk to him, right? And we see that in cases where they'll talk to the person that's in handcuffs. They'll talk to them. They'll leave the room for a little bit, and they'll keep coming back. And they keep coming back as long as that person keeps providing information.
Well, they're trying to lead him or trick him into incriminating himself.
absolutely.
So the question is, they're not supposed to do that?
Well, here we have video evidence. They know for a fact he was there, right? That's not something that they're lying about. But I think the interesting thing is if there wasn't video evidence of a crime having been committed and they suspect him, if they said, and this is where I think there's that gray line here, is if they said, well, there was video footage, they don't need to say of what, right? See how that person reacts. See if they get uncomfortable. See if they change their story. I think that's a huge tell, and those are the cases where lying or misleading in that sense makes sense. But if you were to say that person wasn't there at that exact time, like give really specifics, that would make that story, that would alter that story. You know,
Well, they're trying to get him to lie.
They need to give him open space.
They're trying to get him to lie so that they can then confront him with the lie.
Yeah.
And then he feels even more vulnerable.
At this point, because he's talking so much, I think the route that they're going to go in is trying to confuse him.
Not before that, no.
Monday did not go in there?
Oh,
Just
Tony, I mean, I really don't know. I was standing there, I was talking, she cleaned out my, what do you call it, shop bag. And I just am bad on the timeline of the dates. I really don't know, so.
Has she had been in your unit?
She brought me, she dusted off the shop bag and, you know, I wanted her to see, because everyone that drove by saw how disgusting it was. I was like, hey, look, I'm actually doing a lot better, yeah.
So, whatever DNA be in your storage unit?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
No. Why would DNA?
Well, I think we're asking about hers because the family made a report, they haven't seen her in a couple of days. We're trying to find her.
DNA? Why? No, she was, if anything, she stepped right inside my unit and gave me and she blew off the filter for my shop vac that I was using.
On Monday, her sister got a phone call, or actually a message left on her machine. Katie was telling her she has this handyman named Jim Olson.
Oh, yeah, her sister in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I was gonna do a little road to work trip for her, but,
Remember having that conversation?
yeah. Oh, I don't know if it was, I mean, like I said, it could have been Monday, what, just Wednesday?
So you saw her Monday, or sometime the last couple of days?
Yeah, last couple of days, yeah.
Yeah, because she's been missing for a couple of days, so we've been trying to find her. Do you have any idea where she might be? Did she talk about where she was going?
No idea, she did not say where she was going.
No?
No.
I think what they're trying to do is get him to confess. They probably have the DNA, they probably have the evidence to charge him at this point in time with the video evidence they have. There's enough here for a prima facie case to go to court for at least a second degree, in all probability, murder charge. But you want the confession. This is the step that gives you the easy slam dunk in court. So they're taking him now step by step. Oh, what about DNA? You said you weren't there Monday, you were there Monday. They're giving him all of the things that are painting him into a corner. And every time they seem to touch a nerve, his hand flies to his face, he bends his head over low to the table. Like, they are slowly getting to him. And as every time they trickle out another piece of evidence, he gets a little more compact in his actions.
And we see him really leaning in and concentrating.
Almost like, oh my, you know that?
That's right.
You know?
Yeah.
So he's really taking it very seriously now.
You know, when my hands are like this is usually when I'm at the dentist and I don't even notice that my hands have clasped, but it's because I'm uncomfortable. It's not a natural place to be, right? You see, even his knee was brought in, he's sitting up, he's paying attention. He's also trying to show that he's still at ease, even though we can see he isn't at ease. He's moved slowly from being in this agitated state where he's talking really fast to now, okay, they know something, I'm gonna sit in, I'm gonna listen. I'm still gonna keep that general smile, kind of, friendly look on my face. We might even see him feign some sort of, oh no, she's missing. We don't know if he's gonna react like that. He hasn't set up any sort of precedent for there being a relationship between him and Katie. Oh, I know her, I did some work for her. So we might see him say, oh, well, that's too bad. Or, what unfortunate timing. We might see him say something to that effect.
And I think we can expect more smiles, because I think that this is what he's doing to try and cover up his emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to use his charisma to hide his guilt.
Yeah. We try to disarm someone with a friendly face, right? We even do that with toddlers. If we see someone else's toddler screaming across the room, sometimes you'll try smiling at them to have some sort of positive connection, some sort of positive reaction. But we do that to disarm people, and I think he's doing that to show.
We sometimes do that to disarm ourselves.
That too.
We call that psychological denial, in which the person is attempting to really lead himself into portraying an innocent person. But as I suggested earlier, it's very difficult for people other than sociopaths to look you in the eye and not have an emotional response when they're lying. And this is all to cover it up.
Again, there's video, and this was Monday, it shows you moving her van.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't doing it.
Yeah. I mean, video doesn't lie. Can you explain that?
No, I can't.
All right, you drove out somewhere and then came back on foot.
Wasn't me.
He
Yeah,
is throwing tells all over the place, hand to the face, grabbing the bottle.
Looking away. He
They
doesn't
get a
want to make
nerve.
eye contact.
Big nerve hit.
Do you know why we found any blood in her unit?
Pardon me?
Why we found blood in her unit?
You found blood in her unit?
Yeah, do you have any cuts from when you were?
I've got cuts all the time from working construction, man, all the time.
Again, is that blood going to be yours?
Oh, yeah, this is, I'm a picker, so sometimes I'll get in there and scratch my nose.
Again, the blood that we found in her unit.
Oh, is it my blood? No, how would that be my blood? I didn't cut myself over there, so no. But I mean, if I could have shed something, because I always do have.
Okay, just stop for a second. Just for a second. I would just like to point out something. Look at his hand gestures. It wasn't me. I'm innocent. There's no blood on my hands. I'm helpless. I'm not a danger to anyone. These so-called mudras are methods that we use to communicate non-verbally, like stop, and who knows, it wasn't me. So I just wanted to point that out because we're seeing him do that as the noose is closing in on him. Okay, please continue.
I've got tons of cuts all over here, always working construction here, that's what I do.
I think the advent of DNA and all of the testing that goes on with blood catches the average person by surprise. They always have an excuse as to why their blood is at a scene. It's I was cut, oh, I worked, I could have dropped a drop of blood there. They have no idea the complexity and the accuracy of DNA at a murder scene. And once you get the analysis where the blood shouldn't be, the type that shouldn't be there, it's almost like what fingerprints used to be to forensics. DNA has become the modern fingerprint. It is the quickest way to get a conviction in a crime scene if you find DNA. He's probably not totally versed in forensics, so he's making up this, and he's looking all over his body to see, I think he's checking to see if he was injured. Did she cut me? Did she hurt me? He's looking.
Or do I have any existing
Yeah,
cuts
and
that I
he's
can
going, well,
use
it was
as an
from
excuse?
construction.
Yeah, I bleed
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah,
Wherever I go, you know,
yeah.
I'm always like, who
There
says
could be
that,
blood
right?
there because I bleed from construction, but little does he know, they're just taking him down a DNA lockdown on this one.
Michael, I mean, we've been working on this for a couple hours. I mean, we got pretty far along in the investigation. There's going to be a time when there's going to be a narrative given of what happened.
Okay.
I tell people that, you know, you want to be in told the narrative. You don't want me to give the narrative myself. You find evidence, and, we can kind of piece together what happened. Sometimes people fuck up, they do something, they get themselves in a predicament, they get worried, something happened on accident, they get scared, they try to cover it up, they don't want to, try to explain it. Well, now's the time to explain what happened that day.
What's it, Monday? There's nothing to explain.
No.
No.
There's nothing to explain.
Well, we found blood in your unit. A lot of blood. And here. You want to explain that?
I mean, I cut myself on some glass and.
What about here?
How long have you been keeping your hair like that?
Literally like 2-3 days.
Okay.
Literally like 2-3 days.
Well, you said, I think you said it was about 3 or 4 days ago earlier.
Well, 3-4 days, 2-3 days. Like I said, I don't know how my timeline is. That sucks.
I mean, it could be symbolic in some ways. I mean, obviously in terms of DNA evidence, there's some reason why people might be more inclined, like almost like the movie Gattaca, right? You don't want to leave any evidence behind. You shave your head, you make sure you're clean, you wash yourself, you scrub your skin, all of those things. But I think it's also symbolic of wanting to,
If he was
you know,
thinking that
it's
far
not your
ahead.
identity.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shave
if he's
his
thinking
head-
that far ahead.
Shave his head to get rid of the hair follicles he lost, but he doesn't realize that's
No.
not what they're testing. So
No, I mean, this is his interpretation of
Yeah.
what they might be looking for.
that's why I don't think he understands forensics.
No.
And if he did that to cover up something, or maybe he did it to change his look so that on the video he wouldn't look like himself.
Yeah, that wasn't me driving that car.
Yeah, or a
Yeah.
witness that may have seen him do something. It's usually an effort to hide your identity, and it could be to, again, I may look to you, Toby, for this. Would he want to change his guilt appearance afterwards? Would he want to shave his head to change his own appearance when he looks in the mirror? Because when he looks at himself, he sees something horrible.
Well, that would be an interesting take. I would think also he's probably taken a shower, got rid of all of his clothes, his shoes, trying to cover his tracks. But maybe there is a certain amount of, if this individual is capable of feeling guilt, of really punishing himself.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
it's like people sometimes carve their skin up afterwards.
That's right.
To do
Well, we also
things
think
in their skin to punish themselves for what they've done.
in a less extreme version, though, if we look at when people change their appearance in a very major way, even if it's dyeing your hair, cutting your hair, adding tattoos, when do we do those things? Usually it's when something very significant has happened in our life, whether it's a negative thing or a positive thing. Maybe we're looking for a change. There are a lot of reasons why someone might change something about their appearance. And that's on a smaller scale, of course, not necessarily negative, but in this case, I think that could be part of
I
it.
just want you to take note of the pictures, how the other guy had them, right? So there's nothing on the table for him to look at or be suspicious of. He hands the other detective the pictures back on. He's looking at this now, wondering, what am I going to see? And he's waiting for the right moment to drop one of these pictures of body scenes or body parts or whatever. This is all intentional timing. This isn't an accident how this happens. It's about his denial, and as the denials grow, the picture comes out. So they introduced the soft picture her. Do you know her? Oh no, I know where she is, blah, blah. Now they're gonna introduce the DNA, the crime scene, and it's all part of the strategy, and they're doing a good job on this one. They're not being too mean with him. They're letting him do the talking, but they're giving him the evidence bit by bit to break him down.
And showing, this is what you've
Yeah,
done.
this is what you did.
Yes.
This is what we're telling you did. We see you, we know what you did.
We found lots of blood in your storage unit. Lots of blood. We found sticks, instruments with a lot of blood.
No way. Someone's gonna hang me or something. It's ridiculous.
No, you just said that the only two people that have access to your unit.
But somebody, like, if you ever just look up in the software, that Tim, he's trying. I bet he's trying.
We have video of you talking to Katie.
Well, yeah, I've talked to Katie before.
Talking to her on Monday, driving her van away. Her keys were found in your dad's basement today.
You know, he should be.
No.
That's not the narrative we want to try to deal with. That's not gonna work for anybody.
Something bad happened to Katie. You know it. You know what happened.
Let's pause for a second. You can see this is a part where he wants to leave. He wants to leave the room. He technically could not leave the room on his own accord, of course, but he could stop talking at this point. I think his two options, they're not great ones. One of them is to say, it wasn't me, it was someone else. He already said, right, it's that guy Tim or whatever. He's not doing a very convincing job of saying that, but that's one option. The other option is to just shut up and stop talking.
Well, he stopped talking verbally, but he's talking a lot
Emotionally.
non-verbally.
Yes, in terms of how he's acting, for sure. We're seeing him picking at his skin a little bit. He's trying to look elsewhere. He doesn't want to look at their eyes. You'll see, too, that when the second officer who's off screen was talking to him, he was looking at him like this. Meanwhile, the other officer was looking at him direct on like a shark, right? And they already have camera footage. They're obviously going to be able to watch his body language after the fact, but he's looking at him, right? If when he's looking at the other police officer, right, he glances slightly, that might be a tell as well. He's trying really hard not to show anything, but he's doing a horrible job.
And these officers are thinking, right about now, I think we got him.
Absolutely. I'm surprised that they're so forthcoming with the information at this point, that they wouldn't let him stew. I know we've talked about that in previous episodes. At what point in this technique do you come forward with the information? How long do you let them sit there? At this point, I think maybe they're doing this because they know they're not going to get much more information out of him. Maybe also they're tired of his BS. They don't know how long he'll go for. I don't know.
They got him anyway, and they just
have
want the
him.
confession. So they're doing the break him down to confess on his own. And that makes the court case so much easier when he says, yeah, I did it. You don't have to go through voir dires. You don't have to go through all of these complex issues in court. When he confesses, it's kind of a slam dunk. So it saves you hours and time and makes the criminal go away a little quicker.
Yep.
It's to give the guy the excuse to say something. Yes, okay, it was an accident. I didn't mean to kill her. It just happened. And then I panicked and did this with her body. So some people fall for that. They go, I didn't murder her. I accidentally killed her. Now your evidence comes in behind that to prove that it was murder. So it's the soft confession, I guess you would call it, if it was an accident, whereas they would prefer to have an out and out, yeah, I killed her and did this to her confession. But many people will say, yes, it was an accident.
So like Sergeant Marquette has given you the opportunity to give us your narrative. What happened? She wanted to give you some money. She wanted to give you a job. But we have statistics.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened, Michael.
Giving him a motive,
Yeah.
trying to let him come up with a motive. He knows why he killed her, but was it about money? Was it about this? Was it about that? He might grab like a fish in a lure. He might grab onto one of these lures and say, yes, it was about money. Then you take him to the next step. They're just trying to get him to open up that first, yes, I did it. And they're throwing these tidbits of stuff out to try to get him to grab it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, they could have even opened up with, look, we know that the nature of the relationship between you two was you doing work for her, right? That there's usually an exchange of money, exchange of services. That might have something to do with it, right? They could provide a little more information on that, but they're being very direct here. They're just saying, okay, this is what we...
Was this about what?
Was this
Yeah.
about one of these things?
I mean, it's probably gonna help you. I mean, you can't feel good holding this in.
No, not really. No, I just
Tell us what happened.
I snapped. I just somebody came over me. I don't know.
What makes you?
My ex-girlfriend too. It was a downfall. She was holding a gun to me there, my ex-girlfriend, but she made me a different person because of her toxic narcissistic ways. I was mentally percolated, emotionally abused. I don't know, just a snap, and Katie said something about my ex-girlfriend. I don't know. You know what?
Well,
I snapped.
tell us what happened.
Well, you know what? I think you just didn't even want to say it.
That's why I told you, this is your narrative. This is your chance to say for your story.
Yeah, well, I just...
So are you just a cold-blooded,
No, I snapped.
homicidal maniac?
Not at all.
Or was it
I
heat
just-
of the moment?
Heat of the moment type of thing. I snapped.
So take us through it, man.
I just went over there, hit her on the head. That was it.
What did you hit in the head?
Yes.
Like a metal pipe, a walking stick,
Something in there.
wood?
Yes. see a piece of the.
Let's pause
Stop
for a
it, Philip,
second.
stop it. Notice what he said. It was about my ex-girlfriend. Something snapped. And notice how the detective doesn't have to use the gory blood pictures. They know he's gonna talk, and they said, here, take these back, I don't need them now. They stopped the progressive interview and are now going to the point where he's going to come out with his story. So they don't wanna drive him back further by showing him a gory picture. He's got his girlfriend as the blame. It was her, my ex-girlfriend, she said something. Now they're gonna get that out of him and lead to the confession.
The interesting thing is he's still trying to save face. He's not going all the way and giving all the details.
Yeah.
He's trying to play it off. It's like I'm a victim of abuse. I experienced, what did he say, verbal, emotional, physical abuse. And I just snapped. And we do see that certainly happen. But in this, you also see the police officers saying, man, like they're using that soft tone. They're using that kind of verbiage. That's like, look, we're just talking bro to bro, man to man.
Very smart move to put those
Yeah.
pictures back.
Sure.
Because it doesn't drive him into another state. You've got him in the state you want him now. Those 2 or 3 sentences he made. And these guys are sharp. They're good detectives. They go, okay, let's pull this back and go, now we're gonna go with his version. Whatever he says is good from now on. He's admitted.
Now, we'll
He's
be
going.
supportive of him, encouraging him. You'll feel better if you unburden yourself.
We're here for you. We're
That's right.
supporting
You
you.
give us your BS story and we'll put forensic to bed to knock it out of the
And
park.
they started off, remember, with him having to pee, him being incredibly uncomfortable. He's still handcuffed. They did that handshake. They're starting to talk to him a little bit more comfortably. If I'm talking to you and I have a file folder or something like this and I'm asking you questions, you're going to be wondering what's in this
there?
file folder.
Yeah.
If I put it away, suddenly that's quite literally off the table, right? It's not something that you're going to be concerned about, or at least thinking about.
Now we're having a personal
Now it's
discussion.
a personal.
Now
we
it's
put
not
that
official.
aside.
That's right.
Exactly.
Well, you're gonna have to get more details out at this point. If he's talking, you want him to describe what he did with the body and try to get more about why, how, what, when, where. It's all about saving you from having to do massive forensics to prove what he did. It's costly, it's time consuming, and sometimes forensics don't do it. So verbal confession, him giving the details makes the criminal case go to court much smoother.
Yeah, these investigations are resource intense.
Oh.
So, and having someone simply confess is not enough information to go off of here. They're going to need to know more details. They want him to account. And again, as long as he's going to continue talking, they're going to continue talking to him and asking him questions.
Well, the person is vulnerable and not responsible. I mean, the definition of really mental illness is that the person is not responsible for what they've done. In this case, he would not be responsible for what he has said. He could be lured into a state of comfort in which he's trying to keep their support by telling them what they want to know, and he can always take that back. So I think that's why it's important that they want to get as much information as possible before he decides that he doesn't want to speak anymore. But a person in a very vulnerable position, I mean, in some ways, this is not that different from what they used to call brainwashing a person. Reduce them to a position of vulnerability, and then provide nurturing, provide food, provide support, where he then gravitates towards you. We know from history that there is a phenomenon known as the Stockholm syndrome, where people were locked in a bank with hostages, and they came to create a positive relationship between all of them. So human beings are very vulnerable, and we respond positively to what seems to be support and nurturing, and this is what's going on here. So a vulnerable person is easy to take advantage of, and this is really what they're doing here.
And in most cases, at this point in an interview, the prosecutor is behind the glass, and they are fully aware of the false confession, the mental state of this guy. And usually if the prosecutor felt there was something going on that would jeopardize the case, they would stop the interview or knock on the door. So far, I've seen nothing that they've done to jeopardize this or to get a false confession. This is basically him telling what they have backed up with video, what they've backed up with DNA. If there was no evidence and they're browbeating this guy and leaving him dressed like that and handcuffing him, yeah, he might confess to get out of that room. And, you know, I don't think the Stockholm Syndrome would kick in a few hours. I think it takes much longer than that. If this was a multi-day interrogation, yeah, I would say that's a possible factor. And
For the Stockholm
brainwashing isn't what we do in our business. It's maybe cleansing of the soul.
I see.
Okay.
The Stockholm Syndrome takes place when the prisoner and the people who are holding them are in the same boat.
Yes.
We're here, we want to protect each other from the people who are outside, but this is a very different
Prevalent
situation.
kidnappings.
Yeah, I was gonna say in kidnappings, especially, say you have a young girl who's been kidnapped and has been basically deprived of every human right. The person that comes in and gives them any sort of affection, any sort of attention, is going to absolutely warp their sense of self, warp their sense of bodily autonomy. The power dynamic that person is in complete control, and so that young person, that girl, whoever, is an appendage to that person. They are linked. They look at that person as, in some cases, you'll see as their savior or their,
Well, we see
their
that with
person.
Patty Hearst,
Yeah.
who was kidnapped, taken by the
Symbionese Liberation
That's
Army.
right, and then rescued by a private detective, I think. She ended up marrying him, so she was a person.
Very vulnerable,
Yes.
incredibly
Yes.
vulnerable.
Still a criminal.
Yeah, I mean,
Robbed a bank.
we also look at police use of lies or false information, and that can also elicit false confession. If they were to implicate, like, the safety of his dad, let's say that he has a great relationship with his dad. They live together, they work together in some capacity. If he were to say something about the safety, or imply that the safety of his family is somehow jeopardized, or something to that effect. We do see that people will falsely confess to crimes when they think, well, I would rather do time for something I didn't commit than have one of my loved ones implicated in this, or deal with something far worse, especially if it is their child, someone they're very close with, have a really close connection to. So that's where we have to be careful about any false information. Obviously, that isn't at play here.
I think you might find that false confessions are usually started from false stories.
By who?
Lawyers.
Fireplace stick would be one of those broken. I don't know, I just saw it, grabbed it, and I just snapped it.
She did it her again, or?
And then I just tried to get rid of the evidence, but I just see what I did. It was much fucking cameras. And it's,
What's the name?
no idea. I parked it in the hood somewhere.
How do you keep that down at your dad's?
I took the key off there, and I was gonna get rid of it. I was gonna wipe it off. It was dumb. I shouldn't have never done it. Obviously, I'm going to jail for the rest of my life, but it's snapped, man. I've been so emotionally and verbally abused. I just have no idea. I got a mother that staying with at 35 years old. Yeah. So there's my narrative, a little bit.
Well, I mean, can you explain why her clothes got grabbed, or?
Shoot, I mean, it was just.
You didn't sexually
No, I did not sexually assault her. Not at all, dude.
Also seeing that, again, the verbiage comes back, dude. He literally just confessed to murdering someone, and he's trying to be nonchalant about it. He's also using his experience with his ex-girlfriend as an out for showing no remorse. At this point, we haven't seen any remorse for what he did, right? He says it was stupid, I snapped, but it's because I was abused, right?
And now the pressure is off him. I did it, and now I don't have to keep that dirty little secret, and I can try and mitigate the circumstances by I was abused, my mother didn't love me, but his demeanor has really changed.
He's trying to justify in his own mind.
That's right.
I'd be curious to see if they're going to bring up the photos at any point after this. Of course, that was taken off the table. I don't know that they're going to bring them forward, but given that he's not showing any sort of emotion, I don't know that if they brought those forward, because some people might be wondering, why aren't they showing him these photos to elicit some sort of emotional
It will
reaction?
depend on how he continues with his confession. If he keeps going with what they want, if he starts backing off, I think you might see them come out again.
I was actually gonna certificate and plastic and get rid of it, burn and close, but.
I saw the fire there before we.
Oh, no, I'd forgotten that part. I mean, I was having a bonfire that night, and that's all I did. There's nothing in there, but, I mean, hey, the cat's out of the bag now, right? You got nothing to hide from me now, so. But, and I really didn't know it was Monday. I tasted it. I know, I'm smiling. I'm really.
You know, well, it's probably a little bit of a relief.
It is a little bit, because I told you, like I said, I snapped, and I've been
I
going
mean,
nuts.
the normal person can't
No.
hold that in.
No, it's actually, but I just, yeah, the last couple of days have been very stressful.
So then what'd you do with the body?
You haven't found the body yet? Yeah, it's right there in the storage unit. I wasn't gonna cut her up or anything, I'm just gonna try to get rid of it somehow.
Did you try to go back?
That's right.
Did you try to go back and get her and move her?
When?
The last couple days?
Oh, no. I mean, you saw the footage, you can move her, so. No.
So is that van close by?
Like it says in the hood, I think we're like Wildwood.
You couldn't move that where you got back faster than that. And you came out your truck, just so you could ride?
No.
Oh, did you go back and move it again?
No.
The video showed you pulling out, and like about 10 minutes later, coming back on foot.
Oh, I did pull around the corner. Yeah, the gym place, I forgot about that. I pulled around the corner and then I came back, just wanted to get it out of sight, I guess. What you wanted to do. Sorry, I'm not making a lot of this stuff up. I mean, I'm having a hard time, like, you know.
So then when you went back to the van and moved it to the hood?
Yeah, because I was just trying to get, we were kind of talking about her a little bit, and she said that maybe you did this to her or whatever.
So she was blaming you?
Nah, I never did.
Just stop for a second. Look how much more relaxed and comfortable he sees. The pressure is off him. They're looking just at details. We can, I guess, make an assumption that he's going to be mostly truthful about what he's talking about. I thought it was interesting when he said, oh no, I didn't cut her up or anything. I mean, it's not like that didn't go through his mind, but I think he rejected that. And I think he's prepared to accept his fate and is feeling probably a profound sense of relief.
He's very relaxed.
I think for people watching at home, they would be frustrated that he was allowed some sort of sense of relief. We see too, when he's talking about Katie, he's not talking about a person, he's talking about a body. He said it. I didn't have time to deal with it yet, or I hadn't thought of it yet. It's frustrating, and I think a very human response to see someone this is the most comfortable I've ever seen someone on a cold stool that's nailed to the ground, a cold metal stool, shirtless. He's been in there for hours at this point, and he's just relaxed, right? It's frustrating, I think, for people to watch this and see someone experience any sort of positive emotion under these circumstances.
Most of these criminals do refer bodies, dead bodies, in the third person. They never call them he or her. It's usually it or the.
It makes it way easier to talk about.
It's easier for them to talk about it when they don't personalize it.
Yeah, you take away the humanity.
And it was never a body in their mind anyway. Once they start cutting it up and killing it, it becomes an object. Whether it's sexual or violence or some perversion that no one knows about in their head, it's not a human, or it would never have happened.
Well, there probably wasn't a human at the time of the attack.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That something triggered him, he tells us snapped.
Yeah.
She stops being a person and starts being representative of other things in his life. And he suggested, I've been abused, my mother didn't love me, et cetera, et cetera. So she stops being a human being and becomes an object, a representative of the negative things that have occurred to him.
Yeah, the interesting thing is he's still not being super forthcoming with all the information he could be providing about the method, about the conversation or fight that had happened, about what was going through his mind at the time. He's still being very nonchalant about it, not as forthcoming as with information. We saw him at the beginning when he was super animated and talking really fast, right? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
It's a different person.
Absolutely a different person. The officers have figured out what works, right? They have figured out what the person across the table is reacting to. If they're going to be providing information when I'm calm and I'm treating them with some respect, I'm talking to them like a human, I'm in a posture that makes them comfortable, they're going to continue doing that.
You'll notice the position of what I call the lead guy. That's the guy in the white, in the striped shirt. The blue guy is the back guy. He's the throw the knives into the
He's
party
the
if he has
heavy.
to. Yeah, if he
Yeah.
has to be. This guy, and
Yeah.
you'll notice in all cases, their hand position is either this, or they may open to do that. It's a set position for staring someone down. They are very calm. I don't think his demeanor changed. He was stoic, consistent through the entire process, never raised his voice, never got out of control, and led the evidence to this guy, whether truthfully or not at times. He walked him where he wanted him to go. It took an hour, it took some time, but it's pretty well standard interview technique this guy is going through.
And he maintained professional aloofness, so we can assume that he's not emotionally involved in the situation.
No.
He's a pro. He's done this many, many times. He doesn't get caught up in the emotion of the situation and take it personally. I imagine if he did, then someone would come in and relieve him of that position.
If he did, I don't think he would be working in homicide for
No,
very
you
long.
wouldn't have a young officer in there that is emotional, that's not trained, not ready for this type of bizarre character you're dealing with. And again, these guys have to be able to read these people, not like you maybe read people or criminologists would read them, but they have to read them as a police officer reads a suspect and do the things necessary to get a confession or evidence, whether it's contrary, circumstantial, whatever, to put this guy before the courts. You're not saying he's guilty. That's not the police job. The police job is to get the evidence to let the court decide if he's guilty.
Yeah, the other thing I want to point out here too is that police officers are still human. They are still affected by this. They just can't show it, and that's how they're professionals, right? So what he does outside of that room in debriefing and going to counseling, in doing things that he loves, his hobbies, those things are meant to help so that he can continue to do his job and do it well. But I think sometimes people assume that officers aren't as affected by these things, right? He just saw a murder photo in front of him, right? How can he not be affected? Well, he is absolutely affected by this, as is the other officer that's off screen. So I think it's important for people to know that.
Well, there's lots of sub-problems occur in law enforcement from
Absolutely.
these
Yeah.
type of things being exposed to them year over year causes, as you well know, PTSD, and I'm sure you treat police officers in your profession for that. So nobody gets away free.
No,
Nobody.
absolutely not.
Victims pay the price, families, even if you have some remorse for criminals, their families pay too.
Excellent point.
So you said you just saw something laying there?
I'm sitting there, and I get everyone's mad.
Where did you hit her at? Bad red? Anywhere else?
She see it? Were you facing her or? No.
You know how many times you hit her?
And just maybe once or twice, 3 times maybe, and then I just like, I just stay down there.
Yeah. It was walking sticks you used. Is there anything else you did? No, it's also go for your line.
I didn't sexually assault her. I did not do anything like that. I just snapped and oh God, it smelled. They just that smell of death. I hate that. Every turn I saw my clothes.
You ever done something like this before?
Well, in my entire life, I never thought I wanted. I'm a Christian. I just, I mean, not that it matters, but you know, it's a childhood Christian school, CVCA. I love my fellow man, neighbors. I try to do everything for everybody else except for myself.
You said you only use weed. Is there anything else you ever use?
I mean, I've used cocaine before.
Heroin.
I've never done heroin. Never done heroin. I tried meth. I've never done acid. I've never done shrooms. I've tried ecstasy once.
So have you doing anything lately that
I mean,
might have made you snap?
Nope. No. I mean, I would bump every once in a while, but it doesn't.
What do you mean salt?
Of meth, like speed, you know.
Okay.
But it doesn't make me an angry person. I'm weird. I'm like an opposite drug user. Like weed is supposed to be a downer, gives me energy. I used to do coke back in 06. I got a charge. I do coke, everything was on me, you know. So and even this weird meth kind of made me a little bit calm. It doesn't affect me like it does like rage, meth heads, like you think, I'm telling
Have
you.
you ever been diagnosed with anything?
No, I've never.
Bipolar, schizophrenia?
No, I know. I know, you probably watched me on the camera, I was talking a little bit, but
No,
I wasn't answering myself, that's the one thing, so.
When's the last time you used?
Last night, I did a bump.
I think his statement about, I take meth and it doesn't make me rage, I think that is a lie. I believe that meth makes everyone crazy. I've seen many, many cases where meth drives people into fits of craziness beyond belief and anger and violence. It's a horrible drug, and it's proven to be a horrible drug. So he is obviously taking meth, and for whatever reason is not blaming it for why he killed her. He's saying it doesn't bother me. He's explaining his drug experience, and unfortunately in today's society, opioids and drugs are behind so much crime. I think there's 300,000 deaths in the United States from overdose alone from opioids. So it has a major impact, and it will probably come up at the trial about his drug use and why, as an excuse as to why he killed her. But I would also like to emphasize how this was, again, forensics. They had the DNA, they had the video camera surveillance. So many things today help the police that the suspect doesn't know about. They don't know about video. They don't know about cell phone technology. They don't know about DNA. And the tried and true interview techniques that they used here are just as important as they were 30, 40 years ago. The advantage is all these forensic technology advances are coming out, which helps law enforcement so much. But drugs do not help law enforcement. They're the biggest problem we face today in society, and nothing's being done about it at the top level.
I think what's interesting to me, if he can be believed that when he does marijuana, instead of making him slow down, it speeds up, and that when he does cocaine or some other stimulant, it helps him slow down. But there are paradoxical effects. People who have ADD are given a stimulant which calms them down and helps them focus. So if we can believe him, initially what we saw at the beginning of the interrogation was a person that looked very much hyperactive. So whether we believe him or not, there are people who do have paradoxical effects.
True enough.
ADD is treated with a stimulant.
One of the things that I noticed right off the bat was when he was talking about his identity. When he was asked or confronted about the drugs, he was like, well, I'm a Christian, I'm not your typical drug user. Then he went on to say, I am selfless, right? I'm in the community, I do these good things for people, I take care of people, I don't take care of myself even, right? I'm selfless. He was affected by the blood, the smell on his clothes, the smell of death, right? And then to also bring up that he's a victim of abuse. If we look at the opposite of that, he said, I'm not your typical drug user. Well, then what is he framing as the typical drug user? He's framing them as someone who is selfish, who is not impacted by things like the smell of death, not impacted by their actions, and who is an offender, not a victim. So if you look at this duality of identity here, how he's trying to frame, well, this is what your typical drug user is like. And we know that that's not necessarily the case. There are a lot of reasons why people end up doing drugs. Not everyone who does drugs ends up committing murder, certainly.
Not everyone.
Not everyone, but we know there are definitely some associations with the two. But I think it's interesting just to look at how he perceives himself, right? Yeah, I do drugs, but I'm not like those people.
I'm a victim.
I'm a victim.
That's right.
Right? That's his only defense here, is trying to save face. Why he's trying to save face in front of these officers, at this point, it doesn't really serve him at all. I think it's really just self-serving, which shows that he is a selfish person. He is, how he is framing that typical person to be, is exactly who he is.
But don't you feel that social media has driven people to think that way in his case? They think they're victims. Everybody's a victim of something. When they get in these positions, they blame everything around them, whether it's their upbringing, drugs. All these things are causations for why I killed this person or why I raped this person. We're a very a society has become very victimized when we're a criminal.
I think that happened before social media, though. I think it's
Maybe,
more,
yeah.
maybe more prevalent, or you're seeing
You're
more of it.
seeing more of it, okay.
Yeah, kind of like
Yeah.
how we knew about PTSD. We didn't call it PTSD, and now we know. And people think, well, is there
We're more aware.
Is there more? I think we're just more
Yeah.
aware. I certainly think that these kinds of defenses were coming out. I think they're coming out more so because we have advances in technology. We have AI, we have DNA evidence,
Yeah.
we have all of these things. And CCTV is not necessarily a new phenomenon.
No, it's just being used more,
It's
right?
just being used more.
And it's more everywhere.
The fact that he wasn't aware of it would kind of run counter to what you're saying about social media and all of that. It would be, he should be more aware of these things. I think it's of the utmost importance to keep the family of the victim in mind here. We have a family that has gone through something incredibly traumatic and will continue to feel the effects of that for the rest of their lives. When we often forget when a murder happens that the effects are so widespread. It moves out from just that individual to their family members, their community members, other people that were in the vicinity even, that knew of her or knew her in some capacity, people that may have also had any sort of a relationship, even a small relationship with the offender in this case. They could think, oh, that was me, that could have been me. Right? If I had said something that had made that person snap. In terms of the victim's family, I could see they're doing whatever they can to get any sort of retribution, anything back. Obviously, nothing's going to replace a human life. Nothing's going to replace Katie, and nothing's going to really address the core issue, the core problem. This person is missing, or this person is gone now in their life.
The police, in my mind, have done a great job. They've taken him to the point where he confessed very quickly to a crime that was horrible, but now it's time to look ahead. The victimization here, not only is it the victimization of the murders, the person who's murdered's family, but now his family is going to become a victim. They're going to be vilified in the community. There's always what I call a black paintbrush struck over the family name because of him. There's going to be a court action, a civil court action for suing the father for damages about what this character did. So there is a ripple effect, almost an outgoing vortex of victimization in these cases. Sometimes we forget to look at the family of the accused person who, in a lesser way maybe, are still victims of a horrible crime.
I think that the officers handled the interview in a very, very effective way. They were able to read the nonverbal and the verbal feedback that they were getting from Michael to the point to bring him along, to upset him enough, to get him started, to be sympathetic. I think that they did an excellent job of establishing rapport with him to the point where he felt encouraged to unburden himself from his guilt. Mm-hmm. And so I think it was very successful, very, very interesting situation.
Set to be married on Saturday?
Oh, we're good. Cancel it now. We were supposed to be married. But to be honest, I didn't really do much with the wedding. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired too.
Where do you work, Jeff?
Right now, I got laid off. I was laid off 2 months ago.
Tell me about the morning. What time did you wake up?
Probably like 10:25, because Anna had to be at work at 10:40. So she woke me up to get up and watch the baby. And then
Anna woke you up?
Yes. Okay. I got up, I was upstairs, made her breakfast. We were watching Barney. She had some cookies and stuff like that. Nothing too big. I got her to lay down for a nap, figured I'd take a nap too.
What's your baby's name?
Aurora.
How old is Aurora?
A year and 5 months, a year and 6 months, give or take. I'm sorry, I'm really bad with that stuff.
I don't know. I initially thought the way his arms were folded, his demeanor, I thought suspect right off the bat. Now that he's opened his hands up and leaned over and giving a fairly normal account of what's going on that morning, I'm still waiting.
The first thing that I noticed was his closed body language. Even though he opens up his body language a bit to lean in, he's not really giving us much detail, but he's letting us know that he is not as involved in wedding preparations. He also doesn't, I don't know when he says, I'm not really good at that stuff regarding his child, what he's referring to. Is it, I don't know how old my child is exactly, or sometimes we talk about kids' ages in months up until they're 3 years old for developmental reasons. So is that the reason he's saying, well, I don't speak in months, but I think she's about, a year and some.
I was impressed with his flat affect.
Yeah.
It looks like he just woke up or he's sleepy, but one way of concealing emotion is to have a flat affect, almost robotic-like presentation. And this is what I'm seeing thus far.
Or he could just be lazy.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
To work, and worked.
She worked at 11?
I think it was like 10:40. I might be off by like 10 minutes.
No, you're telling me when she left or?
When she left.
10:40? Okay, so she's probably gonna work at 11, fair enough.
Probably.
Okay. Okay, and who else is in the home at that time?
Just me. I brought the dog up because the other day someone tried to get in the house, so I felt better with him being up there. He follows the baby around, so I feel better when she's in the house when he's around. He was up there, and the other dog was in the laundry room, the other door past the basement door. And no one was there for the longest time. It was just me, and then I think around 1, Mel came home. I don't know the exact time. She didn't tell me she was coming home. She was kind of sure. And she walked in. We were going to meet my mom. She helped pay for the wedding because I didn't have enough money, and my card wasn't going through. So she gave me some money, but then I was late, so they ended up going up there to pay for it. But we were all going to meet for dinner later that night. I was going to go pick my mom up after she got home from work, and I was going to be like, hey, they want to go have dinner, let's go have dinner at Applebee's. It was going to be this nice little thing. Well, Mel said she didn't want to do that, she just wanted me to go grab the money and everything. And I was like, okay, well, I'll do that when Mom gets home. So I left. No, I didn't leave. I'm skipping ahead. I'm sorry, I'm really fucking tired. It's okay.
There's the first mistake. I'm skipping ahead. He's making statements about in his mind that he's losing it right now. I'm skipping ahead. I think sooner or later he's going to start slipping up. If he's guilty, that was the first time he's lost his train of thought.
I thought it was interesting that as he's talking about where they were going to meet, kind of factual information, he became more animated. As soon as he started sort of talking about, I skipped ahead, he stopped. So I think if we're looking at the body language, where it's a safe subject, where it's factual, we get to see him expressing emotion through hand gestures and body language.
He's in and out of where his story's going, I think, at this point.
Let's remember, though, this is a very stressful environment to be in and a very stressful situation to be in, whether he's done it or not, to be interrogated. So his reaction, his skipping ahead, getting ahead of himself, could be a slip-up. I think in all likelihood that is what it is, but it doesn't mean off the bat that he's guilty.
No, you're correct, but as a former police officer, those things would register to me very harshly right now, what he's doing. But I wouldn't, you're right, I wouldn't convict him just yet, but he's doing things right now with the soft and the hard that would say, okay, keep going, buddy, keep talking.
I would say, what times do you get ahead of yourself? Usually when you're excited about something, when you've maybe planned something, when something is a story that you really want to tell.
Or you kill someone.
Or you kill, exactly. So yeah, that's why I think he might be guilty, but we'll see.
Where was it? Well, I mean, you're at home, Mel came home at 1, so we're at 1 o'clock, and then the plan was, it's fine, that's okay. The plan was to meet for dinner, but Mel didn't want to do that, and she asked you to meet your mom?
Go grab the money
I had to go grab like $600 from my mom and the rest from my banker.
But Mel asked you to do that.
She asked me to go do that, and I said I'd do it when she got home, and she said okay. And that wasn't an issue, that was the end of the conversation.
Just at 1 o'clock, supposed to meet for dinner, but
she said she had to do something, and she wouldn't elaborate, which I'm not gonna press, it's not my business, so I was like, okay, whatever.
Okay,
But
she couldn't.
she just didn't say anything, and then she said she was going to the doctor, and that I might need to get Kyle off the bus. Which I get Kyle off the bus most days, because everyone works during the day, which isn't a big issue. He just doesn't like me that much, so he just like runs upstairs, which, that's fine.
Okay, stop just a second. Look how minimal his hand gestures are when he's talking about her. At other times, he is more animated. So I think that what we're seeing here, and you're right, guilty or not, there are some subjects that are more stressful for him.
And he's creating a absence for her. I don't know where she went, I don't know what she was doing. He's removed her from his knowledge of what she was going to do at that particular time. Whether it means anything, we'll have to wait and see. But he's setting up in his mind, I don't know what she did or where she went.
If I was the officer, I'd be taking notes on when he's most animated and when he isn't. What storylines, what people in his life is he talking about when he's more animated versus not? I think a very interesting component of this that we'll see soon is his relation to his future brother-in-law, who we know has Down syndrome, and the nature of their relationship as well.
And whether you're using the Reed investigative technique or the Peace technique, which are police officer trained techniques, he's following along both of them. He's giving a story, and he's giving this officer a chance to take him where he wants him to go. Well, obviously, based on the background of this case, money is a big issue. He's not working, there's a wedding. He was told to go get money. It's probably emasculating to be told to go get money from your family to pay for your wedding. So there could be tension and anger in him that we just don't see yet. And that's gonna probably be tried to be brought out by these investigators, I think, at some point.
I got Kyle, fast forward later, everything's normal. Kyle's gonna come home soon.
Did she leave? Did Mel leave?
Yeah, she went to the doctor's office.
At what time did she leave?
Not too long after that. She was only home for like maybe 20, 30 minutes at a time. And most of the time she was upstairs. She went upstairs to change. She was wearing a green shirt.
Okay. And you wait for Bruce to get there, and then what kind of conversation does Bruce make?
He sat down, he asked if I talked to Mel. I was like, no, have you talked to Mel? We were all trying to figure out what's going on. Anna walked over. We were all talking like, when was the last time you talked to her? When was the last time you did this? He was all pissy that she told him to go to Brew Kettle. And he's like, I went and bought it. We talked about Kyle for a little bit, because Kyle has accidents. How he's buying underwear or whatever for Kyle. And we told him to go to Walmart to buy those like, value packs and everything. We just turned and hugged them all the way to the... I'm sorry.
Did you go out the exit by Bukit Beppo?
No, the one after that. The one that's
Road?
just where you go right. You can get a right turn and you can skip the light basically. Or you just turn red. Turn it right on red. I think that's faster in my head.
Okay, and then driving home, he's not in front of you or behind you?
No, he was in front of me, but I didn't notice it until we turned right on Golden Star.
Okay.
Because when I turned right onto Golden Star, he was turning right down Blazing Star. And there was a lady in front of me, so I stopped. She went, I stopped, turned right. And then when I pulled in the driveway, he was already waiting by the door.
Do you think there's any significance to the fact that he's shoving his hands in his pockets? He's really trying to
Prevent the hand motion.
That's
He
right.
doesn't want to be showing his emotion right now. I think he's feeling comfortable that he's got this police officer convinced that he's believing me. I'm taking him down the right path, so I'm going to put my hands in my pocket. I'm going to slouch back and relax because this is my show. In his mind, he thinks he's winning right now. I think that's what I get from that anyway, versus the arms folded and the defiance. He's almost getting to a point of comfort.
Yes. Should be interesting to see what he does with those hands as we get into different topics.
We're gonna have to start pushing his buttons pretty soon.
Let's continue, please. Roll the tape.
What happened at the front door?
We tried the keys. We talked for a minute he's like, that's her car, she's here. He's like, oh, she's being done or whatever. He said like a few other things. You know, he's getting pissed because he thought she blew her off or whatever. Then we tried the one key, it didn't work. We tried the other key, it didn't work. And we're like, well, what the hell are we gonna do now? We started knocking, nothing. Like 5 minutes go by. I hit the doorbell like 12 times in a row just to say someone's sleeping, just to wake him up. Then Kyle came and opened the door. And, you know, it seems everything was normal. You know, Kyle opened the door, the lights were all on, nothing seemed out of place, just looking in. I reached in, put the baby to the right like I always do, because the one door doesn't open, so I always put her to the right. And I went back out, grabbed her bag, grabbed my phone, a wallet, and I walked in. And then when I was walking back, like about to round the garage, Bruce started screaming about something. I ran in. Kyle picked up the baby and moved her in the living room, the room with the TV, where the couch was, the L couch. He put him in there, so I walked in, ran over to the baby.
So you put the baby right in the foyer right there, to the right, by the stairs?
Yeah, right where the base of the stairs was. And Kyle picked up the baby. He does this all the time. He picks her up and he puts her in the other room, because that's where everyone hangs out. He picked him up, ran in there. I thought something was wrong with the baby, so I ran in.
You went outside, you did the diaper bag and do what else?
My keys and wallet. I left them on the seat, because I didn't know if we were going to get in the house. Keys, wallet, and phone were all right on the driver's seat. So I ran in, I thought something was wrong with the baby. Didn't see her at the door, was yelling, where's the baby, where's the baby? Ran into the kitchen, saw her to the right, ran over there, looked at her, nothing was wrong. He was screaming in the kitchen. I thought something was wrong. I turned around, and Nell was laying down.
So you went to the right of the baby? You didn't look?
Well,
Is that what you said?
I looked, but I didn't see. You know, I just looked for the little carrier, because I was afraid something was wrong with her.
Where's Bruce standing when you come in the house?
Right above her head, like to the right. Like if this is the pantry door, he was standing like this. I didn't even realize she was there at first.
He's avoiding talking about her for some reason. If you find a murdered victim, you'd usually be describing what you saw and looking for something, or if it's a shock. He's very calm for finding his potential mother-in-law murdered.
And he's going into a lot of detail about the baby.
Frivolous detail.
That's right.
Frivolous
That's right.
detail that doesn't really apply to what has gone on.
So he's cooperating,
Yeah.
but he's not giving any relevant information.
One thing that I would always look for in that, if it was me doing the interviewing, is why didn't he say, thank God the baby was alive? Like, there doesn't seem to be any reaction about my baby wasn't hurt or anything like that. And the fact that the baby's not hurt, to me, puts it right in the wheelhouse of somebody in that home or familiar with them.
Yeah, you can also see that he looks to be increasingly agitated as he's talking about these things. He's talking about Bruce, his future father-in-law, right? And how he was upset or annoyed. He's saying these kinds of things. And as he's going through, his hand went from his pockets through his hair. We also saw him sit up a little bit more. We see him look a little bit more uncomfortable. He was scratching his leg at one point leading up to talking about this. And like you said, we would expect him to say, well, I was worried initially it was the baby, and then to close it off by saying, but the baby was okay.
Yeah.
So not talking about the things that we would expect
And
a
again, he
person
could
to
be
talk
just
about.
not that bright. There's the other reason too.
Yes, I went in the living room, I picked up the carrier, and I'm looking at her face. I thought something was wrong. And then I turned around, saw her in there, and then he started screaming, she's bleeding, she's bleeding, she's bleeding. And I was like, call 911, call 911, call 911. And I reached down and I touched her leg to see if, if she was awake. I shook her leg. She didn't move.
So you were standing over her mouth?
Yeah, right where her head is. Her head was. And then I shook her leg and she didn't move.
He's yelling, she's bleeding?
He's like, she's bleeding, she's bleeding, she's bleeding. Then he ran past me into the front room and he started digging in his bags looking for his phone. And he yelled, he can't find his phone, he can't find his phone. And then he ran back over and did something to her. He was touching her or moved her or something. Like, I think he just touched her back and realized she was bleeding from all over her back or whatever. I pulled out my phone and started calling, and then he yelled, "She isn't breathing," and that's when I grabbed Kyle and walked out.
And who called 911?
I think he called as well, but I'm not sure.
Were you outside when you called 911?
Yes, I ran straight out to the truck. It was raining when I was making my way to the truck.
Oh, stop the tape
With
for a
the baby
second.
here.
Again, strictly from a suspicious former cop. When he says he reached down to shake her leg to see if she was alive, I think he already knew she was dead. You don't check a leg for pulse, not in someone who's lost a lot of blood. You go to a more critical area for life symptoms. And to touch someone's leg, it almost looks like, oh, I know she's dead, I'm just going through the motions of this. That would be another thing I would pick up if I was doing that interview.
Yeah. He also provided a detail that we hadn't been exposed to yet, which is that it looked like she was stabbed from the back. We don't know at this point if she's if she's laying on her back or on her stomach. We don't know if he can actually see that.
Yeah, it could be a mistake.
So it could be a mistake that he's made already. It also seems like he was largely inactive when that happened. He's describing Bruce running around trying to get a phone. He had said already he had gone back to his car to get his keys and his phone. I would think they would be in his pocket or in his hand if he had just grabbed those.
Well, he said they were already once when he went to try to open the door. And then he went back maybe and put them in the car at that
Maybe,
time.
I don't know.
It's just he's, I'm not sure he's the prime suspect yet, but he's moving bloody close to it.
And he's moving back and forth in terms of time. He talked about the head. Her head is here, and then he corrected himself and said, no, it was here. So it sounds almost like this is a story that he is concocting, could be. And then he catches himself and then talks about it in the past tense rather than in the future tense, which again raises some suspicion about what's going on with this guy.
And I forced Kyle to sit down. When I was on the phone with 911, I turned on the lights like to see if Kyle was bleeding or anything because the lady asked me.
And Bruce went to his bags to try to find his phone?
He was looking through his bags, and then he came out. He was on the phone. I think he was on the phone with 911. He was yelling into the phone, so I don't know.
Who else would he be on the phone with? I think he was calling 911 after he found his wife murdered, and I said call 911.
Yeah, I would question this guy's IQ level at this point. He's not that bright. His observations are almost childish of what he's looking at, and it's difficulty interviewing someone that's not that academically inclined.
We talked a little bit at the house. There's weapons in the home.
Yes.
Those are your father's?
Yes.
When did you bring those in the home?
The other day. Yesterday.
On a Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
And why did you bring those in?
Because I didn't want to drive around with them in case I got pulled over. That's the only time they were in the house.
Why did he ask you to take them?
We were going, he didn't ask me to take it. We were going to the gun show in that car, the one over in Berea, but he ended up going to the hospital because he has a hand infection. His hand's the size of like a coconut.
And why wouldn't you just put them back in his house?
I never got a chance to stop back over there. You could check them all, none of them have been fired or anything. I don't even think all of them have magazines. I only saw them the one day we pulled them out.
This here to me is now starting to get interesting. He brought these guns into the house yesterday, right? The timing of this is very coincidental. He's saying they were going to go to a gun show. Well, usually you go to a gun show to buy guns. You don't go to a gun show to sell your guns. They're your guns. He's making up a story here, and this guy the investigator is now going, okay, did you fire these guns? Because they'll test these guns for residue. They can tell if that gun was recently fired, and they're starting to ask him questions now. When did you fire that gun? Was it loaded? Where was the ammunition? They're trying to get him to say what he knew about those guns and why did you bring them to that house the day before.
Well, you say they're trying to get him to say those things, but he's offering this information willingly.
Some of it.
You can see he's jumping the gun, so to speak. He's already going, well, you can check them already. They didn't go off.
Yeah. How does he know that? He doesn't know that because you have to smell those guns and test for residue. He's just saying, oh, they didn't go off. unless he smelt those barrels, you do not know if the gun went off or not. You have to test the weapons.
Well, he seems to be very comfortable cooperating in an area that I think he feels comfortable in, and that is the guns. So by saying, yes, look how cooperative I am, you can test the guns, I think he's fairly confident that they're not going to find anything.
No, the caliber of the shells is missing. Most criminals don't remove the gun shells. I don't know if the shells were there with her body, but if the shells were removed, that's someone who's not trying to take away the fact that my guns were used in this. He's hiding the shells because they know what IDs the gun.
As far as we know, though, she's only been stabbed. So the guns aren't even at question at this point.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's already being defensive about this doesn't tell me anything about the guns and whether they were used. It tells me that he's already going on the defensive about just doing anything wrong in the first place. So again, the guns are not at issue here. So the fact that he's being defensive maybe tells us something else.
It's in that bag too, I think. I do when I see it too at the top because we saved the container for it. The dog's nose.
Your dad got sick.
Yes.
And how many guns were, that was book bag is that they were in as a backpack?
That's my father's. It's like an already gun bag. There's a revolver, a small car.
Small weapon.
A small 40 car, 2 9mm, and a 1911 45. That's it. And there's no ammo in that bag at all.
What kind of knives are in there?
Just knives that I found in his car. Just like I think there's like a couple, there's like 2 SOG knives, and there's a hunting knife in there as well. You can test all of them. Go ahead. As well as you can test the guns you have my permission.
Because he knows he's already cleaned them, or he's knows that they were never used. Those particular weapons weren't used, so he's telling them, go ahead, check them. It's a safety valve when you've used different weapons and thrown them away or got rid of them.
Well, he's also saying test the knives
Yeah,
as
test
well.
the knives,
so-
go ahead. Fill your boots, you're not gonna find nothing here on me because I have nothing to hide.
Now,
He's volunteering without search warrant or any prompting to turn the weapons over, which usually indicates those weren't the weapons used.
I would expect that there would be a little bit more urgency in his voice if he insists, I didn't do it, right? You can test them, they're not mine, they weren't used, or whatever. But he's very nonchalant about it and very cavalier almost. Yeah, go ahead, test them.
Almost cocky.
A little cocky,
Yes.
yeah.
You fired a gun.
I fired a gun, not in a few weeks, probably a month or 2. I haven't gone shooting with my father in a while. I have handled weapons that he has shot though. When he went to the hospital the other day, he has this concealed carry weapon in his car. When we were in the hospital parking lot, I walked out and cleared it for my mother. She doesn't know how to do stuff like that. But he goes to the range pretty often. And that, I don't know how long it stays on or anything like that.
And when did you clear your dad's gun?
Saturday.
And is that gun in that bag?
No. That's at my father's house, my mother and father's house. That was a gun I cleared. I took the magazine out, made sure there was nothing in the chamber, left it open, and I set it back in the bag.
So, on Saturday,
Yes.
you guys were planning on going,
They were going to see. Let me start again. Saturday. Ellie's in the car. I'm going to pick up Ellie. I stop at the hospital to say hi to my dad. I haven't seen him since he's been in the hospital. His truck is in the parking lot. He said that there was a gun in there, and that I can go grab some money. My mother walked out there with me. She grabbed the money out of the bag and gave me some money for Ellie's ticket. I cleared the weapon that was in his car so that there was nothing in the chamber or anything like that. He's licensed to carry. He's a concealed carry weapon.
okay,
I ejected the magazine.
and your mom takes that.
Yes, and I put it in the back seat of the car, like all the way in the back, you know, where you open up the window. I set it down there. She drove off in that car later. She went back up. But I went in my car, picked up Ellie, went to Rite Aid, bought her ticket, and then we went back to the house and they went to Cedar Point. Her sister
like my sister, Anna's sister, her, and Sandra, one of their friends.
So the last time you physically touched a gun was Saturday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't know when the last time you fired that weapon was. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah. And since Saturday, have you showered?
Yes. I think I showered that day. I don't know if I showered yesterday. I'm sorry to say.
Okay. But you showered?
Yes.
Okay. And do you wash your hands after you use the restroom?
Yes. I'm not in trouble.
No.
I'm sorry.
You're asking me, you're worried about it, but, if the last time you touched a gun was 40 hours ago at the least, you've showered, you've washed your hands, so you should have something to worry about.
All right. Thank God I was worried.
This is very important for gunfire evidence. He says he's showered. He says he's washed his hands. He's cooperated fully on the fact that I should not have any residue on there. Now, if they test him right away and there's residue on there, it happened since Saturday. That's what this guy's getting at, this detective. He knows he's taken him down, and then he goes, suddenly, am I in trouble? Well, why would you say that? Why would you say, am I in trouble, if you have nothing to hide? I think this is the beginning of the break.
I didn't know how long that stuff stayed on. Well, was she shot? You said that when I saw her, it looked like she was, I'm sorry.
She was shot and stabbed.
Shot and stabbed?
Jeff, let's go back to when your car breaks down. It's just an awfully long time to be on Drake Road for an hour and a half. And so when you say
Was I there for an hour? I wasn't there for an hour and a half. I was there less than that. But I was just, how when you pull this side of the road a little bit, and there's the ditch. I was just outside the ditch. I had my hazard lights on. It was when the pouring rain started. I was just, I could see the corner of the gas station, at the top corner of the gas station.
But you're there for an hour. You said you were there for an hour and a half.
That's bad, I guess.
So really long time, and then you tell me you can't find your phone.
I didn't have my phone. I didn't know where it was.
You said you couldn't find it.
I know, but I'm saying I didn't physically have it.
Okay, but you could get it. You just gotta go to the back, you said, and grab it.
Yeah, but I didn't know if I left it at the house or what. I was looking, and then when I finally, when the nice man got me some gas, and I got to the gas station, I sat down, looked in the car, looked everywhere, opened the back door, reached back, looked through all that.
How long were you sitting there before that guy came and helped you?
Maybe 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes.
20, 30 minutes?
Yeah.
And no more than 20, 30 minutes, did you want to go see if you left your phone at the house or go check the car?
I didn't have gas.
No, what I'm asking though is, I said it wrong, in that 20 to 30 minutes, you didn't want to check your car to see if you left the
I
phone
looked around, but I didn't want to hop out on Drake and open up both doors with cars.
But even describing those seats, knowing that it drops down there and where it ends up, would be pretty...
I mean, I looked around, I didn't see it. The way...
Stop the tape.
Yes, sir.
Similarly to what Wyman said, this is where the dam is starting to break. We're seeing that he's trying to account for missed time. It's, the cop is saying it's an awful long time for you to be on this stretch of road. Now he's starting to panic. He's starting to think, okay, well, how can I add little bits of time here and there with where I was traveling to account for all of the time that I was gone? If he had indeed stabbed Mel, that's her name, right? If he had indeed stabbed and shot Mel at 35 times, whatever it was, right? I needed to plan for that, needed to have time for all of those things. He would need to account for all of that time. How's he going to do that? What's convenient here is that he's saying, well, I left my phone at the crime scene. So if it pings off any towers, it's going to show that I was there, but I wasn't there. What a police officer is saying too about, well, didn't you check? If you're waiting in your car for 20 to 30 minutes, we know that's an awful long time to be waiting somewhere. We tend to casually check our phones, whatever, just to pass the time. That's a long time to just be sitting there.
I could have done it better. I was just looking around for the phone. I just didn't see it.
especially now that you have help, and then you look for your phone. Just seems like an awfully long time to be sitting there on Drake Road. There's a big gap in time.
I didn't want to hop out of the car with people zooming by me. And I didn't want to walk out and try and walk to the gas station, hold the gas tank and the baby. That's what was my predicament.
I understand not wanting to get out of the car with the baby, and if it's raining, but I think anybody would first look for their phone to see if they call for some help.
Well, I was looking, but like I said, you have to get around the back, and I just
didn't feel safe to do that.
I didn't feel safe to do it, and there's a good possibility I left the phone at home, is what I was thinking.
But what made you feel safe 20, 30 minutes later?
I pulled up into the get-go. After I got some gas, I pulled up into the get-go.
But you just told me that you found it while he was getting you gas.
Yeah, he got me gas, and I pulled up into the get-go. I said I put $6 in the tank. That's when I opened up the car and looked and found the phone.
Okay.
And then I called Jeannie, or I might have texted Jeannie or called Jeannie that I was on the way.
No, it's very clear that he's trying to account for that missed time and is trying to do it in a way that isn't going to incriminate him. Often if we have that time, we would check our phones, it would ping off of the tower. If we're gone for an extended period of time, we might say to someone, oh, I was just grabbing coffee. Well, there would be a receipt. There might be video footage of that. He has to account for time that he didn't do anything that could be traced, which is an incredibly difficult thing to do in his case. What he could have done, given that the baby is in the car, is say, well, I was tending to my child, I was playing with my child. He has said nothing about his child at this point. Not to say, it was really stressful, my kid's in the car, or I was playing with my child or anything like that. And that's what I would normally expect if someone was in the car and wasn't checking their phone, that they would account for that. And they aren't just sitting there with their hands in their lap. Right?
Well, he was saying that he was reluctant to get out of the car and look, or get out of the truck and look for his phone because it might expose him to oncoming traffic. And that seems pretty unbelievable. That the person wouldn't immediately be looking for his phone.
It's his pre-thought alibi, and that's why he's so agitated. If this is his alibi, if he is the one that did it, his alibi is starting to shrink and cause a problem with the police. And I think this is a crucial part of this interview, is whether the cop pushes this now to break him further, or whether he can come up with a logical reason as to why this story has got a little hole in it.
Jeff, how did you get the scratches on your face?
I had a little bumper with the truck. I got tapped. That's from me hitting the steering wheel. You can ask Anna and her mother and her father and whoever else.
When did you get in a car accident?
It wasn't really a car accident, it was just kind of a bump.
Okay. Well, when did you get bumped?
Yesterday, on my way back from helping Dakota Skinger move.
Sorry?
I was helping my buddy move from his house here in Prospect, at the corner of Prospect and Lund. You can account from where I was there. And then on the way back, I got bumped, but just enough to just hit my head. And I've had the scratches since yesterday. You can ask Anna or Bruce about it.
So these are going down, the scratch marks?
I don't think so. It was there last night, it's just from something else. It could be from the Selby unit. But this all was there last night. You can ask Anna, Bruce, all of them.
Well, the first thing I would ask is who bumped into you with your truck? Give us a name. We want to know a witness to that fact. If you got scratched by hitting the steering wheel, is what he said, I believe, with his head.
Yes.
Well, I'd want to know who you ran into, and I think they'll get to that, but you need a witness to back that up. You just can't say I was accidentally injured at this point, but again, these pieces are adding up to the guns, the scratches, the time gap. Obviously, it's quite possible the victim scratched him as well. That's what I would be trying to eliminate or confirm right now in that interview. And he seems to have a logical explanation, but see if it holds up.
He's also repeated over and over again. You can ask Anna, you can ask Bruce. They've seen this, they know that it happened. He also mentioned his friend's name that he helped move, so he had that strong alibi that he set up. I think the weak point is that he got scratched by a steering wheel. That would leave a bruise, if anything. He also said it was a light bump. I would think if anything, maybe a little bit of a jostle would hurt your neck. You're not necessarily going to have scratch marks, which are more consistent with having maybe playing with if you're playing with your baby and you didn't cut their fingernails, or if you're playing with your dog and your dog jumped up or something like that. That would be a little more consistent, I think.
Well, it'd have to be a pretty substantial bump for
Yeah.
your head to hit the steering wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So he's really scrambling around to try and do damage control.
Spent a lot of years on highway patrol, and scratching steering wheel syndrome isn't one thing I encountered.
Okay.
Definitely not.
So who do you think is capable of doing something like this?
I mean, Bruce gets angry and yells at everybody sometimes, but I don't think he would be able to do that. I don't know. But Deanna would. I don't think anybody would. Anna and Mel recently found out that the guy next door has guns and was flaunting guns around.
Yeah, I definitely have a hard time with a couple parts of your story, but
What parts are you having a hard time with?
well, like I said, Drake Road was an awful long time to be there. And then it's so difficult for me to understand you looking over and not seeing anything.
Right.
So is there anything on your phone that I should know that shouldn't be there? Is there gonna be anything that I'm not thinking of? No?
I don't think so.
Okay.
What do you mean that shouldn't be there?
Well, I mean, you're telling me there was text messages, normal text message between you and Mel, you and Bruce, Anna. Okay.
You'll see
it'll
our-
be self-explanatory.
You'll see our text fight. If you look, you can see the fight. It washed over. You'll see the apologies the next day as well. He also gave me a physical apology. Like he walked up and said, "I'm sorry. I drank too much and all that." Like it was resolved the next morning.
And you guys get along for the most part, right?
Yeah. He was just, he's losing his job. He got a little bit overwhelmed. He said.
Okay.
He drank too much. He insulted me a little bit. But it's water under the bridge. I did drive off to kind of cool down, but that's the only thing I did.
Okay. All right. Let's walk you out.
Do you have any more questions about my story?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. But,
Okay. I'm going to close this door. Just for another reason, just to, there's a lot of foot traffic, so you're not in any trouble, you're free to leave, and we're just here to talk, but
outside I'm not cold, but in here I'm cold.
Right.
Well,
It does, because so if you walk into the bureau and then it opens up after this hallway, where there's a thermostat to the left. So I'm always cold, so I'll say for 70.
I thought it was just you. Everybody in that living room was like, damn, it's fucking nice.
So I said 72, then someone walked by and they knock it back down to 65, so it's constant, like back and forth. But I run cold, so I wear a jacket most of the time.
It's the getting a comfort zone with the person you're about to put the screws to, as we used to call it. You're about to step on him pretty good now, so you're getting him comfortable and saying totally off-topic stuff. Takes his mind to the temperature of the room. Are you cold? I'm here to help you. I'm your buddy. I'm your good friend now. And then it's going to change dramatically with the blood stain evidence. God knows what else they found. But this guy's good. He's smooth. I like this detective. He's working all the angles of the principles they teach you about interviewing suspects, and he's done a very good job.
Are they deliberately keeping it cold there so he'll feel uncomfortable?
They could have that as a setup for this conversation. It depends on how devious they are and how much thought they put into it. But he's obviously got a game plan for this interview, and I can't wait to see it.
It doesn't take much to build rapport in these cases, right? We often talk about the weather with someone that we don't know. If we're trying to build rapport, we'll ask them about their what they did that week. In this case, obviously, we're not going to go there, but we'd ask about, you know, if they have kids or pets or whatever.
Did you see the football game last night?
Yeah,
We always
something
start
like
with
that.
something that takes him totally away from the blood, the knife, whatever else they're going to find at this thing.
I don't understand, when you had me walk back in the living room, I was kind of, you asked if anything was out of place. People are saying the back.
Now, hold on real quick. So, what is the living room to you? The room that we're all in? Is that the living room to you?
To me, that's the family room.
That's
The living room is the one with the TV and the sliding glass door.
Okay.
They have it, they call it stuff different. To
Well,
me,
that's what I'm
that's
asking.
where the TV is. That's how I was growing
And
up.
what room are we talking about now then? Living room or family room?
The living room with the TV and the glass sliding door.
Yeah.
On the one news report, I don't know, you didn't say anything that night. Was that door open? Because when you asked if anything was out of place, the only thing that I could think of was the door being open.
Yeah, the sliding glass door was partially open. That's obviously something that's not normally like that.
It was
And how do you guys,
cold outside.
how do you guys
It's raining.
secure it?
There's a yellow bat and a cane that we put there, like a little yellow football bat. That's what was in there the day the robbery thing. The guy tried to get in the house when he was pushing the door. But they put the cane there because with the bat, there's like this much wiggle room where you can stick your hand in. But with the cane, you can extend it.
So you guys switch from the bat to the cane?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I still, I put the cane up in the middle of the door, and I just put the wiggle bat at the bottom just to be.
Double lock.
Yeah. Because Anna got locked out a while ago. She walked out. That door's old, so if she slams it, and when you slam it, the lock will click, and you'll get locked out. But the garage door was locked, so she walked in and grabbed like a shovel and broke the whole lock off. That's why we started putting everything in there. And there's a new sliding glass door in the thing. We just haven't replaced it yet. You know, I put it in.
Yeah.
But Anna broke the lock a while ago because she got locked out and she couldn't get a hold of me or anybody to let her in.
And you just talked about, or mentioned the attempted break-in at that door. Tell me about that. So.
I was in the kitchen doing dishes because it made a big mess feeding the baby.
Okay.
I forget what I fed her, but it was something that I had to give her a bath and do dishes.
That's okay. That happens.
And they were in there. The big dog, the big black dog, I don't know if you know him, he's Joey, big black. He was laying next to the door, to the left of the glass door. And the cats, they jump on the door when they want to be let in. They jump on this glass door and it kind of wiggles a little bit. They don't make some noise.
They're outside.
So they're outside half the time, inside. So I just thought it was the cats. And then, it made a big noise and the dog ran over and started barking like crazy. And when I rounded that banister thing, I saw the guy's hand. And I realized someone was trying to get in. But Moose, the little dog, wedged himself in the door. By the time I got it open, that person was sprinting.
It seems like he's setting up his plan all along, right? I wouldn't be surprised if the break-ins or whatever happened coincided with when he was starting his plan to kill Mel.
He did them.
He did them, right? He planned all of this. So when he's doing this, he's setting up some sort of precedent for this sort of logic, right? We think, oh, okay, well, logically, if they've been targeted by a stalker or these break-ins, whoever, that might be a reason. It would be logical that that's what happened to Mel. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was around the time he started thinking about his plan and putting it into action. He's also asking for a lot of details. He's asking questions. Did you find the door slightly ajar? He's double checking his work. If he's the one who did it, he's double checking his work because he can't remember.
See, they know they have the blood, the knife.
Mm-hmm.
They got him for something.
Absolutely.
Probably, or an accomplice. He hired somebody to do it. But this, to me, if the way this is going, is this detective is setting him up for premeditated murder. He planned this out and took actions to set up a scenario to make himself innocent. So I think that's one of the reasons it's going this way. is that they think he faked these crime scenes.
Yeah. They want to know if there's any intent. The degree of murder that they're going to get him for is based on whether or not there is intent, right?
Premeditation.
Premeditation. To what extent can he be involved? Is he involved with this? To what extent can we get him on these charges? What kind of charge are we going to lay forward?
I saw the back of him in his hand.
Do you have a hat on?
His
The hoodie was on?
I don't know if he had.
But did you see like hair hanging down?
No. I saw elbows and ass basically when he's hauling from us. I saw
What about
his
shoes?
I couldn't tell you. That's the only thing that
But you don't remember any facial hair? Did you?
I just saw his hand.
Okay, at this point, it seems like the cop is just trying to play with him. They have the evidence, right? They have evidence that's connecting him to having potentially done it. This is something that they probably should have had a conversation
From
about
a lay
before.
perspective, I understand that. But bear in mind, these detectives have to go to a criminal court with evidence that stands up. You can't have fruit from the poisonous tree. If you bait or lead or do anything like that, the evidence becomes tainted. So they are getting him to do this, and it's been forced upon law enforcement by all the Supreme Court decisions that all the left-leaning judges and lawyers have applied to police forces, in my opinion. I think it's necessary to keep everything in constraint, but it's sometimes, I think it's forcing us to do a lot of this soft interrogation, which is a waste of time, in my opinion.
Well, he's not baiting and leading by saying, look, we have this evidence, and asking him to speak to that. You ask those open-ended questions and give him enough rope to hang himself, is that the saying?
But make one mistake and the case is thrown out. So he's getting him to take all of the mistakes and give them back,
Well,
one by one.
One of the things that we haven't talked about yet is how many times this person was stabbed. This was personal. This was emotional. This was more than one person that's being killed. Whoever did the stabbing had a relationship with this person, and it was a hateful one and a frustrating one. If you were just a burglar, you wouldn't be stabbing the person 38 times and shooting them. You'd probably just want to get out of there. So I think this hasn't been brought up yet. I would expect that the interrogator would probably want to get into the relationship that maybe he had with this person, and how that was, that he could understand that it would be frustrating dealing with someone like
If
this.
he jumps the gun on this right now and brings the knife evidence out, any phone evidence, this guy's going to just put his arms up and go backwards. But it's also, it may not be someone that knows them either, because there's some pretty crazy psychos out there that will stab a victim 25 times when they steal their purse. It's not uncommon in this day and age, especially we have crystal meth and all this stuff and things impacting on people's mental states. So this is the difficulty of police work. You've got to be so careful to get it through court, bearing in mind there's all these social pressures coming from outside. So yeah, I respect your guys' opinion, but sometimes I disagree with the being too nice approach. You have to be that way to get it done.
When did you start calling Bruce? Like, at what point through all this?
I don't know. I don't think I could really tell you. My phone won't tell you the timestamp. I can't remember what I was doing. Oh, you know what? I called him. I don't even know. I think I might have called him at Genie's. Maybe. Yeah, I sent him I called him at Genie's, or I called him when I was leaving Genie's. I can't remember. I'm sorry.
So Bruce arrives 30, 40 minutes afterwards, and you had ordered your food?
I ordered an appetizer.
Okay, Bruce, and then what happens at dinner? What are you guys talking about?
Where's Mellis? We were talking about the tire for the longest time. Every once in a while when we do talk, especially when stuff goes like this, we always try to figure out, we basically try and be our own detectives and try to figure out what's going on.
And then,
I do have a question though.
Sure.
I don't know if you're allowed to say this or not. There's stuff online and everything saying she was shot. There's stuff saying she was just stabbed. Can I get an answer on that, or is that not allowed?
Right now, no, we're not saying all that. We have to wait for the medical examiner's office to give us a report. so it takes some time.
I've never seen it. I was just confused because they were reading an article there. I've never seen a gunshot or anything like that. When it was like that, my dad shot himself a while ago, but I saw the after. I never really saw
Your dad shot himself?
a couple of years ago. Yeah.
What do you mean?
He had an accident while we were living over on Falling Water. He shot himself in it. He like slapped the gun or whatever.
Wait, say it again?
This should all be documented as well. Like when my freshman year in high school, we were living in Falling Water apartments.
Yeah.
He like slapped the gun or whatever and shot himself in the face.
What do you mean slap it?
I don't know. He has his alarm and he had a gun next to him. I think that's the story. I don't know. I was young at the time. I don't know the full thing, but it should all be documented.
Well, the reason he's probing the detective, he's getting nervous that he hasn't heard what caused the death. And it's obviously could link back to his knife, which by now I assume he knows has been seized out of his truck. And if there's gunshots, he seems to be asking, was she shot? I want to know if she shot. And then he has to figure out what he's going to say about that, because there's obviously links to the gun that he has had in his possession that he wants to be able to eliminate. Why he brought up the fact about his father, and you're going to have to answer that. I don't know what he's doing there.
Well, I think he's trying to mislead or direct away from himself. I never saw a shot, I never saw a gunshot wound, but wait a minute, my father did, and he slapped a gun and it went off and shot him in the face. You would think that that would be a pretty vivid experience for that person to have. So I don't think that his first response would be, I never saw a gunshot wound, except for when my father shot himself in the face.
Yeah, mentioning it almost like, oh, by the way.
That's right.
Right, like it's inconsequential. The interesting thing too is that you see a bit of a power dynamic or a struggle to shift the power dynamic. It should be the police officer normally, right, asking those questions, and he's trying to turn the tables just a little bit. What we've seen also is historically when he shared stories with the police officer, he has stuck to his guns. It's a horrible choice of words, but he stuck to his guns. He stuck to his story, right? And in doing so, he's been caught with really awkward things he can't account for. So now, instead of doing that, he's trying to figure out, well, how much do you know?
Yeah.
So that he can fabricate the story that fits in line, kind of like a jigsaw puzzle, right? Fits in line with what the police officer knows. If he doesn't know about the gun, that might change things. If he does know about the gun, it might change things.
And this detective did the right thing. As soon as he starts reverse questioning, you get him away from that. You move him back to, we don't know, we need a medical examiner's report. You don't let him start questioning. That's what you do not do in an interview, because it's obviously him searching for stuff that you have and you're not giving him anything.
So even if the police officer does know, they're not going to give
He
any
ain't gonna say
information.
boo. He might have 10 autopsy reports in his pocket. He's not giving this guy a tip.
At this point, he knows that there's been DNA evidence on the knife. So obviously he's not giving that information, but even smaller, more inconsequential things.
Let her roll.
Yeah, let's go.
And you could, you can't think of anybody, having besides people trying to break in the house, or anything else that sticks out that we should know?
I know they were fighting with their one friend Mark, the Mark Cerner, but I know he's told you about him, so I don't really feel the need. Bruce really hates the guy. It sounds like I only heard half of it. I've heard more about it since.
Because it's, I would never say this to Bruce, but it was such a violent scene and violent death. It takes somebody evil, to do it. So
I don't understand
that
anybody.
That almost rules out a young 12-year-old kid from Strongsville kicking your door. So that kind of goes out. But
I doubt a 12-year-old child could even do that to somebody. Linda was, she's strong. She played soccer.
Right.
She's kicked me in the leg before, and it hurt.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you pause for a second? He's equating kicking someone in the leg and it hurting to stabbing someone 35 times and potentially shooting them as well.
Fishing.
Yeah. The other thing here is that the police officer knowingly, essentially called him evil across the table, and he just brushed it off like it was no big deal. Just incredible. Anyway, let's keep rolling.
Me as a joke. It hurt. It left a mark.
Yeah. You know, so to think of somebody who, you know, is evil enough to do it, it's, who could do something like that?
I mean, anybody who knew her, I mean, she's the greatest person. Like, you know, granted, you know, everyone has arguments. Me and Bruce had an argument the other day, we were cool the next day. But I don't get how anyone would be able to do that. Like,
Yeah, you don't see that.
I've never seen anything like that.
It's rare when it's that brutal, she's that brutally attacked.
She was well liked. She was always talking to people on Facebook. Wherever we went to dinner, there was always someone there, you know, oh, hey, Melinda. Or, you know, I haven't even been not even really a part of the family that long. And, you know, people.
And she took you in.
Yeah.
I mean, do you consider her mom?
Yeah, I mean, I never called her mom, but she basically was. She helped me with a lot of stuff. She's great with Aurora. Aurora loves her. Sometimes we can't get Aurora to sleep. We just, you know, she'll text down, hey, bring her up, and she walks up, and she's out in 5 minutes. She's got that magic baby touch.
Yeah. So now Aurora's gonna grow up without a baby, without a grandma.
But I don't know why anybody would do that. I mean, she's well loved. She's friendly. She's a teacher. Everybody knows her.
You know, I asked Bruce the same question, you know, as a family, what would you guys as a family like to see to somebody that, if we were able to find somebody, what kind of punishment do you think is appropriate?
Is the death sentence? I don't know what the punishment for it.
Yeah, the Ohio has it.
I don't know what the punishments are for.
No, I mean, I'm talking, you know, not
or personally.
So, yeah, what do you think would happen if you were the judge and jury?
Well, if I was judge jury, I'd probably go death sentence, to be honest. It's not right. It should be allowed to go back out.
Yeah, and I think that's fair enough. You know, for something.
That's not a bad thing to say, is it? Sure.
No, it's just an honest thing, you know, it's just something where.
Granted, I would never be able to do that, but.
Yeah.
I don't know.
One of the key steps in the re-interview technique is to ask at the right time in the interview, what do you think the punishment should be of the person that did this? And the innocent usually says, hang them. Give them the chair, give them an ejection. The guilty usually muffle and stuffle around about, well, maybe, you know, I don't know, or give them life. So again, if I'm sitting in that chair in that room, he gave the wrong answer to that question, in my opinion.
It seems like he's a bit cocky as well, right? He could be thinking, they don't have anything on me. Yeah, give him the death penalty.
Yeah.
Right?
He would never say that because that's him he's talking about. He's talking about himself then. In his mind, in his subconscious, that question is designed after a lengthy interviews to get you to say what you think should happen. Well, you're going to judge yourself lightly in every case. Oh, I'd give him 5 slaps on his wrist if you stole the candy bar.
And he
But
was
if you
talking,
stole my candy bar, I'd want you thrown in jail. You know, that's the opposite thinking in this process.
and if you killed in such a horrible way, such a wonderful person who's a teacher that everyone likes, I'd like to kill him myself.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
like to pull the switch on the electric chair.
That's the innocent answer, not the guilty.
Yes.
The interesting thing too is that this is the only point we've seen him say anything about her character. You would think that would come initially, right? Who could do this, right? With that shock, who could do this to such a wonderful person, a pillar of the community, and someone who's been such a wonderful family member to me, like a mom, right? That's a very strong kind of, you would think there'd be a strong affective component there, but there doesn't seem to be.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get you out of here. I appreciate your patience and time. Let me just go over a couple of things with you. Okay. Do you know that there's cameras in the back facing your house?
No.
There is.
Where?
On the playground, Deerfield.
Okay.
And it literally, it's your house, and if you're in the backyard, to the house to the right of you.
All right.
You didn't know that?
No.
Okay. So what you're telling me isn't true. Okay, you went out there, you put Jody on a leash for a little bit. Moose never went outside. You never stayed out on the deck with them.
Well, I'm not trying to lie. I'm just saying that's what I normally do.
Okay. So with that in mind, this camera, the Thursday before this happened, someone tried to get into the house.
Yes.
Well, that camera captures the back of your house. Nobody came to your house.
Well, then someone was, sir, I'm telling you what I saw.
But I'm telling you what was captured on surveillance camera. Our officers are there. They dust your door. That's all on camera. Nobody. You said he came to the door, you got to the door, and Moose tried to get him, tried to get out, got wedged in the door. None of that happened.
I don't know.
This is the,
Someone
wanna
tried to-
stop for a sec? This is the confrontation stage of the process. He's being confronted now with facts that he's lied about repeatedly, and he has no answer. If you notice, he is dumbfounded. Oh, they didn't believe me? I've got caught with these cameras that I didn't know was there.
Yep.
Again, time in a bottle, cameras and cell phones. I call them time in a bottle. They
And-
save everything.
And look at his nonverbals, like I'm empty-handed, I'm innocent.
You mean to explain to me?
That's right, that's right.
You'll also see the police officer is not taking notes, just like this, just with his hands like that. At this point, he's not even saying, well, the cameras show this. He's just saying factually,
He's
no,
got facts.
this
He's got
didn't
facts.
happen.
Yeah. He's throwing the facts at this guy, and he can't catch him.
Open that door, sir.
Jeff,
I'm not.
you told me you were face to face with him.
I was
His hand got in. None of that happened. None of it. So why did you call Russ and say someone tried to get in the house?
Someone did try to get in the house, I swear.
No, they didn't. Again, it's on camera.
We watched the whole day, Jeff.
Why would you make that up?
I didn't make it. I don't know.
So that's a great thing about surveillance cameras. It's there, it's live. Our guys were there, you called us. We're there. Nobody comes to your back, nobody comes to your sliding glass door. None of that happened. And furthermore, do you know I talked to your Aunt Jeannie?
Yeah.
Did she tell you what we spoke about?
No.
She didn't?
We were there last night.
Okay, did she tell you my conversation with her?
No.
Did you tell your Aunt Jeannie that Moose bit the guy? There was blood everywhere?
I did do that to make, because my mother and father don't like the dog. I was trying to say that.
They probably don't like the dog because it's in a park pit and they're probably worried about it's going to bite somebody.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't help your dog. Doesn't help your case. So your aunt didn't share our conversation, so let me tell you a little bit more about it. You didn't get to your aunt's until 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, not 4:30. 6 o'clock.
I got there long before 6.
No, you didn't. You were late. You texted your aunt, just if this jogs your memory, you texted your aunt at 5 o'clock that you haven't even left yet. So you couldn't have left at 3 o'clock like you're telling me. Or shortly after 3. Because you were getting Aurora already.
Well, stop the tape for just a second. Notice how the detective is armed to the teeth with these denials. You didn't. You haven't. he's basically saying everything but you're lying to this guy at the time. And his body language, the arms folded, his head, he is just about defeated. He is realizing, I am getting pushed into the tunnel and I can't get out. And for police officers, this is a very satisfying part of the investigation. He's frustrated you 3 or 4 times. You went and done your homework, and now what I said earlier, to contradict you about the way they're doing it, this is the payoff of the patience and the time.
Texted or something that was on.
That's the beauty of technology and phones and surveillance cameras, because it doesn't lie. So I don't expect you to remember everything to the minute, but the phones, the camera, I don't need to ask. It tells me exactly timestamped. So you're not even at your aunt's house before 5. She says you don't even get there until 6. And then by the time you left, you don't even have time to go back home and back to Applebee's.
If that's what I did, sir.
Mm-hmm. Did you ask what was wrong?
No.
Because I could answer that.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? I saw somebody.
Okay, it didn't happen.
Sorry. This is like asking a child, knowing what they did wrong, did you do that thing? And they say, well, no, I didn't. No.
You did it.
No, you did the thing. We know you did the thing. And like Wyman, like you were saying, he's doing everything short of just straight up, flat out saying, look, we know you did this, just come clean, right? Which he obviously cannot say.
He's pushing them in that direction by dropping all of these time and facts.
Yeah.
And when the DNA stuff comes out, that'll be if this guy's even bright enough to understand what DNA is, I don't know. He's hanging on longer than I thought he would.
Yeah.
Usually someone has a minuscule level of an IQ, they know the time to talk. He's fighting it right to the bitter end, and he's got to know it's over.
Chuck, do you know where I'm going with this?
I do, but I'm never.
Where am I going with this?
You're probably gonna say that I did it, right?
You're telling me something happened that didn't happen. You don't have to sit there and try to jog your memory, because it didn't happen. Do you know what time Belinda really got home that day? Because it wasn't at 3 like you said.
It's whenever she got home. I don't know.
Let me just tell you this. It was much later than what you're telling me. Belinda doesn't come home when you say she comes home.
What time did she get home?
Doesn't matter. It's much later than what you're telling me. So your whole... Remember when we first talked? I questioned you. You looked a little irritated about how long, even at that point, when I didn't know as much as I know now. And you said you left at 3. When they came home, you left right away. You said you didn't get your aunt's until 4:30. And even I questioned that. I said, it's an awfully long time. You seemed aggravated that I would even question it. I said, it's an awfully long time to get from point A to B, run out of gas, when someone came and helped you 20, 30 minutes after you broke down. 3 hours from when you told me you left, and then by the time you get to your aunt's. So what happens in that time frame?
I left when she came home. I don't know if when she walked in the door, I walked out.
How did you feel when we took your truck? Did you know we took your truck?
My dad told me. He said it was on the news.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think
I just figured you took it. You took all the cars in the driveway. I didn't think anything of it. You probably didn't dust it, everything for it. Yeah.
And we sent that to the lab?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think that we found?
You probably found blood. We've cut our hands a million times in it.
Your blood?
No. I haven't cut myself in a while.
Well, you said you cut yourself. You guys cut yourselves all the time. Who's we?
Me and my father.
Okay, but you never cut yourself?
Not anytime recently.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
This is where we're at, okay? All right, this is your chance to let the weight of the world off your shoulders, because I know it's on there.
He's encouraging him to unburden himself
Yep.
from the load that he can't really carry because he has no answers.
This is textbook read interview training. He's been trained very well in what he's doing, and he still needs some evidence. Because of the knife in the factory, he needs him to confess something, because there's still an ability to get this thrown out in court unless he comes up with another, some evidence. So that's why he's pushing. He's not giving up everything at one time like you'd think he should do. Because
It would be great.
No, he can't. He can't
I know,
do that.
but wouldn't it be great if, he, like in the movies, he could just be like,
It doesn't work that way.
have it all here.
This is a methodical, step-by-step interview, and what I've seen, it's almost textbook for the length of time and how he's done it, and I'm just laughing to myself about how he's bringing out the stuff that I know he should be doing, and it's working. And I think he's getting close to this guy.
Is it working though? Because at this point, the police officer has had to ask him, look, is there something you want to tell me?
That's standard.
Why would
Standard procedure.
But why at that point?
Because
he
it's
could have done
part
that
of the 9
earlier.
steps. Everything follows the 9 steps.
But how long do you let someone sit like that before you ask that question? Is that in the
Long
9
enough
steps?
so you don't lose them in court.
But he could go on longer, no?
You can go on for quite a while, but you have to be careful. You're not going to have some defense lawyer go, oh, you harassed my client, and you throw the case out. So
But even though he's following a script for interrogation, he still needs to read the response to know when to move to the next step.
which is part of it. Yes,
So
you're
it
right.
sounds like he's ready to hook him right about now.
He's slowly taking him there. It's like fishing. You throw it out and you reel it back in. Roll the tape.
Jeff, do you know where I'm going with this?
I do, but I haven't never.
Where am I going with this?
You probably could say that I did it, right?
You're telling me something happened that didn't happen. You don't have to sit there and try to jog your memory because it didn't happen. Do you know what time Melinda really got home that day? Because it wasn't at 3 like you said.
It's whenever she got home. I don't know.
Let me just tell you this. It was much later than what you're telling me. Melinda doesn't come home when you say she comes home.
What time did she get home?
I think it's the oh shit moment. I think he's not very bright as a human being, and he thinks that he's been able to drag this along. So that's what I'm going to say, is I think he's masked this and think he's getting away with it. He doesn't understand DNA, cameras, modern things. He's a bit of a village idiot.
Where you're at right now, okay, you could either make this better for yourself and the family, or you can continue down this road where it's just going to get worse for you.
Am I being charged with something?
Yes. So, let me tell you this. Let me just tell you this, okay? All right, listen to me. Okay, you're under arrest. Hear me out. You're under arrest, okay, for the murder of Melinda Pleskovic. Okay? So, why don't you stand up?
Let's pause the tape for a second. At this point, he should be read his Miranda rights, right?
Well, I think he's getting to Miranda. He
Hopefully.
should be. If he doesn't do Miranda, everything after that's no good. So it becomes fruit from the poisonous tree. Any evidence after this point, and if he says anything, it's a fine line. You have to give the Miranda rights when you feel he's about to say something to a person in authority, or else that evidence is no good.
You would think at this point, though, the officer would hang on just a little bit longer, knowing that he's cornered, he has nowhere to go, right? He has nowhere to go. Why wouldn't they wait just a little bit longer before they say, you know what, you're under arrest for
I think
this.
I think they got everything they want as far as forensics goes, and they've got the blood, they've got the camera work, they've got other things that we're not aware of forensically probably that we're going to find out about. So they're trying to push him now. I think they got this guy pegged that he's going to panic and say something real quick.
Okay.
Do you have anything on you that should be on you? No, I don't. Do you understand that anything you say can't be used against you in court or any other proceedings?
Yes.
Jeff, look at me, okay? Jeff, okay. We have the murder weapon.
What was the murder weapon?
we have the knife. It has your DNA on it, and it has her blood on it. So how is that possible?
I don't know.
This is interesting, because this is what I was talking about before. What I would have liked to see a little bit sooner, in some ways, or I thought they could have done this a little bit sooner. And what's changed?
He still hasn't confessed.
So why is it that they're doing this now?
Well, they have to bring it to court at some point. It's got to
They're not
come
going to
down.
keep waiting?
They're not going to wait forever. This guy is
Yeah.
I don't know when if he's going to confess even, but through the knife, the DNA, they're dropping all the cards on the table. And if he doesn't cooperate and confess, which is what they want, it will end up being a circumstantial case for the defense to argue, well, this and that and this and that. It'll still be a conviction. He'll still swing or go to jail, but it'll be a tougher go.
I wonder how much longer he's going to be hanging on to this. What? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll still turn around and let you handcuff me. I'm still going to do what you ask, follow along, but I'm still going to say, no, I didn't do it. Let's keep rolling.
Listen to me. We've investigated this for many, many hours now, and we've come across a lot of untruths that you've told us. Lots of lies, okay? Things that you've told us that just don't pan out. While we're sitting in this room right now, is the time to stop that, okay? It's time to stop with not being truthful. And listen, you're gonna look back on this as this is your opportunity to talk to us, okay? So put all the fabrication that's going on up in that head of yours right now, and let's just get to what happened that day.
Sir,
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but
Okay.
I didn't do anything.
Notice how he's looking at the guy he's been dealing with. And the guy is being the bad cop is off camera telling him, it's time, you're lied, you've done this, we've done our investigation. Now he's waiting for the rebound. There will be what they call a rebound effect. If he cooperates after you push him into that spot, he could rebound, and he's now looking at this guy. So it'll be interesting to see what he says to him after the push.
And you can notice he's scoffing. He's acting like a petulant child,
Yes. Yeah.
right? "Ugh, I can't believe it, Ugh," right?
See what he does with this other guy now, because he hates this guy off camera. He doesn't like him. He just called him a bunch of bad names.
Well, he said you flat out lied.
Yep.
You told untruths.
I didn't do anything.
What happened that day, Jeff?
I told you guys what happened that day. I left. I got broken down for gas. Man, help me. What?
The Good Samaritan that never came, you never went to Gecko.
No, you weren't in Gecko.
You weren't in Gecko.
Video again, Jeff. Another story.
Jeff, you're gonna feel better, whatever happened that day, at least giving some reason, get it off your chest. This is your chance to make it right.
I did not do anything though.
Do you love Anna?
I do. I love
Do
that
you love
girl,
Aurora?
Anna.
Do you love Aurora?
Yes.
And Bruce, is that someone that you want? Is
They're
that a father
family.
figure?
They're all family. I would never do anything to hurt them.
Give me the truth so I can tell them and help them understand why this happened.
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything.
Jeff, do you understand that the things that you told us, not only the burglary, but the day of, that none of it is panned out? Getting money from your mom knows nothing about the money. She was never contributing anything to the wedding. She wasn't even supposed to meet that night. Melinda, who's the most excited about the wedding, would never cancel a meeting about the wedding. Skyview took meticulous notes, and anybody that's was going to be your mother-in-law, all they could say is how excited she was. Melinda's not canceling any meetings about the wedding, especially 4 or 5 days beforehand. She's not doing it.
Was she already on the ground when you say you walked by her?
No, she walked into the door, and I walked out of the door.
That's not true.
Well, you just said earlier, Jeff, that you were on the couch with the baby.
But she walked in the house.
Okay, and then you said you were in the house for 10 minutes getting ready to go, so you didn't walk by one another.
And she walked in the door, I walked by her.
Jeff, it's gotten to the point where you don't remember even what you said.
He's just tripping over lie after lie now, and he's starting to slouch, sag down. And this guy's using the technique of the interview skills he's been taught perfectly, I think. He's picking them, and we'll see if the bad guy comes in again or not, but this guy's trying to get him to say something. Hard to say if it's going to work, but they got him anyway.
I don't know. I didn't do this.
Okay, just... Come on, Jeff.
I didn't do this.
Okay, a terrible, terrible thing has happened. Do you understand? Do you understand that? Melinda is gone, and she's not ever coming home again. She's never going to get to handle Kyle again. Okay? You caused that. You understand? You caused that. And now you're going to sit here and continue with this behavior of lying. And you can't let that happen, Jeff. This is your opportunity to do something good for a change. Let's switch this up. Stop lying to the police and ruining a family. Maybe you can take a step in the right direction. Okay? This is your chance to do something good. Now tell us what happened. What did Melinda do? What caused this?
I didn't do anything.
Jeff?
Stop for a second. Up until now, we haven't seen any questioning around the motive. We make some assumptions, right? Maybe it had something to do with the money. Maybe it had something to do with the nature of their relationship, which police at this point have also not discussed. They haven't necessarily asked explicitly, what was your relationship like with Melinda? We talked about it briefly, but there really hasn't been much exploration of those very, I think, main details. We want to figure out, what is that motive? What was your relationship like?
He's the only one that knows the motive. They know everything else about this but the motive. Was it about the wedding? Was it about the money?
But they haven't asked.
No,
Was it
because
Not that
he-
we know.
Because he's not confessed.
Was it about the passion? I think
Well-
it was an act of passion.
See, I disagree. I think that there's some aspect of passion to it, but I think that because he's already been planning these staged break-ins, right? Not well staged and not well planned, but I think from that point, he was planning this. He knew, oh, I need to create a story. I'm going to help my friend move, right? I'm going to do all of these things so that it can amount to me being believed. So I think that there's passion to it. Someone doesn't get stabbed 35 times and shot without there being some element of passion to it. But I think as far as this is concerned, he's losing it. He has nothing to go on anymore.
Could be as simple as the mother-in-law worried about her daughter, her grandchild, being raised by this ne'er-do-well, and she's starting to hammer it out that she does not want this wedding to go ahead.
Maybe.
Even if she said it once.
Right now, I don't want to hear those words come out of your mouth again. What happened that day? Come on. Jeff, get it off your chest.
There's nothing to get off my chest.
And then everybody will just know that, and that's what they'll go to bed with. You're just not a good person. Even bad people eventually do the right thing. You're not one of them, apparently. You're just a bad person, right? So I will go to your mom, I will go to your dad, and that's exactly what I'll let them know. That the son they raised somehow has zero remorse, can't do the right thing, given the opportunity, can't let your own family, their family, have a little bit of peace of mind, because you're going to be selfish, and you're going to sit there in jail, and I'm not giving these families anything, because I didn't do anything, when everything points to you. And they'll just have to accept that. Bad people do bad things.
Jeff is trying to save face for what purpose?
Stubborn.
Right? Just, it's self-serving
Yep.
at this point.
Well, I think this is probably not the first bad thing he's ever done in his life. And I think that he's just getting defensive with the interrogator coming at him aggressively. I would think if he took a softer approach, a more empathetic approach.
No, I disagree.
Well, we'll see.
I
We'll see what happens.
like the hammer,
Okay.
hammer. Okay, let's roll.
See that? Is that your knife?
So, yeah.
Okay. Do you see what's on that knife? What color is that?
Red.
It's blood. That's Belinda's blood. You see this handle?
Yeah.
That's your DNA. Who's that?
It's my daughter.
Right. Do you want to see her ever again?
Dude.
What happened?
Okay, listen, let me make this very clear to you, how you could help the situation. Let me make it as clear as can be. And then we're gonna walk out of this room, and you're never gonna have the chance again. Tell us what happened, why it happened. We wanna know why it happened. I have to go out to this family and talk to them. I have to go to your family and tell them. Don't make me go out there and say, you're a monster and you're a bad guy. Do you want to see her again? Because when this comes a day of sentencing, you're not going to get any breaks at all. Because you know why? Because you're going to keep it inside of you. Do you want to see her again? This is your opportunity to see her again. If not, you're not going to see her again.
Yeah, that's some heavy-handed manipulation right there. You're essentially saying, look, we're talking about your freedoms, we're talking about your character, we're questioning, are you going to be a good person or a bad person? And at this point, you've done everything an evil, we've already established this is an evil thing to do. Jeff even said, yeah, well, an evil person should be put to death, right? Putting all that aside, now we're saying, look, this is your chance. And you can see your kid again, right? Your baby. What do you want your baby to grow up with? It's incredibly...
We're making the assumption that he would care.
Yeah, would he give a shit? Sorry, would he care? I don't know.
Yeah, he's gonna care. The wheels are turning in that big head right now of, oh, I can see my kid if I confess. This is what he's thinking.
Yes.
He's still not ready to do it yet. And oh, my family's gonna think I'm a monster. This guy's working him perfectly in my mind. I love it. I love this technique because you have to do it with a cement head like this guy.
Mm-hmm. If he doesn't care about his child, he's still going to be thinking, well, a reasonable person would say, well, yeah, of course I want to see my child
Child's
again.
the key here. If he wants to see his child again, he'll rat out. If he doesn't, he's gonna stay the same.
Yep.
Let's go.
I had her all day.
Do you know the difference between premeditated murder and aggravated murder is?
No.
Because I feel that you planned this from the get-go. All that bullshit that we went out there, all the stuff going on at the alarms, you got the whole community in a tizzy. That's you. All right? So how do you want to make this better? Do you want to see Aurora or not?
I do.
All right, because I tell you right now, we're going to go after premeditated murder, and do you know what happens with that? The death sentence. You're not going to be around very long. Do you want that, or do you want to do the right thing and see her?
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
You just made your choice. All right, you made your choice. Do not blame anybody else but yourself.
I didn't do anything. She was yelling at
Jeff,
me.
it would be impossible for you to leave, her to be alive and you leave, and then the knife that killed her to be in your truck. It is impossible that it ends up in your truck.
I really think he skated on the edge of promissory. Like during the process, you're not allowed to promise anything to the suspect. He hasn't confessed yet, but if he was about to confess, they really skated on the edge of promising you see your daughter if you confess. That could be used against the police in court. Mm-hmm. And everything else was pretty right on the money, but you're holding that kid's picture up. The guy might confess falsely just so he can see his kid. That's what I would worry about.
It didn't work.
No, it didn't work, so thank God, in a way, thank God it didn't, because I think it could become contentious at that point, possibly.
We're gonna walk you back to jail.
Turn around. Turn around.
No, I'm not changing that.
I think she pushed me, but that's it.
She pushed you
Yeah.
while you were trying to grab the gun.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. But when I grabbed it, she kind of pushed, but that's all. I mean, that was all. The scratches were from the car.
But why did you grab the gun from her? I mean, she wasn't even holding it right, and I'm sure she's not comfortable with the gun, so that's understandable.
I just didn't want her pointed at me.
Why did you continue to shoot her?
That's what I didn't understand.
You don't understand? What do you mean by that? Was that? Do you remember how many times you fired the weapon?
I don't.
Do you remember how many times you actually hit her, shot her?
I don't. Everything, after it went off, everything kind of just got blurry, I think, because I can't even remember.
Do you recall how many times you may have stabbed her?
No.
A little or a lot?
I don't know.
Don't remember. Do you remember where she was when you stabbed her? I mean, I know you're in the kitchen, but was she standing up? Was she sitting? Was she laying down?
I don't know.
All right, Jeff. Well, I appreciate your time. I'm going to walk you back, okay? You take your water with you.
I think it's clear that he has finally collapsed mentally, and the polygraph failure would have made him realize that there is no escaping this. There's no use denying it anymore. He's still being evasive on the details. I think that's his last hurrah, so to speak, of being able to say, well, I don't remember. They know what he did. They know exactly what happened. So he's just trying to save some face at this point in time on this whole interview process having gone against him completely.
Is he claiming self-defense? She pulled a gun on him
Yeah,
and he took it away from her and shot her and then...
something like that.
And in a self-defense case, if you're trying to argue that, you wouldn't, I don't know how many times they stabbed, right? Because in self-defense, would you stab somebody 35 times and shoot them? Is it some overkill?
No, you would have reported it
No.
as self-defense. You wouldn't have tried to make up alibis and hide it, and you wouldn't have reported the fake break and enters for the premeditation.
No.
So there is no alibi in this case. He's going to jail, I
And
think.
he's totally accepted that and has given up trying.
Yeah, you can
So-
see they're both a little bit more relaxed, almost like he's more defeated. The police officer is probably very tired at this point. They've been going on this case for hours on end. And they were probably like, look, okay, let's talk.
I find this was a struggle of giants, the two police officers going after a guy who was not willing to break. And whether it's because of his determination or lack of intelligence, as I've said earlier, I could be wrong about that, but this was a very good investigation for the police to pursue and shut down.
I'm still curious to see, given the change in demeanor, whether the interrogator will take a more empathetic approach. We understand how these things happen, so that Jeff would feel that someone understands and he's on their side.
We've
so.
seen at this point that is something that has worked on some level. It hasn't given them a lot of information. It hasn't worked exactly in that instance, but he's more willing to cooperate instead of just repeating the same things over and over again. I didn't do it.
Now that he realizes the end is near, he may cooperate.
Exactly.
And I think it's interesting that they have him dressed in pink, because psychological studies have demonstrated
Is it not orange?
that if you paint the cell that they're in pink, aggressive behavior diminishes.
Yep.
Well, because we associate that in terms of gender, right? In emasculating to a lot of
Well,
people.
that would be one interpretation, but another interpretation is that different colors produce different
It's
emotions.
been proven over and over.
I mean, but we also know culturally that's a huge component. We can't get away from that either. There are some colors that are more calming, sure, but what do we associate with pink?
I ain't saying.
Anyway, let's keep going.
I find it strange that he would plead guilty. Like after all his denials, I would have thought this was a trial for sure. And I thought that's why the police were pushing so hard to get that confession, because they knew they had to have it. But here's the antithesis of what you think is going to happen. He walks in and pleads guilty after all of the denials we saw, to come in and go to a contest and get life practically. Human nature is an amazing thing.
Well, he's likely afraid of the death penalty, thinking that if he says that that's what's going to happen. So he'd rather have 33 years than that.
And if it was just about the money, he could have just shot her once or found some other place to do it. I still believe that what we're seeing is overkill here.
Yeah.
The overkill killer, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
An act of passion, overkill, lost control of the situation, having been confronted with the reality that he couldn't come up with the money, that his parents were not going to give him the money. It was all came to a conclusion. He overreacted and killed her many, many, many times.
To me, this was a perfect example of why you have detectives take training in interview techniques. They use their forensic capability with the interview techniques to make this thing work. I loved watching it for that value. I didn't care about him. I knew what he was doing. But these guys stuck to their guns, multiple interviews, and contrary to what you may think, they paced this thing properly to get where they wanted to go.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I think that there are different ways that they could have approached it. Obviously, they're following a technique, and that's what they're supposed to be doing. That's what they're trained to do, and they did a good job of that. But I think ultimately, with the evidence that they had, it could have been wrapped up a lot sooner. I don't think, given how dedicated this man was to sticking to his story, that he would have collapsed, that he would have given in. It took, short of showing him a picture of his daughter, right? It took a polygraph for him to finally start to...
It took everything, every tool in the book.
Literally everything.
Every tool in the book.
Could you clarify what pleading no contest means? Does that mean the same thing as I'm pleading guilty?
Yeah, no contest guilty is the same thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You can plead guilty with an excuse. No contest is just throw your arms up and go to court and take what they give you.
Okay.
There was probably some scheming in the background about time and sentencing, so it was a good case at the end. A horrible, horrible thing, but a good ending.
It's pretty important that we get all the information initially that we can. So we don't want to wrongly accuse anybody of anything or miss something in that aspect either.
Probably get in trouble anyway, no matter how I tell the story.
Well,
What these mean.
if you watch TV, I can see why you'd say that, but in real life it's different. In TV, they figure shit out in 30 minutes. Even if I work through the commercials in 30 minutes, I can't figure it all out. It's going to take some time. We have to go through that. We got to figure out exactly where you were standing, where the bullet struck your wife, why it did, all those things. The computer is still intact, so they'll be able to find that. We'll go through that. We'll go through the phones and stuff like that. Part of that search warrant, we'll look through phones and make sure that, and I'm not accusing you of doing something wrong, but what I want to say is that it's not all adding up to the physical evidence right now. The trajectory.
What kind of story like this would add up?
Well, one of
this.
Well, it depends. If you're asking who does it happen to, if somebody intentionally killed their wife, or does it by accident? It doesn't happen that often accidentally. Doesn't mean that it's not. It just means that it hasn't happened that often. There's some issues with bullet entrance and bullet exit, in where it's at and where you're saying isn't quite lining up. You know, I want to make sure that I'm understanding you, where you're standing, where the trajectory of the round, you understand trajectory of rounds. You're a gun guy.
Yeah.
You know that, right? So some of those things just don't quite add up, Scott.
Can you explain?
Well, which range was it, which barrel? Do you remember it was the barrel?
It was the weapon was level on the ground.
It was level on the ground.
As far as I can remember, the weapon was level.
So the weapon was level on the ground, so how tall are you?
About 5'7".
About 5'7".
Yeah.
And so
when I took that thing and I hit it right here, and
so was it here or was it your thigh?
I don't remember. This is where I need like time to like just relax, and there's a lot for me to handle.
Sure.
He seems to be cooperating to some extent, but why does he request time to relax? It seems like he's searching for something, trying to come up with it. Now that they've given him this opposite story about the gun angle and how it discharged, he's now said, I need some time to relax. No, he needs time to think because his first story is out the door. And there probably shouldn't give him any time, in my opinion.
It's an odd choice of words for sure. I would think that if it was accidental, he might need time to collect himself. And I would say something to that effect. You know, I just need a second to collect myself. I'm really overwhelmed. But saying I need time to think or relax is kind of, I would think.
Relax is a bad word after your wife's been murdered?
An odd choice of words.
Very strange words.
Yeah, but we know interrogations are obviously an incredibly stressful situation no matter what side of the law you're on, right? No?
Okay.
I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta figure this out.
Yeah.
And so
the weapon.
So which way do you think the muzzle?
I thought it was in my thigh. It was some. I remember how it went off. I hit it on myself.
Was your finger on the trigger?
No, I can't remember if it was or not. I don't think it was.
You don't think it was because you don't want it to be, or because in fact?
Probably because I don't want it to be, but it might have been.
Yeah.
It might have been even though I don't want it to be. Up.
Are you a good soldier?
I try to be as good as I want to be an NCO. I want to lead soldiers. I'm a good. You can ask anybody at work because I'm a good quality guy. We work. I'm not the guy that's gonna shame at work. I'm gonna bust my ass if I have to. Like I'm not gonna leave one of my buddies behind and go do a detail by himself. I'm good. I try to be a good soldier. At least as I think so. I try to be. I try to be nice to everybody I work with too.
Asking him if he's a good soldier plays into two lines of thought. The first being, how good are you at handling firearms? Right? We know that he has been handling firearms since he was 11 and has been trained professionally in terms of his military training. The other piece to that is probably asking him questions about his character, about loyalty, right? We know loyalty is really important to him based on what he just said, but he's setting himself up to, he's explaining, right? I'm a good person. Ask anyone, right? So, yeah.
I think it's a good ploy to bring someone's self-esteem up. You tell them, were you a good soldier? Yes, I was, and he takes pride in the fact he was a soldier. And also, you're right about the proficiency with firearms. If he's, I'm a trainee, I don't really think about guns. It's different than, I've got lots of hours on the rifle. I wouldn't make a mistake with it. And he should know that guns don't go off unless you pull the trigger.
And I respect discipline, and he's now in a situation where there is an authority figure.
Yeah.
So I think they're calling on him as a good soldier to do the right thing and be cooperative with a lawful order.
What's your family going to say about your guys' marriage?
Well, her family's really. Her mom died when she was about 2 years old from a disease. I can't remember what disease it was. I think it might have been cancer, or it was something. It was a weird. I can't remember what it's called. Her mom died when she was very young, so she didn't really.
Who in her family she has constant contact?
And her dad wasn't around her entire life, so she was ended up raised by her stepdad Michael and her grandma, his mom. I mean. Anyways, and her grandma that she grew up with, she died when she was like 14, because I remember seeing it in the newspaper, and it was a family friend, because I was friends with her cousins. And but she has a sister, Michaela, that I don't know if you want to. She has a sister, Michaela, and she's 17 or 18.
Yeah, she has contact with her?
Do I have contact?
No, does she? Does,
Danielle?
yeah.
Yeah, they stay in contact. Her and Michaela don't get very much along because Michaela...
Well, so would she know, would Michaela know if Daniel was having an affair?
I don't think so. But she hasn't... she has another... Like, Danielle has another sister named Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
And she just got married about 2.5, 3 months ago. Then she went on a honeymoon to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
And she...
They talk?
Yeah, they talk all the time. She actually talked to her today when I got home, when she actually was doing the FaceTime or whatever it is. And she came into the room when I was laying on the couch. And Danielle did, and she was all excited because I was home. And she was FaceTiming Ashley, her sister. And I was like, oh, don't FaceTime me. I'm really tired because I'm about to pass out on the couch. And this was right.
That is a key piece of questioning. He basically blurted right out, the investigator, she's having an affair. He never got mad, he never reacted, he didn't do anything except carry on the conversation. To me, that's a sign that he was knowing that she was having something going on and had done something to her, and it doesn't even bother him that she was having the affair. It's history, it's over, it's done, I took care of it.
Well, I think that he's still trying to collect his thoughts, and what he's talking about is really just a device to buy himself some more time, to keep his emotions under control. I think that's why he didn't respond when the person said, you know, would she know if she was having an affair?
Yeah.
So he's doing his best to present a passive, cooperative person while buying time to see if he could talk his way out of this.
We often think that emotions are the most telling thing, but sometimes it's the absence of emotion that's more telling, and especially in this case.
Most guys, though, when they're confronted with an affair by their spouse, get either really defensive or really angry. Most times. That's a pretty placid response.
But he might think, well, this is how someone who thinks that would react, so I'm not going to react, right?
So in that computer, there's a couple things that I want to ask you again about in that computer. And this based on desktop. If there's a laptop, desktop, whatever tab, whatever to do on the phones. Was there ever a time that you found a message or you believed that she was ever having an affair on you? This is super important because we're out there talking to some other detectives and stuff. The trajectory of that round doesn't match up from the entrance to exit wound. Doesn't add up to what you told us. Okay, so I want to make sure, what it says is it doesn't add up to what you told us, so what I want you to do is make sure you're telling me the right thing. If you saw it, you're a gun dude, man, you got gun cluster, you can build it in your own.
When I rounded off, I thought it was on my thigh. I think it might have even been on my breast or my shoulder, I don't know. I remember that rounding off. I know, when you give me that look, it makes me feel myself.
We gotta sit there and we gotta make sure, so we've gone through a couple different things. It's on your thigh, it's on your chest, now it might have been on your shoulder, your finger was on the trigger. And you and I both know guns don't go off unless your finger's where.
No, I'm totally yes.
Right, something's gotta pull that trigger to make that gun go off, right?
No, I've heard of force going off if you hit the stock.
If you hit the stock pretty hard.
I've heard of them going off.
But it has to be something harder than a thigh. It has to be hard ground, concrete, right? It wouldn't just go off from being slammed into your shoulder, right?
I don't know. I
So,
mean,
take a
I told you
second.
about the alcohol I drank.
Just listen to me for a second. I want you to focus on this because when I start talking about something, you want to change the subject. Okay, so I want you to think about this, okay, and think really hard.
And he grabbed his head there with his hands. That was him freaking out.
Yes, and the interrogator is really pressing him.
Yeah.
He's not letting him complete a sentence.
Yeah.
He's really pushing him.
Yeah, he's not allowing for
Trying
any
to
sort
provoke
of...
a response.
Yeah.
Just a constant hammer of the same thing. Well,
Yeah.
you had to pull the trigger. You must have pulled the trigger. You can't tell me it wouldn't go off without that. It would take a bigger impact than that. And then he went to his head with both hands and his hair, which is a sign of frustration and confusion.
Yes.
He knows now the story I told isn't being bought.
No, and all he had to say was, oh, well, I heard that it can discharge. I heard it can go off if you hit it hard enough, right? But other than that, he doesn't really have anything to say back to that, and clearly he's losing control of that situation and that narrative that
It's an
he's
old saying in
concocted.
police work, guns don't kill people, people do.
And remember, he set him up by telling him, asking him if he was a good soldier.
Yeah.
And now this is like a superior officer talking down to a minor level soldier. So I think he's using that in a very authoritarian style.
Yeah.
Because of
Was the gun on his shoulder, and was your finger in the trigger well? Did you pull it up here and you were going like this?
I was not aiming down the sights. I know for.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're aiming it. You know how you hold the gun like this already, right?
Yeah.
Wrapped around now, right? So, I mean, could that have been how you were doing it? Can you remember? Or were you doing it down here? Or down here?
I think it was on my shoulder.
It was on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know the magazine was not in the weapon.
The magazine wasn't in the weapon.
But there was a bullet in the chamber. That's obvious. And so this
You
is.
have to attack me with this.
No, I'm not attacking you, man. I understand that.
Stop it right
I'm
there.
trying to figure.
Look at the hands and the head. I'll go up and show you what I'm saying. This constant grabbing of the head like this. You've seen it in other interviews where people, when they're folding, they go to the head like that. I don't know why they do it, but it's obviously a sign of desperation or mass confusion. And it's about the gun. Why he did what he did with that gun, the angle, the bullet in the chamber. It's all coming home to roost that this was not an accident.
kind of face in the hands, woe is me.
Yeah, he's fighting giving up. He doesn't want to give up, but he's almost on the edge of it, of telling, yeah, I pulled the trigger and shot her.
Well, and
But he won't say it.
what do you do if you're feeling attacked? You
Yeah.
defend,
Yeah.
right? It's another kind of physical way of defending and hiding his face, hiding his reaction so that they can't
And
see
he
what he's
even
doing.
used the word, you're attacking.
You're attacking me,
Yes.
exactly.
Figure out why. And so far, your story's changing a little bit, and I'm concerned about that. Because if you're pissed off, if you're just really mad, and you point the gun and you pull the trigger out of just a fit of passion or rage, that's one thing. But to sit there as a professional soldier and lie to me, that's another thing. That makes you two categories. One guy that had a split second of a stupid mistake or of anger versus a guy that's a calculated murderer. And I want to figure out which one of those you are.
That's the bad guy. Good guy's the guy with the hat. The bad guy image in this one is the guy with the glasses. He's coming in, and now you're stepping on the guy saying, I want to know whether you murdered this girl or whether it was an accident. He's giving him the out. The out.
He's giving him two options.
Two options.
Neither
You give
one
two
of them
options,
is very
yeah.
good.
Either
for him.
one's good
Yeah.
for the
They're
place.
both you did it, but it's either you were professional and calculated
Yeah.
or you were stupid and made an error. But either way, you did it.
Okay, so this is the facts of life, son, is that, Skylar, your wife is gone, and I know that's not, that's a bad thing. And now, what I want to try to figure out is if you intentionally shot her in the back of the head, or if it was an accident, or if you were just really pissed off and you were just like, damn it, and you had the gun right there, and you're 5 feet away, and you pull the trigger, and then you go, oh, what did I do? And I want to figure out what
The
happened.
weapon, I'm almost, okay, I think it was on my middle of my chest or my shoulder. It was up high, okay? My hand, I don't remember if it was, that's the thing I do not, I think it was most likely it was on the fucking, because that fucking off, okay? But I'm telling you, there was no anger towards my wife at all. There was no anger. I was
Were you playing with the gun and you just pulled the magazine out and you go click because you thought it was going to go click and it went bam? Is that the difference? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, it went off. And
I know it went off, but did you intentionally pull the trigger and it went off because you were with the gun, playing with it, and you stuck it to the back of her head and you pulled the trigger, you did it all the
the back of her head.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
I was holding a weapon. I took the magazine out, okay? For some reason, okay, I took the magazine out, I put the weapon on fire, and I pulled the trigger, okay? Because I thought the weapon was clear already. Because it just, in my mind, I thought the weapon was clear because I never chambered it and I never thought she touched it. And the magazine wasn't in the mag well. So when you think about the round in the chamber, so whatever, I took the round, I had a rifle. I pulled the trigger when I was on fire, and it went off, and it struck my wife in the back of the head, and it killed my wife.
It did. You're exactly right, Skylar.
Why?
Why did you have it pointed at her head and pull the trigger?
I don't-
What's the
I was-
firearms rule? All firearms are always loaded.
I know, and
So what was your thought process? For having the gun pointed at her head and pulling the trigger?
He's very knowledgeable in the use of firearms, obviously. He's now gone to, she must have chambered around. I did have my finger on the trigger and I pulled it.
Pulled the trigger, yeah.
So he's essentially going step by step down the path that they're taking him. He's gone from, I didn't do this, the gun wasn't that pointed down. He's now come right up to where I pulled the trigger, but I thought the gun was empty. That is, like that officer said, no gun is ever empty.
Well, look
You
at
always
his,
assume a gun is full.
look at his demeanor from woe is me until finally he went, okay, started swearing. He gave him the whole story. Okay, I did it. This is what happened, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he's in a completely different mood now.
And again, the tag team approach, using that read steps, is working great here. They're using that in and out, good guy, bad guy, and it's slowly working this guy up the line of evidence, and they're getting so close now to having him nailed for
And
murder.
Clearly something that they said set him off a little bit, right? There was that almost accusatory, well, you put it up to the back of her head, and he's going, well, no, that's not what happened. And they're going, well, then tell us what happened, right? So he had said earlier that there wasn't any clear intent. He was just kind of, the inference being he was being stupid, he was being negligent. But now they're pushing into intent. So I'm interested to see how he spins this, what the intent actually was.
They've walked him along quite a ways in a very short
In
period
a
of time.
very short period of time,
They've got him going where they want him to go.
Yeah.
Okay. The weapon, can I stand up maybe?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead, stand up.
Okay. So I had the weapon, it was on the bed, I grabbed it.
I need you to stand a little bit over there. There you go.
The bed was right here, I grabbed the weapon, I picked up the weapon, I went like this. I took the magazine out, I put it on the bed, I put it on fire, and I pulled the trigger. And it went off, and it was on my shoulder. It was on my shoulder, it was on the breast, it was up high. It was around here. I don't know why I thought it was on my thigh, but that was just...
You didn't think it was on your thigh, you thought the story sounded better, Skylar. I'm not a stupid guy, and I don't want to be treated like I'm stupid. I got a real southern accent, so people right off the bat say, you're a stupid mother. Let me tell you this, Skylar, sit your ass down. This is my house. You put a gun to your shoulder, and you pull the trigger with a gun aimed at the back of your wife's head, and you kill her. She's dead. That's a tragedy. That's a tragedy. My biggest concern right now is this a tragedy by accident, or did you intentionally shoot your wife? And that's what we're going to find out. And I'm going to tell you, if I find a letter or anything in there that indicates that she was having an affair, it don't look good.
I think his approach is very militaristic, and he's taking some license with that because he knows that who he's speaking to operates under that kind of chain of command. You're used to having to listen to somebody yell at you constantly, right? You're used to having somebody tell you, look, cut the BS. I know what you're doing is wrong. I know you're not, telling the truth, whatever it is. So I think he's taking some license with that because of the dynamic that he already has with him. It's also that good cop, bad cop that we do see.
Well, he's going, like you said, and I agree with you for once on your analysis. You're bang on the military terminology because he would be used to the F-bombs in drill and in parade. It's a very rough climate being a recruit in the military.
Absolutely.
This guy, by the color of his hair, has been around a long time and knows, I'm going to play. I'm a tough guy just like your drill sergeant. I'm going to get this out of you. It's the last thing I do.
And I'm taking it personally.
Yeah, this is
I'm
me.
taking it personally because you're treating me like you think I'm a fool.
Yeah.
Typical drill sergeant in the military routine. And now the other detective with the ball cap is just sitting there waiting for the spin-off of this approach. He ain't saying boo. He's not supposed to say boo. He's waiting for this guy now to come back with whatever he's going to say. Then the older fellow will come back in later on again and do the same gruff, mean routine if they think it's working.
And
if it isn't, they'll stop.
And it's undermined. That aggressive approach has undermined his confidence. The way a drill sergeant would want to undermine your confidence. You're in my house now. You're going to do things my way. You're going to follow my lead and take my instruction.
Yeah, they have Skylar on a very short leash here. You'll see that they gave him a little bit of license where he goes, can I show you? Can I stand up? And they go, yes. They tell him exactly where he can stand. As soon as he starts to fumble a little bit with the story, they go, you know what? No, sit down. This is my, as he says, this is my house, this is my domain. You're going to sit down, you're going to do exactly what we say. So you see a tonal shift, you see power dynamic always in play here, and I think we're going to see that all the way through until...
You have to love this as a police officer.
Oh, absolutely, to be able to do this. And know that you're also going to be tapping into that command of respect, because that's something that's already been trained into this individual.
We don't like to see people die, but we love to see the people that do the killing caught. And this is how you do it, folks.
So stop the bullshit. Don't say I initially thought. Don't lie to me, man. I've been doing this job for 25 years. People lie to me every goddamn day. I am a human lie detector test. Stop lying. You with me? Then you tell me, be a professional soldier, and tell me right now what the happened. I'm tired of bullshitting with you. I've been treating you with respect. I want to treat you with respect. I want to treat your wife with respect. She deserves that. She earned that. And you are going to provide that. With me?
Right.
Tell me what happened.
I don't think she was having an affair at all. There was nothing that mind that was opposite on my mind. Okay, the weapon was on the bed. Took the magazine out of the weapon in the bird cage. Okay?
Was it in the bird cage or was it in the
It was in
mag
it
well?
was in the bird cage. Okay. And there was other magazines for the weapon, but it wasn't on the weapon. There was one magazine in the bird cage. Took the magazine out of the bird cage. I put the weapon on fire, and I held it like this. I fired the weapon.
Oriented at your wife's head.
Yeah.
He's a scared little boy.
He's subdued.
Yeah, he's been put into a position where he knows well, right? Where you can't have the kind of bravado in front of somebody like that who's questioning whether you murdered someone, right? He's going to be sitting back, he's listening. I half expected him to say, yes, sir, instead of a mumble. And I half expected the officer to say, don't freaking lie, don't mumble at me, I want to hear a clear answer. Do you hear me, right? Yeah.
I'm going to say a new term I would never have used before, but he's been militarized.
Who?
That
Skylar?
guy. Yeah, he's had his military training turned on him to react for the police.
Yeah.
In my opinion. I
can see
don't
that.
think there's any other way to describe it, because normally you throw the F-bombs and act like that unless there's a reason in an investigation. This guy used the drill sergeant army mentality on this kid, and it worked. He's now...
Well, it's don't think, follow instructions.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
face, left face.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant
Well,
in my mind.
if it's been drilled into you as it has Skylar, right? If it's intrinsic, if it's in there, it's going to tap into something. He's not going to be able to deviate from that, right? Because that's just something that's been trained, instilled in him. So you see that, and he looks like a scared boy.
He's not moving at all. He's
not
just sitting
moving.
there spouting stuff out. Yeah.
He's just nodding. Yeah,
See
exactly.
how far he goes with the confession. Roll it.
Why would you orient that weapon to your wife's head?
I really don't know. I really don't know. I don't know.
Why would you go outside and I have a written statement saying that you went outside and you told your neighbor that she was cleaning a hunting rifle and
I didn't say she was cleaning anything.
two statements, your neighbor. They said it on the scene and they came down here in a room similar to this and said the same thing. Were you trying to cover up from a
No, I was, she was not cleaning. She was on our iMac on Granite, whatever her that she works with, okay? She was not cleaning anything. I was not cleaning anything. I got her from the couch that I was watching the TV from. I went to get the weapon. I was gonna load it and put it in my safe. I took the magazine out. Apparently it was around the chamber, and I did not charge that weapon ever. Since I brought that weapon out of the safe before on the 27th until now, I did not charge that weapon.
So here's what's going on. Is we keep getting different stories and keep getting different versions, okay? And so it seems like, to me, it seems like a cover-up. You're trying to cover it up. You're trying to make it not look so bad for you, okay? So we finally got it out, that the weapon was on your shoulder, and then you pulled the trigger, okay? Why was it pointed at her head? Because you're a professional soldier. You know about
I'm
firearms.
not professional enough.
Well, listen, you know about firearms. They're always loaded, right? Never point out an object you're not willing to destroy, right? Never put your finger on the trigger till you're ready to fire, right? So you basically violated all those things that have been imprinted in your head, right?
He's giving him the things that he was taught as cadet and as a military person of what you don't do with a gun. You don't point it at someone's head. All these inconsistencies that you've said happened are totally against everything you've been trained to do and not to do.
Yes.
And now he's got him thinking. He's clenched his hands, he's staring at this guy's hands, and he's going, oh yeah, he's right.
And look at how passive he is, and how more or less gentle and information-seeking the good cop is. And it's provoking an emotional response in him. Before he was braced and being the good soldier, now he's being sort of coaxed into explain yourself.
But again, we still see those two options at play. Either you're a professional calculated killer, or you were stupid, unprofessional. Even Skylar says, well, I wasn't professional enough, right? He's still trying to play this off as it was just a stupid mistake. But what we haven't gotten at yet is the why. The inconsistencies, I think, as far as the neighbor situation, is that he did something he immediately regretted. He ran to the neighbors and he panicked and he told them something that he thought they would believe. He was scared and he lied. He doesn't want to be caught in a lie. And I think what might be doing the police a service and a disservice is playing into that him being a soldier aspect, right? By saying, well, you're a soldier, right? You know these rules. What is it? Are you calculated or are you stupid? And he's going, well, I'm just going to take the stupid route, right? Because otherwise that means, no, I planned it. I did this on purpose. So looking at intent will be key moving
And
forward.
I think that the good cop in this scenario is making it easier for him, kind of man to man, to talk about what happened and why maybe it happened.
Most of these domestics, you're never going to get premeditation because it's spontaneous violence that crops out from an incident, probably stemming from the purchase of liquor by somebody for her, and it's just eating him, and then it finally snaps and he pulls the gun up and blows her away. That's mostly the scenario in domestics, is violence because of an incident, and the incident was the liquor bought by somebody innocently maybe.
Yes.
So why? Are you trying to, because here's the deal, if we figure out that there is an ulterior motive, that goes to premeditation, instead of just a fit of rage. An act of jealousy. Now we actually have planning and concealment.
There was nothing planned. What do you want me to say right now? Or what
I want you to tell me the truth. I just want to know why you violated all the firearm safety rules when you're a firearms guy.
Because I'm a idiot. I made one
what-
of those 1 in 10 million mistakes where I was a idiot, and I'm
So
the worst fucker in Washington right now.
were you joking around? Were you
There
having an argument?
there was no joke.
So
No joking.
what was going on in the room that led you to point a loaded weapon, put it on fire, and pull the trigger?
It was just spring. I literally dropped the mag immediately with my shoulder put on fire, and then I think it went off when I was.
Were you trying to scare her? Were you trying to, were you playing
I
around?
never do something. No, I wasn't trying to scare her. I was not trying to scare her. I think I was just moving a little bit too fast than I should have been moving when I picked up that weapon.
So then why all the other stories before we got to this one?
I think it might have just, I'm just ridiculous. What just happened? I'm using
I mean, I get that, but hey man, I put the gun on my shoulder, I selected the fire, I pulled the trigger, I don't know what I was thinking right off the bat, right from the get-go. And not this big elaborate thing, because that's what is concerning me, is all these other elaborate stories. And it took us, what, a couple hours to finally get the truth out of you?
Well, we're not all the way there yet.
Yeah, we're missing that point. Why was it pointed at her head?
I think, I don't know why it was pointed at her head, I really don't. It was just, I think I was moving too fast for my own good, faster than I thought I could actually move when I was trying to clear that weapon myself. And
So you take the gun, the magazine out of the gun. You say birdcage. You know, I'm not sure. It may have been in the mag. So you charge, the weapon's charged. You say you don't, but you leave self-defense, right?
yeah,
Okay, so you leave a weapon with self-defense, but you don't know if she can charge, because maybe she can, maybe she can't. Well, what fucking good, you might as well left her a baseball bat if you didn't charge the gun for self-defense, because if she doesn't know how to do it, the only thing she can do is hit somebody with it, right? So did you charge the weapon before?
No.
And so you're telling me she charged the weapon, she took the magazine out, she put the magazine in the birdcage, or there was a separate magazine somewhere throughout the house, which we will find, and that you're gonna tell me that one's missing.
Can we pause for a second? I feel like this is going off the rails a little bit. Well, I mean, Toby, feel free to disagree. I feel like it's going off the rails a little bit because they're focused so much on the details of the gun at this point. And while those are still important, and we've been doing that for so long, they've obviously been at this for a couple of hours already. When they asked why did you do this? Why was it pointed? And he just goes, well, I was moving really fast. My next question would be, what's the context of the situation? What were you guys talking about? What had just happened earlier that day, right? Why were you touching the gun at all, right? Ask more questions about what's actually happening in this situation. Get an understanding of maybe their relationship dynamics. Get a sense of how was your day? How was your mood? How was her mood? She was working, right? Tell me more about what was going on at the time. I'm surprised at this point that question has not been asked.
Excellent point.
What are your thoughts?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see what you're getting at on it. I know what they're trying to do is just get the fact he pulled the trigger for a reason. They should be asking some of the questions you mentioned to get to the reason. It's a domestic dispute. He's mad at her over something, but he won't say why. There's no doubt about that he shot her in the back of the head on purpose. It's just the why is not coming out. How are they going to get to that? You're probably very observant about that. It should have been probably brought up. Why? What were you arguing about? What was your pizza like? You know, did you?
Why were you moving the gun so fast?
Yeah.
Why were you moving quickly?
Why were you in the bedroom with the gun in the first place?
Is that where you normally keep the gun?
Well, he was trying to pick another option other than calculated murder and accident. It was moving too fast, whatever that means. Wasn't thinking.
Yeah, and if it was an accident, at least provide some more information. The fact that he can't provide any information is a bit of a red flag here
they've
as well.
got expert evidence on how that gun was fired and what was done with it. And they feel they just need him to admit he pulled the trigger, and the rest will take care of itself through forensics. It's possible, but I think you need a little bit more from this. I think you need him to say I was mad or angry or I hated her or something like that.
Well, we might have to have another round of the bad cop pressing him.
Yeah.
And then the good one coming in and being empathetic and understanding.
This leaving of the room is probably intentional.
Yeah.
This is another tactic. He doesn't know what's being said. There could be a new analysis come in. There could be some new evidence introduced when he comes back in. This is a common step at this point. He's so close, this in and out might be enough to break him. It'll be interesting, so roll it.
There's multiple magazines around the house, because I'll go shooting, I'll just leave them, I'll put them in a basket, or I'll throw them under my bed in the spare bedroom because I got random stuff, or I'll put them on top of the ammo box on top of the stage. But I did not charge the weapon. That's why I'm so curious what the going on.
Every gun's loaded, man. They tell you know how many grunts are in the Army that they have got the lowest IQ, then that's why they're grunts, right? And they got to be able to teach those guys that every gun's loaded until you verify it's unloaded. You're a gun guy, you've got gun parts, you can build an AR. You're on a mission. I'm just assuming that you would at least know how to clear a gun. And it should be by this point in your military career, and the fact that you've been shooting AR since you were 11, shot your first gun when you were 4, pretty good memory for an old flapper. But all those things, you would think that would be ingrained in your head to clear that weapon. And why in the you pointed at the back of your beautiful wife's head?
And on that point, we have other people watching, and they said, sometimes we missed up. You said that you intentionally pointed it at her head, and I missed that. In this room, and it's on video, saying that you intentionally pointed the rifle at her head.
I didn't intentionally point at her head. It was in the direction, and I wasn't paying attention to what direction. I knew I was behind her. I knew that she was sitting at the desk, okay? And I knew that, the rifle was pointing that direction. I was not thinking straight. I just did it out of reaction, just quick. And I grabbed the rifle, put it, and grabbed it, bam, went off. And I did not intentionally.
Let's stop right there. Okay. Bam, it went off. You shouldered the gun, put it to the back of your wife's head, and pulled the trigger, and she died. I don't know why you would. That's why I'm asking you. That's why we're sitting in this interview room. That's why we're talking. I'm trying to figure that out because your wife deserves that respect. And if you tell me that you love her that much, then you got to give her that respect. You might have been in a fit of rage where you pulled that trigger and you killed her, because you were pissed off, but she deserves to know, we deserve to know that answer for her memory.
This is the atypical good cop, bad cop. It's so evident here. Most times it's subtle. You don't really pick up the good cop, bad cop that easy. This one, there is little doubt. The gray-haired guy is a grizzled old, you can't trick me, F you, F this, F that. He's playing the hard guy. The other guy comes in and says, well, I just looked at the video and you said you pointed that gun at her head. He's the soft evidence guy.
Please explain.
He's explaining what's going on here, and the other guy is just sort of driving the needle in a little harder every time. So, yeah, this is classic good guy, bad guy, and it works very well in some cases. We'll see how this pans out.
So tell me what the you point that gun at the back of your wife's head for. Tell me why. Don't give me no bullshit. Just man to man, nut up and tell me why.
I was not paying attention where I was pointing the weapon. The weapon was pointing at the back of her head.
You said a few minutes ago that you intentionally pointed at the back of her head.
I did not intentionally point it at her. I intentionally had, in the spur of the moment, I intentionally had it in her vicinity. Which
No, it was absolutely pointed at her. The proof is on the living room, on the office floor.
That's the big hang for her. Why? You're a gun guy. Why would you do this? Why would you clear a weapon like that?
I thought
It makes no sense. We're gun guys. We work around guns every day. And I have never yet cleared my rifle when it's pointed at the back of my head. I've never yet cleared any gun when it's pointed at my wife. So why? We get rage, we get passion, we get jealousy. That type of stuff we understand. That type of stuff we see every day. That type of stuff makes sense. But when you have an expert in something,
I wouldn't call myself that.
okay, professional, with a weapon, and you make this one mistake and somebody ends up dead, it's just not making any sense. You see where I'm getting at? And so we're gonna go and we're gonna look in the computer, and we're gonna look and see if she was contacting somebody, and we're gonna look and see if maybe you saw something that made you mad, and then we're gonna contact family members who she confides in, and say what kind of a person you were. Or you can man up and tell us what happened.
Okay. As far as I know, she's never talked to another man besides me. And I'm positive that I've even asked her before, hey, is everything okay? I know I was gone for about a month. I actually, today I asked her, like, how your coworkers, they don't hit on you or anything. She's like, oh, no way. So I'm not gonna second guess her. And in the past, I've never even thought about it. I've never had an idea that maybe she was, I never thought she was, and I never think she is, and I still don't think she is.
Okay.
I don't know.
But yet you still asked.
I didn't. I asked, the way I asked probably sound like that because she has new coworkers that she's working with, and I asked her if any of them were maybe, I don't know how to put this, like pushy towards her, or maybe were trying to hit on her or anything. I was just asking
Well,
her.
how did you ask her?
I asked-
Explain it to me. Just how did you ask her? What were the words you used?
I asked her if her coworkers are polite and did they hit on you or anything. That's like exactly how I said it. Are your coworkers polite and how did they hit on you or anything? And that was it. And I was just asking her.
And what she said?
She said, oh, no, they're all married, and she said I wouldn't, and they don't, and they're all, yeah, she's like, well, they're all married, and I'm all married, and
They've started tapping into something here, and you can hear it in the way that he's talking. He's going to slip up. He's already slipped up a little bit in saying, what was it? She doesn't talk to any man other than me, right? In what world is that a true statement? Unless the person is stuck with you at home and is literally never leaving ever again, and they're imprisoned with you. It was a little bit suspicious that he said that. He was also questioned by the police officer, right? Did you ask? Why would you ask if she was being hit on if you weren't jealous?
Yeah. And his response is just atypical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did ask her very nicely, how were
I
the
didn't
guys
ask
at
her
work?
that,
No,
yeah.
I didn't,
Yeah.
No, if you were gonna ask your wife that, you would do it in an angry tone. You would have suspected something and be real ticked off.
And you wouldn't simply accept it if she said, oh, no.
No. And I'd be interested to see the pattern of on her head where he shot her, how far away that gun was from her head. I don't know if that's gonna come out or not, but there is firearm residue off a rifle that would say how far away he was. The closer he is, the less likely this was an accident.
Again, I think I would have gone, it's interesting that they're going in this direction and that he's started to take the bait a little bit as far as providing some more information. But before, when Skylar had said, I wasn't thinking straight, right? They're trying to figure out why the gun was pointed in that direction. He goes, I wasn't thinking straight. Why weren't you thinking straight? What was going through your head at that time? What was going on? What kind of conversations were you having? Right? That's the kind of line of questioning I would expect them to be asking about more of the contextual piece. We're also tapping into, I want to point this out, we're also tapping into some gendered language, right? Man up, be a man, talk to me man to man. You see that a lot in the military. It's a male-dominated field for sure. And so he's trying to tap into that. Talk to me like a man. Man up. Do this for your wife. She deserves this, right? And so there's some thinking that because he's been trained in that way, probably socialized in that way, that might also get him to share some information.
And it's a point of misdirection. They've hammered on the firearm for how long? 15, 20 minutes about the gun. Now they're misdirecting it to domestic issues. They're changing the topic to confuse his thought pattern on purpose. This isn't an accident that they've gone on the domestic angle now. They want him to say what he was feeling about her and see if he cracks.
I think the way that they're going about it is a bit leading, though. They could have asked more open-ended questions about the context. I think that would have been a bit smarter. But in doing this, obviously, they're still going to get that same information. I just think they might be pushing it a little bit. We'll see.
Doing a hell of a good job.
Yeah.
And he's having trouble keeping up with them. That's why he keeps alluding
absolutely.
to the fact I was
Look where his
moving
hands
fast.
are, like he's wore out.
Yeah, I don't even think that was just came up because I was wondering how her coworkers are. Because I'm just curious. She's curious if my people I work with are mean to me, or I just want to see how she's being treated. So I asked her, how are they? Do they hit on you, or are they nice to you?
What would you have done? She said, yeah, one guy's hitting on me. He's calling me 3 or 4 times a day.
Well, I don't know. I've never run into that problem. So
Well, what would you say? What if she had said that today? Would it make you mad?
I would have been upset, but I'm not.
So upset enough to put a gun on her head and shoot her?
No. If that happened, I would not blame my wife for something like that.
And what if she was calling him back?
I'd probably leave. I'd probably go to post, and I'd probably go stay in a room on post, because there's free rooms on post that are in my battalion. And I've...
Yeah, I'm familiar with the places you go. But somebody that you love, that you miss so terribly, and you're telling me that if she was calling some dude, you just say, okay, I gotta leave.
No, I wouldn't just up and leave like forever. I would, if that was... Okay, let's say this was a serious situation and she was talking to somebody. I would, like to know maybe some details about it, whatever.
Well, what if she gave you some gory details to it? Maybe it was more than just talking to somebody. Would that make you so mad that you put a gun in the back of her head and shoot her?
Like
I'm asking you.
She would do this.
No,
I'm asking you.
Figure it out, because it doesn't make any sense.
What you're telling me as a professional soldier does not make sense that a gun accidentally went off 5 feet from the back of your wife's head at an angle exactly with the floor that took us 2 hours for you to tell us that you shouldered a weapon and you pulled the trigger. So I'm just trying to figure out your frame of mind, why you do something like that. Somebody that's got this experience that you have, on your own admission, why you would put a gun in the back of your wife's head and pull the trigger. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, man. Skylar, I don't think you're a dumb guy, but I think you're sitting there thinking that fat is a dumbass and I'm getting over on it.
I have no problem with you guys. I don't understand what you think I do. I really have no problem
Because
with
your
you guys.
story doesn't make sense. There's a huge gap in your story. You're detailed all the way through up to the point where we had to talk to you for 2.5 hours to get you to realize that we were smarter than you think and you shouldered a weapon because the fucking trajectory of that gun didn't match up. So immediately you changed story. That's about the 8th time you've done that. When your story, about 8 times, when your story doesn't make sense and you hear it for the 2nd time and we bring something up, you change the story. I'm trying to figure out why you put a gun in the back of your wife's head and pull the trigger. Because I took an oath to do my job, like you took an oath to do your job. I'm doing the damn best job I can for your wife, because that's part of my oath. I'm a homicide detective. I have to speak for the ones who can't speak anymore because somebody put a gun in the back of their head and pulled the trigger. And I gotta find out why. And you're sitting in this seat, not this seat. So this seat, you need to tell me why it happened so I can explain that, because your wife, Danielle, she deserves that.
What I said earlier, I don't know if you wrote down, I said I was not looking down the sights. I was not looking down the bore of the weapon. I was looking at the weapon that happened.
You keep changing the story when you realize.
I'm just adding more details.
Stop. When you realize it's not working, you change your story. And so then we finally got out that we shouldered, you had your finger in the trigger, because we know guns don't go off without your finger in the trigger. We've gotten all that. We just haven't gotten to the why.
Okay. You guys can call me out again. The weapon, earlier I said I was not looking at the sights. I was not looking down the bore of the weapon. I was holding the weapon. And it was up here. It was up level with the ground. It was up high. Okay. I wasn't looking at the weapon. My finger was on the trigger. I put the fire and I pulled it because I thought it was empty. Okay, because there wasn't anything in there. I hadn't chambered it. I knew I hadn't chambered it. Okay, so I thought it would just go click.
So then we keep going there. And so it's like we keep running into something. We know that how many times when you're downrange, when you're training, when you're on the range, have you ever put the weapon on fire to clear it, to make sure it's clear, and then pull the trigger?
I mean, like, if I'm like at a range.
If your range instructor is standing right there next to you and they tell you to clear that weapon, are you going to click it on fire, drop the mag, and pull the trigger?
I'm going to drop the mag, make sure it's on safe, charge the handle, and block bolt to the rear. And then I'm going to turn it out inside so you can see down my chamber.
So the instructor can go by and see that, right?
Yeah.
So, and how many thousands of times have you done that?
Too many to count.
Too many to count. Okay, so that's what we get.
Why I did that, when I came into the room, when I grabbed the weapon, I thought I was just going to immediately I was going to do it real quick and then just put it in the safe and go back out of the living room while she was working. It was just one of those things, like, I don't know, today I was moving fast because I've been up since 4:30 and I just cleaned weapons all I cleared weapons earlier today. I cleared 4.
Any of those weapons you cleared earlier today, those 4 weapons, the 2 that were yours and 2 that your buddies that he didn't clear them correctly, did you pull the trigger on any of those once you just put it on fire?
Well, I
take the legs out?
did a functions check after I cleared them.
Right.
That was the one time I pulled the trigger.
Well, prior to your functions check, did you orient your weapon towards any person and pull the trigger after removing the magazine?
No.
And when you did your function check, which way did you have your muzzle pointed?
Just kind of like at the wall or at like down at the like.
In the same direction, right?
Yeah.
Why do we do that?
They've done now is they've gone fact and fact. They've gone from bad guy, good guy, to 2 guys presenting the same type of facts about the weapon, except in a different way. What did you do when you cleared a weapon? Did you do it then? No, and he's got to go back and forth between the 2 of them answering military-trained firearm questions. It's just another strategy to try to get him to break, because he's not breaking. He's not giving them the words that they want about how I intentionally pulled the trigger because I was mad, or because she made me mad, or I thought she was fooling around. They want to get the motive out. They got him saying I shot her, point blank range, and they're going to be able to prove he did everything wrong, weapons-wise and safety-wise. That's not an issue. It's just that little bit at the end in domestics you need to make this a murder versus a manslaughter. This is manslaughter all day long now, but not murder.
And he's being so passive and quiet and meek-like, almost as if he's saying, you know, kind of have mercy on me, be gentle with me. This is a difficult situation for me. So I'm going to be interested to see if they do.
The interesting thing here is the difference in the open-ended versus the closed-ended questions. The only time they ask an open-ended question is when they're asking why, because that's ultimately the information they want. But the rapid-fire closed-ended questions are going to be asking questions that drive home his training, right? He has no time to think. He just has to answer. These are all things that he knows. How many times have you
He's gonna say yes, yes,
used
yes,
this
yes.
gun? How
Yeah.
many times have you done this?
Yeah.
Right? Too many to count. We know he should know what he's doing. And is he still gonna go with that whole accident due to negligence argument?
He's not ready to break yet.
No,
but
he's not ready to break.
But they
he's
placed him
getting
in a
close.
yes set. Every question they asked,
Yes,
he
sir,
said
yes,
yes,
sir.
yes, yes,
Yep.
yes.
Yeah.
So he's primed to.
But again, I think it's the contextual, open-ended questions that they're really missing at this point. But this is really important to get him to that point where he's going to eventually break.
He's made that one mistake earlier about, yes, I pulled the trigger, pointed at her head, and he didn't realize he did it.
Yep.
And he's been spending the rest of the interview trying to get away from that himself.
Yeah.
They're trying to put him on another bad answer about the domestic part of it. It's gonna come right away.
So,
And then you flush the fireball.
yeah, no, that was, yeah, well, that, I saw it, I was just so afraid. I didn't want to even touch my wife because I was so scared. I was scared.
She's hurt.
I know, when I went up to her, I didn't touch her though. I really,
She's hurt, man. I think that's the first thing I would have done. I wouldn't have done anything else.
went off, I threw the rifle there, I went in there and I looked at her, and she wasn't moving, and her head was like on the right side, like that, but she was still facing the computer, and I didn't know what the fuck to do, and for some reason, some part of me just said, oh my god, there's alcohol in my system, and then, I don't know why that hit me, but as you said, and why am I worried about a little bit? I don't know why, but I just did.
Not only that, but first thing you want to do is hide the magazines. You knock them off the floor, onto the floor, and kick them under the bed. So you're altering the crime scene. You're altering the scene.
This tells me somebody that acted out of rage and out of anger. You acted out of rage and out of anger. You shot your wife in the back of the head. And then after you did it, you realized what you did and realized, oh my God, this is permanent. How stupid was I to do this? Now what am I going to do to cover this up? What can I come up with? That's what this tells me.
It was not out of rage, it was not out of anger. I wasn't angry at my wife.
It wasn't an
Pause
accident.
the tape. This is the point where if I was one of the police officers, I would say, okay, can you explain then this history of domestic violence, right? They have, we know, they haven't really talked about it at this point, that there is some sort of established history, even informally, where the family and friends have seen it, right? So that's when I would try to ask, well, what about these things? It's a little bit leading, obviously, but there's got to be some sort of connection there, right?
I think it'll come.
It should come at this point. That's what I would suspect. All right, roll tape.
It wasn't an accident.
You officially pulled the
Me firing the weapon, or me pulling the trigger was not an accident. Okay? I did not know there was a round in there. Her getting hit with that round, that was that, and it was an accident. I was not mad, I was not angry. And
It's not an accident. You're right, it was not an accident. You did this intentionally. Because if this was an accident, if you had accidentally shot your wife, you would have dropped the weapon right there, went over there and started rendering CERT-DA, your first aid, because you felt horrible. This was an act of rage. You were mad for some reason, and you shot her.
no, I'm mad at my wife.
And then you went and tried to hide everything.
To include alcohol and kick magazines underneath the bed, throw the gun in the closet like it didn't happen. Oh shit, it didn't happen. All gone. Hands clean. Skylar,
Yes.
your wife deserves the right answer, man, not this
This is the right answer.
Then
I
tell
was
her.
my wife. I did not kill her.
You did.
I didn't kill her. I was not angry at her. I was not mad. I did not intentionally mean to murder my wife. I love my wife with a huge passion, okay? We are young. We have not been together that long, and I understand that. And everybody does not like that. They don't like saying young couple be like that, okay? But I do love my wife. And I've never had a problem with her that was major. I've never wanted to hurt her in any way. I've never put my hand on her, okay? And I would never want to do that ever. And today, especially, nothing wanted to happen to her, okay? I made love to her when I got home, and she wanted to relax, and I wanted to relax. So I watched a movie, and she was unworking, okay? One thing led to another. I'm not even thinking straight, clearing a weapon, and it goes off, and it strikes my
No,
wife.
you pulled the trigger, it didn't just go off. Skylar, you pulled
I
the
pulled the
trigger
trigger
oriented at your wife.
I understand that.
It's really common in domestics to say that you love someone and still be jealous, right? The two things can coexist in someone's mind. The jealousy is born out of love, right? I love you so much that I don't want to see you with anyone else. Or I want to have you all to myself. Those kinds of almost like love bombing kind of approaches to a relationship.
Yes.
It's possessive. In this case, he's saying, yeah, I loved her, she deserves this, but we still see, now we're seeing the intimidation. He's fighting back a little bit in terms of that power dynamic. He's trying to drive his point home. He's defiant. I don't know what direction they're going to take. Does anyone have any thoughts?
I think they're running at the end here.
Yeah.
Like he's had his downtime, they pushed him, and now he's fighting back. He's coming back at them with everything he's got. He's still making mistakes. So will he make a bigger one while he's ranting? He's in a mini domestic rant right now against them. If they were women, he'd be over the table pounding the hell out of them. That's how mad he is inside.
Or at least he would be standing up. I think
He'd be
I'm
doing
surprised.
something, yeah,
I'm surprised even the bad cop, if you will, hasn't stood up already to again dominate, restore some sort of that power balance, right? And maybe we'll see that in the next little bit.
This is your wife. You love her. Why point a gun at the back of her head, shoulder that weapon, and pull the trigger? This is a precious creature. This is your wife. This is the love of your life. And then you tell us, well, I loved her. That wasn't mad at her. There's no other guy. You see where we're at? It doesn't
I
make
understand
sense.
where you guys don't understand. Yeah, I understand where I look like I understand.
And we're gonna find things out. This is just the beginning. We're gonna start digging. We're gonna dig into computers. We're gonna talk to neighbors. And some neighbors have already said they've heard you arguing in the past, not today, but in the past they've heard arguing coming from your apartment. What were those arguments about?
I don't even remember last time.
What was your last argument about? What do you guys argue about? There's usually money,
No, we usually don't argue about money.
bills, and infidelity.
We usually don't work. I don't think we've really had a really big argument about financial.
You ever meet her husband?
No, I never met him.
Was there any particular, does that seem odd that she's married in her house 3 or 4 times, you've never met him?
Well, he was gone for 3 weeks or something like that, 3 or 4 weeks on a trip, training trip in Yakima, she said. And she'd only worked for us for 5 weeks. So, and I'd never been over to her house until maybe 2 weeks before he got back, because I hadn't moved her far along enough in the process that we were going to start having her do some of that actual work on a computer.
If she was working at home, how do you know the hours that she worked? Did she log certain times?
It was just an honesty policy.
Really?
Yeah.
Just like was it a basic 40-hour week type thing?
No, we were doing 20 hours a week until we got our location set up.
Okay.
So, she was just keeping track on her little time card that we had for her. And based off of what I was having her do, I knew approximately how long it should take.
Okay.
So, if it was 50 hours logged, but it should have been 20, I could have seen that.
Right. Did you meet any of her friends at all?
No, I never met any of her friends. I think I talked to, well, she said one time she was having one of her friends text for her or something when I was texting her about something, a file that we had, but I never met any of her friends in person.
Did, now some of these questions, Michael, is going to sound kind of like I'm assuming things that happened may or may not have. And even if they did, it doesn't make you responsible or culpable to anything that happened from her death.
Yeah.
So did the relationship become more than just a working relationship?
No, not at all.
Okay.
We never did anything together whatsoever.
All right, did she buy you some flowers on Thursday?
Not for me, no. Actually, I have a roommate who, whose wife is pregnant. And my roommate does work for us at like the Puyallup Fair trade show stuff. And they both worked the Everett Home Show together 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then
so Danielle worked, well, that's what her husband called her. But
yeah, Danielle, Tara Danielle.
Yeah. Did she work the?
She worked the Everett Home Show, and I think it was 2, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Okay, and she worked that with?
She worked that with my roommate, who lives here in Tacoma. And so they drove back together. And when they drove back together, she came in for 5 or 10 minutes, said hey, and then she took off. But I guess she had met my roommate's wife who's pregnant. She just randomly dropped flowers off a couple days before she passed away, I guess is what they told me.
There was a receipt for that.
I guess the only other things I can think about that I ever thought were weird, she did sort of like want to impress him too much. Like she said she was going to shampoo the carpets so that he wouldn't be upset that the carpets were not clean, which, you know, I mean, I was in their house and it looked pretty immaculate to me. And she said she was going to have to vacuum all the couches so that the couches were perfectly clean. And I was like, you know, when I come home for 3 weeks to my wife, I'm going to flip what the couches look like. Right?
Yeah.
And that, and then she would always talk about how she needed to have it clean for him when he got home and it was not ever dirty. But I don't know if that, to me, it was just maybe she's just trying to say something to impress me, or maybe she's just,
well, I don't want to bust your ego a little bit, but that's how she had to live. She had to have everything perfect.
Jeez.
How many 19-year-old girls shampoo the carpets?
None. I mean,
I can't get my 17-year-old daughter to clean up her room, to, pick up their dirty clothes off the floor and put them in the hamper, which is, 2 feet from where they're piled up. So that's a clue.
Well, what we're discovering is that Skylar is a controlling individual, that she's intimidated by him, that we often see this in abusive cases in which she more or less is a captive in her own home and has internalized his values to the point where she needs to do what will please him. That's foremost in her motivation. So this is what we're learning about her.
It's a preventative step. She knows if she does these things, there's a little chance she might not be beaten or punched.
Yes.
So she's going to vacuum the couch. I don't think I've ever seen my wife vacuum a couch, but maybe she has. And the carpet, shampoo
Certainly
the
you
carpets.
haven't vacuumed
I haven't
your
done it, and I wouldn't expect anybody else to. So,
Yeah.
But if that's the extent the pressure is under the roof of this home, it's a powder keg looking for a place to happen.
I think that for some people, doing acts of service is of course a love language, but in this context, it seems like it's being done to minimize the chances of any sort of argument happening. And as the boss rightly pointed out, if you've been separated from someone that you're married to, and you're young and newly married for however long it is, the last thing you care about is how clean the space is. You're just excited to be home and be with your person, right? So
That's not what you're thinking about.
Well, but I think in this case, the boss had a little bit of an insight as to what their relationship was like, but just didn't know where to place that information. And so with the officer giving him some more information, right, sorry to bust your ego, it wasn't about you, it might have been about a bigger problem. The boss is starting to go, oh, right, like I have this information that is actually relevant to this case. I just didn't know at the time that it was relevant.
Can you imagine the triggering effect of if dirty carpet and dirty couch drives this guy to potential violence, what another man buying her liquor would do? It would send him into the ozone layer of violence.
Or knowing that she had bought flowers for somebody else, or knowing that she had even communicated with somebody.
Send him crazy, make him crazy.
Even if she didn't do anything, just thinking that she did it would be enough.
draws a very clear picture of this guy's mental state.
Yes.
With it, living with her.
Possessive.
Oh.
Jealous, controlling, dominant.
Crazy, man. Just about crazy.
I want to know the truth because your wife deserves the truth. You telling me this shit? She absolutely.
But what I'm saying is, I've never done anything, nothing, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I've never been around this kind of shit before, okay? So immediately, I don't know why the thinking about myself, and I should have been thinking about my goddamn wife, which I should have been thinking about my wife, and for some reason I was thinking about myself with some other myself, okay? And I was thinking, oh my god, I'm doing alcohol, you're really alcohol, and then...
My military career is over. Me. Why is this happening to me? To me. While your wife lays there dead.
Was she still breathing?
No, when I went up to her, she wasn't.
When did you go up to her?
2 minutes later, after you cleaned up the scene?
Or did you
No,
or did you go right up to her right away and
I told you. Were you not writing all that stuff? I went up to her after I threw the gun. I went in there and I looked at her.
After you threw the gun?
Where did you throw the gun?
In the boat.
In this closet?
No.
So you went out of the room. So you accidentally shoot your wife, from what you're telling me. After you put it on the shoulder, put your finger in the trigger well, put the gun on fire, aimed at her head, you pull the trigger. Then you take the gun out into the other room. If that was an accident, don't you think you would have dropped it right there, went over there, made sure she's all right, made sure she's breathing?
So I had to render some sort of aid, like, maybe it just barely touched her, maybe she's okay. No, let me go hide the crime scene, let me go get this out because I'm a
go back in there, peek in there, and go, oh, she's not breathing, this is time to flush the alcohol. Get rid of the magazines. Because it was an act of rage. You didn't plan next. All you planned was how to kill her. You didn't plan what was going to happen next because you acted in a fit of rage. That's what's called rage. You're lashing out because you're angry, you're mad. So you killed her. And then reality sets in that, oh my goodness, I just killed her. What am I going to do now? I have to make up a story. I have to come up with something quick. Right? I'm not dumb. Okay? I know this is exactly what this is. This is rage.
This is so close. Like he is just about ready to fall, I think. He's staring, his hands are clasped. This guy is masterful at drawing conclusions that happened. He knows exactly what happened, and this guy cannot dispute it now. This guy knows exactly what I did. I didn't check for vital signs. Oh my God, that was a dumb mistake. It was an intentional murder. And he's sitting there thinking this, I made a big boo-boo there. That was not a good thing to do. So it'd be interesting what's going on in his head right now with that questioning. I think he's ready to either totally withdraw or confess. He's gonna go one way or the other really quick.
You killed her.
I was too worried about my own tracks for some reason. I was too worried about myself getting in more trouble than...
You don't get much more trouble than
I understand. It didn't click for me. Something just hit me, and I was like, "Oh my god!" A firearm went off. And I just got rid of the shit. And when I went back in there, I got pretty close to her, and she wasn't breathing. Her hair was over her face. I couldn't see her face, but I saw blood on like the chair and like on her shirt right here. And that was after.
So you acted out of rage. If that would have been an accident, you would have been all over, you'd have been moving her hair out, you would have been trying to figure out what
Let me ask you this. Let me run this by you. What else did you do altering the crime scene? Did you go out the slider door?
I went out there and I was freaking out. Yeah.
Put your dog out there?
No, he ran out there.
Yeah. When you opened up the slider? You went out there freaking out. Was that before or after you opened the door for the neighbor? Tell the truth, man.
That was before I opened the door for the neighbor.
So now we went into another went outside, oh shit, still haven't rendered aid to your wife.
This is your panic mode.
I didn't know what I did. She was
panic, right?
That's out of rage. Then, like my partner said, then the reality set in. And then
Man past the point of killing her. You were just so mad that you wanted to kill her.
Okay? So you know what you're talking about, the difference of first degree murder and second degree murder. First degree murder is that you planned it. You said, when I get home, I'm killing second degree murder is this. Cheating on me, bam! Gun goes off. That's a difference, son.
Reality is, now, oh man, I actually did it. I did it. I can't believe I did it. Now what do I do? Right? Oh, I did this. What do I do?
So you said the first one, premeditated or whatever. I did not think that. And number two, I just, no. I didn't.
No, because you're caught.
No,
and now
I
you,
didn't.
dude, my kids are older than you, man. I got you figured out in the first 5 minutes we're in here. I know exactly when you don't like what you're going to change the story. You've been doing it all night. We've been talking to you for 3.5, 4 hours. And I'm telling you, man, I got you figured out. I know all you've got to do, the difference between getting this thing done and all taken care of is you tell me why you pulled the trigger on the back of your wife's head. Were you mad? You tell my partner, was it because of your rage, because she was cheating on you, because you just said, I want out of this, I want to be a soldier, she wanted to be out of the army, you wanted to stay in, whatever the reason is, just tell us. It's out of rage, you did it, boom, bang, done. We're out of here. First degree murder, second degree murder. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of the two.
In the military, you are trained to handle extreme conditions, right? You're trained under extreme sleep deprivation. You're trained to handle trauma. You're trained to give CPR when you can, right? And to triage, to deal with these situations. I don't know what level he was at in his training, but certainly given his weapons handling experience, you would expect that that stuff would have been taken into account. He would have done those things. He would have processed that information. Obviously, it's your wife. It's a little bit different. It's personal. And he's in shock, obviously, because he's the one who did it. But I think we've kind of moved past that point, and now they're just like, you know what? We aren't even talking about whether, before, right, it was, are you a professional calculated killer or are you doing something stupid? They've moved beyond that. They're like, look, we're going to put you away for murder one of two ways at this point. Let's just be done with this.
See, I don't think they're right on that. I think they're off base.
To say that?
Yeah, I think they should leave the third option on the table. And by bringing up first and second, he's sitting there, and if he doesn't seem to be a stupid individual. He seems to be able to think on his feet pretty good. And he's probably going, well, they don't have me for first, for sure. And I haven't said anything about why for second. No. The most they got me for is manslaughter. If he's thinking that, and they're just giving him first and second, and that maybe builds up a little bit of confidence within him that they don't have me for anything.
And to push the military example forward, in effect, he's a prisoner of war. He's not given up any information, name, rank, and serial number. You know who I am. You know what I've done. I'm not saying any more.
The separation between second-degree murder and manslaughter is minuscule. And I don't know, maybe they should have thrown manslaughter out on the table, or maybe they're keeping it as a holdback thing for them. But the two worst ones are first and second. So if you had thrown manslaughter out, it might have weakened them. But I don't know if I would have used the first and second.
But they didn't.
Not sure.
They didn't offer an opportunity of, you were joking around, you were a little bit peeved with her, you wanted to play a trick on her.
That's the manslaughter.
Scare her.
That's what I mean. That's the manslaughter.
They did ask at one point, right? Did you do this to scare her? He repeatedly said no. I think again, we'll circle back to me saying should have asked situationally what was going on. Right? What were you doing at that time? We know that we're only seeing snippets of this. Maybe they did ask and that didn't go anywhere.
I think they've got stuff that we're not seeing as far as the domestic issue goes with the witnesses. And I'd like to know what the forensics were from the firearm. That really intrigues me.
I'd like to know what she was doing
distance.
on the computer.
What was she doing? Yeah.
Was she just sending an email to the guy?
Maybe.
Was she? Yes.
And that might be they have second degree already. They might. That's why they're saying they have second, because they know they've got second. I'm just guessing that we don't know enough to make that that legal assertion right now.
Yeah.
First degree murder, second degree murder. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of the two.
I really didn't choose you. I didn't have any. I didn't doubt it at all.
then we come back to the same question. Why would you shoulder a weapon, put it on fire, put your finger in the trigger well, train the weapon on the back of your wife's head, and pull the trigger?
I did not intentionally try to kill her. The weapon was in her, that pointed directly at her, and I was not.
You're changing the story again. You're
no, I
changing
did
the
not
story.
change
You're
it.
changing the story again. Why did you do that? Other than, I don't know. It was stupid.
It was.
Yeah, we know that. But we don't think you're a stupid guy.
I didn't intentionally shoot the weapon. Okay, I shot the weapon and it was aimed at her head. I didn't intentionally try to kill her. Me being. I skipped a step. I skipped a step on the weapon.
And 19-year-old time.
He stabbed?
The weapon was unsafe. I didn't charge it.
I think you skipped more than one step.
Pointing in the wrong direction.
What are the firearm safety rules?
Pointing the weapon in a safe direction, having the weapon unsafe. Making sure your weapon's clear.
What's the last one?
Trigger discipline. Having your finger off trigger.
That's not the one I'm talking about. You know which one I'm talking about.
Always treat your weapon like it's loaded.
Always treat a weapon like it's loaded. So how does a young man that's been shooting guns since he's 11, how much time has he been in the Army now?
Since November 7th, 2004.
Since November 7th, 2012, so almost 2 years. And how much weapons training have you had? Probably a lot, right? I'll let you answer that. How much weapons training have you had?
Mortars, machine guns, grenade launchers. Different types of rifles, short fire.
All of them you have to clear, right? All of them you keep your finger off trigger until you're rid of the fired weapon.
And
Never
then
point anything at anything you're not willing to destroy.
They preach the firearm safety rules to you? I know we get preached to us, so they preach it to you in the Army? Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Did you find the receipt, point the gun at her, not thinking it was loaded and pull the trigger?
No, I didn't know there was a receipt for the roses.
Were you trying to scare her?
No.
Trying to intimidate her?
No.
Were you in an argument saying, hey, I could do this to you, and instead of the gun just going click, it went bang?
No, I never threatened her.
You ready to do a CBSA lie detector test? My partner and I'll step out, we'll get a guy in here, he'll do that test and get it all, and if it comes through, you ready to do that? You want to get the truth out
You know,
here?
maybe help us clarify it.
You want to do that?
Help us
That's
understand.
fine. I know you guys really don't.
Well, we're just,
No, I want to give you the option.
it just
This is an investigative tool, it's not admissible in court, it's an investigative tool. Gives me an idea if you're being truthful or not, that's all.
Yeah, it's
Wanna
fine.
do
You want to do it?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's going to take us about 10 or 15 minutes to get set up.
Can I get more water?
Sure?
Yeah, some kind of candy bar or anything?
No,
You like candy?
All right. Can't help you with anything else, but I'll get you some more water. All right. Recording's starting.
I just see these fellows as incorrigible. I think they're very hard to bring around to have normal relationships, whether it's something in their upbringing or whatever. He met her online, which means he probably couldn't find a normal relationship anywhere with people he knew
We don't.
somehow.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I don't
I'm
know.
not criticizing online dating. I just say that he
People can
searched her
online
out
date,
and found her.
but there are issues
And
with
he
it, for
probably portrayed himself. Everybody looks good on the internet.
Yeah.
And he portrayed himself as some hero when he's actually a bloody zero.
Well, when some people have psychological needs that are unmet, they confuse love with possession and owning someone. And he owned her, he thought. And she betrayed him from his perspective. His ego and his need to be loved was placed in jeopardy. And that, I think, is what pushed him forward to engage in this action.
Such a young woman to have gone through losing a parent to cancer, being adopted by a stepfather, and then meeting this character online, and obviously suffering through the years of marriage with this fellow to end up being shot in the back of the head. And it just shocks me sometimes in these situations how this person can be shown all the evidence in the world and still never have the guts to say, yeah, I did it. I was mad and I did it. He stuck to it right to the end, and basically he's the lowest form of life in my mind on the planet.
Sometimes it's difficult to understand why a person would remain in a relationship with someone like that. But the background of loss of mother, adopted father, wanting to be loved. This person really loved her, I would think, showering her with affection, but it came with a price, and that price was control and subordinating her own interest to his. Mm-hmm. And I think that the thought of losing her slipping away, put him in this situation. And whether he actually intended to kill her or just scare her at some point doesn't really matter.
I think that he went too far, and that this wasn't the first time that he played around with a gun in front of her. I would be very surprised if this was the first time. This is a person who knew what he was doing, and that's very apparent. I am just as upset and frustrated by the fact that he wouldn't take responsibility. They have said over and over again, this is a person who deserves, the victim's a person who deserves to have this settled, who deserves to have you come forward and tell the truth about what actually happened. And what we saw from how he accounted what happened and recounted what happened over and over again, changing his story. He's a person that is very self-interested, only cares about himself, cares about self-preservation, and was willing to go to those lengths to do so. I think he will have to live with that for the rest of his life. You certainly hope that someone such as himself wouldn't be able to be in the military after he is out of prison. He won't be. No, but that this is a situation that we see with people that are in the military. Domestic violence cases, not necessarily homicides, of course, that we know having access to a gun is a risk factor for domestic homicide. But certainly we see a correlation with being in that kind of a field and domestic violence cases. So I would say that, despite the training, you can train somebody to handle weapons, you can train somebody to manage these kinds of traumatic situations, to triage, CPR, all of these things. But the focus here needs to be on controlling one's own emotions, expressing those emotions in a way that is productive and safe, and having conversations about healthy relationships.
My wife wasn't there, which is unusual, and my kids should have been there by now from like daycare. I couldn't find her, so I called the daycare to see what time she picked up the kids. The kids were never picked up, so I got freaked out, so I hit like the Find My iPhone app thing, and it said that it showed her phone like at the end of our driveway. We don't have really good service.
Okay.
Not the end of our driveway, the end of our street. But she just drove down there, and I saw her phone with her headphones because she started running again. So I found her phone, and it's got like hair ripped out of it, like in the headphones. So I'm like totally freaking out, thinking like somebody like grab her.
Did you go pick up your children?
No, I'm gonna call my mom and have her do it.
Okay. What's your wife's name?
I'm gonna like knock on every door. Sherry, Sherri. She sent me to pick up 10:47, asking me if I was coming home from lunch from work. And I said, sorry, long day. And that was the last. She never spoke to her on the phone, never any other phone.
Okay, and what time are the kids supposed to be picked up?
Way before 5:30, she usually goes to like 4:45.
Okay.
4:30, 4:45. Telling me that something happened to her, is the way I'm looking at it. Then there was hair in the headphones. Like it got ripped off, like big wrap.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know you're going to see me calling when I see you. And we live down kind of sketchy street, so I definitely, I don't know if I'm allowed to knock on everybody's door, but I will if I'm allowed to do that.
Well, let's just have the officers contact you so they can start, processing everything, figure out what's going on, okay?
This 911 call is extremely important. They will analyze this as part of their evaluation process and preparation process for any interview. They don't know at this point if he's the killer or if he's the distraught husband. So it's a very preliminary stage in an investigation, and initially they will either pretend it's a missing person and possibly think he's possibly a suspect. You always look at the spouse initially in a domestic situation until he's eliminated. So this would be, this call will be scrutinized very heavily by the detectives before they ever get to the interview process.
But like a normal route for her run, would she run on Old Oregon Trail to Paracast back?
She would normally go to the mailboxes and back. Now, she's been running more and more. She wanted to get ready for the Casa run. We're all gonna go to it's like the Casa where everybody jumps up superheroes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming up
Is that
in weeks.
How long of a run?
So, I'm not saying that she might have been like, hey, I ran this far this day, I'm gonna run Paracast to Sunrise and back, or I'm gonna go Sunrise to Paracast. And I keep going back to something like that because the way the phone is, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen, I know I showed you a picture, it's weird to me, and I've got all my ideas, but my latest idea is I don't think it happened there. I think where the T is, where you can go Paracast or Sunrise, I think it happened somewhere in there, because there's no houses except that crack house. So I think two guys
Can you pause it
in a
for a
car,
second?
they drive, the phone gets cell phone range again, because it doesn't have cell phone.
They'll be watching his eye movements, his hand movements. There's certain
He's
psychological
upright like this.
things. Yeah, he's upright,
Yeah.
and his eye movements. If he's going to the left when he's saying stuff, it's a lie.
Why
So-
to the left?
It's the way the brain works.
Interesting.
Tendencies are that you roll your eyes to your left side when you're not telling the truth.
What about to your right?
You're telling the truth.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's not true. It's not necessarily etched in stone,
You're
but
on
it's
my left, so
yeah.
things are going that
It's
way.
one of the many circumstantial things you tie into forensic investigations, and you piece this all together with everything else at the end. It's not allowed to go into court, but it gives you an indicator of what he's thinking, and if it's not a natural tick, it's a tell. What we call a tell in police work.
Neuro-linguistic programming suggests that where you look suggests whether it's true, false, whether it's a memory or a feeling. So all of these cues are there, but what's more outstanding to me at the moment is he seems more interested in telling his clever story than being concerned about what the heck happened to my wife.
It makes a sound or something, and they go, oh, and they grab it, and they give it a little chuck so it bounces and then it kind of stays, but it's still pretty intact, so that's why I don't get that part.
We do our best not to do theories-wise.
Yeah,
because it's
that's
hard.
all I do.
Get to the next step, not saying that there's not detectives on that next step. To fully get to that next step, we have to look at you. Because if we don't, it's irresponsible. And if we...
I mean, for my, I think it's ridiculous, but then I stop and I go, no.
Stop the video for a sec. In a typical interview room, across the universe of policing, you will notice certain similarities. One is the coloration. This is plain, plain, plain. Everything is meant to make this person feel as relaxed as possible. There are no art on the walls, there's no distraction, there's no words. This thing here on the wall, it possibly could be a device for electronics in all probability. There's people behind looking into the room with that device. Just to give you an idea that this is not just a random room. This is paint color scheme setup, all designed for a purpose of the interview.
Father ends up being the husband, and we're giving her like some chemical that, you know, Sherry watches these like shows on TV. I know, I see it.
He's being too nonchalant, too cavalier about what's going on, and he's almost thinking, this guy, look how serious the policeman is. And he's not. He's just saying, okay, buddy, keep walking down this trail.
And the
We'll let
policeman
you
is
go.
not questioning his narrative.
Oh,
so he's,
let him go.
Yes.
When Sherry was growing up, and I remember when she went through her CCW thing, because this got brought up and she was like crying, her parents did horrible things. For one, if you looked at her record, like, what's this breaking and entering you have on your record? She was like, what?
So we can see here that this is clearly another interrogation, another interview. He's taken off his shirt. He has something else on. He looks more comfortable, more relaxed as he's continuing on with the story. It looks like he's setting up the interviewer to see things in a particular sort of way that would get him out of the line of fire. So it should be interesting to watch what more happens here.
Yeah, my parents called the cops on me one night because I needed basketball shoes for my basketball game in like 8th grade. I'm not saying I've always been weird with money, but when Sherry and I first got together, she had crazy, shitty parents. She didn't have a driver's license when we got together. She was 20-something. She had horrible credit. She had a bill from a car that her parents sold, but put in her name something weird, like she owed like some tow company in LA like thousands of dollars. And I sat down with her and I'm like, this is, for me, I'm like, if you pull my stuff, you see my credit score, like, I'm on the money. So I was like, you have to get a driver's license. You have to do this if you want to pursue.
Stop for a sec.
About marriage.
What you guys noticed about the chop, chop, chop on the table?
Yep.
Like, this guy his wife could be laying in a ditch bleeding, as far as he knows by reporting it. He is destroying her personality and credibility through credit score and what she was as a person. Yeah. And now he's saying how he tried to correct her and change her by chop, chop, chop.
I didn't even think about that, to be honest.
That is not a very good symbol if you're talking about your missing spouse. And I think this is, this guy has got his arms folded across. He's not taking notes. He's going, whoa.
I mean,
this is some kind of sicko we're dealing with here.
If you were saying something to me that I disagreed with, and I did this,
yeah,
it's an intimidation almost tactic. I'm not saying he's necessarily trying to intimidate an officer. I don't think he's stupid enough to think he could do that.
He's not. He's
but
taking him down a
he
garden
wants
path.
to be, he wants to be taken seriously.
And he's driving the point home each time.
I'm the good
Yes.
guy, and I had to do this,
Yes.
this, and this to fix her. And this one here fixed her finally.
We had, in the very beginning, which I don't like talking about, and only one other person pretty much knows, we had a little blip. She went to like some big like conference thing in some other state on AT&T. And there was like a text message, and then this cute guy, and whatever. And I came across this. What the f***? We got a big fight. I was extremely hurt. We didn't even have kids yet. So that would be why there might be some weird stuff. And then from then on, we legally had to also keep our money separate. It's according to the lawyer lady saying, you can't have joint money now that you sign this, because if you have a joint bank account, you get divorced, you get this money, like they couldn't figure it out.
I like the way he went from, we had a little spat, to a big deal, and now we're talking about lawyers involved, separation of assets.
planning for divorce, essentially.
Planning
right?
for some kind of separation.
Some sort of
Yes.
separation, and this is, like you said, before they had kids. So it sounds like this would have been a very tumultuous relationship, a lot of ups and downs, which is what we see in domestic homicide cases and domestic violence. The interesting thing, too, I noted was that he said, and only one person knows this, right? I'm telling you something that very few people know. So you should trust me because I've kept this close to my chest. But again, he's framing her as this deserving victim. He's also giving more motive, right?
He's writing the script for her disappearance. He has
Essentially.
thought about this extensively.
Well, there was text messages with somebody that she thought was cute.
This was 10 years ago, you should have forgotten about this. But he's bringing this up as if it happened yesterday. And it was before we had kids, so he's going all over the gamut of why she's a bad person and what she possibly could have done to disappear. Maybe it's this other guy, she could have left for money. Like, he's given all of these, in his head, the reasons for her disappearance. And it's a very, very weak way to try to portray your missing wife.
I'm thinking, too, if he was smart, he would just stop talking, right? How often do you see someone in an interview that just says, I want a lawyer, I don't want to say anything?
Well, you two mightn't agree with this, but I don't think criminals are very smart anyway.
True.
So I just want to, I appreciate you coming in today and just explaining that, we're not asking you to take this because we think you had anything to do with it. We're asking you to take it because we don't think you had anything to do with it.
I'm all for that, yeah. I think 4 days ago I got
So the main thing we're trying to get across is this is completely voluntary. We appreciate you doing it, but you're welcome to leave at any point in time. You don't have to answer any of my questions if you want. That's going to make for a very short test.
Yeah.
All right? So there's not going to be any surprises, not going to be any tricks. It's important that you know that. It's important that you understand that. And it's important that you believe me when I tell you that. So I'm going to ask you right now, do you believe that I'm not going to ask you any surprise questions that we're not going to review ahead of time?
I believe that.
Okay, because I'm not going to. All
I'm
right?
judging you, you seem like a sharpshooter. I like it.
When you answer the questions during the test, Keith, answer them with just a simple yes or no.
He'll have trouble with that.
Did you notice the black chair he's sitting in has been changed from the previous chair? And there's a logical reason for that.
This is the hot seat?
Yeah. The polygraph is used as a screening device, primarily. It's not used in court. You can't take it to court. You can take it and use it in civil trials or tort cases, but it is not accepted as a criminal test machine like the breathalyzer. So, but it is used to screen people in and out of an investigation. And most people think they can beat the polygraph. They honestly believe, I can take this and I can beat the police.
Well, because if
And
I
I'm
can
clear.
murder my wife and lie about it,
then
you can hook me up and you won't tell
They're
you
very
anything.
confident that they can beat it. And usually most people, if they're telling the truth, yes, they do. Then there's the inconclusive, where you can't tell whether they're lying or not. And then there's the blatant lies that come out on the test, which, in my experience, the polygraph is an excellent tool and it can be used effectively. And I agree that it shouldn't be used to convict someone, but it's a great investigative tool to create circumstantial evidence.
Sent you that picture of the suit that we thought we were talking about.
Yeah.
We talked about it, said we're trying to keep it between us. We're just trying to identify what can and can't. Now it's all over like Facebook and stuff. It's concerning because it's one of those investigative tools that we're using for later on. So when somebody says, if somebody says, I have Sherry and she has this kind of necklace,
Gotcha.
right? So we're trying to narrow down for when those things come up.
Okay.
So now that's one thing now we don't have anymore.
Basically, it's what Kyle asks of you and what Kyle tells you, that's for you.
Yeah.
And it's not for public or media because we...
And I didn't do it that way.
No, there's nobody saying that because we're getting to the circumstances as today.
This is so wrong. If he's cooperating with the police and they give him a piece of information, which we call holdback evidence, where there's a necklace involved and we want that to be kept a secret because when we do catch the perpetrator, the necklace could become part of that case or part of it. It could be in the car, could be in wherever you find it. He's gone and put it on Facebook, it looks like, which is now brought the ire of the police to the forefront. They're giving him heck for doing this, so to speak. But they're also trying to come up with a reason as to why he did it. Why did you do this? And what he's doing is trying to put stuff out there for other people to come forward and create the false witness, the copycat killer. Someone may say, I have the necklace. Well, now that totally takes him off the hook. So I think he's done this on purpose. He intentionally did it. And now they're confronting him at this point as to why did you do this? This is the harm you've done.
Maybe he's an idiot. No, I mean, we all post things on social media that we don't mean to. And at this point, we've kind of determined he's not the smartest guy, one way or the other, whether he did it or not, though we're pretty sure he did it. So whether it was to tank the case or not, it could just be that he's like, hey, I need help, right? They know this detail. I know someone's out there, right? This is if he didn't do it. Maybe he's desperate and wants people to come forward and say, you know, actually, yeah, I do have this information. Or, you know, I saw that necklace on a bench in the neighborhood or something like that.
He could be thinking he's helping the police by throwing this out there for them to find this necklace if she was kidnapped or grabbed off the street. Yeah. There's logical reasons why he did it, but
he might also be seeking attention and comfort and support from other people who would feel badly for him. At the same time, he's getting the evidence out there, so it's not useful for the police anymore.
Yeah. So if he was smart, he would frame it as what, like you said, trying to get that support, trying to get information that he needs, that he might feel.
Eager, I want to help the police. Here's what we're looking at. Can someone help me? But he ends up damaging the evidence.
Yes, if there's potential for that piece of necklace to be used as evidence, he's taken it off the table now. There's no more holdback on that point. So every time you take holdback evidence out of the picture, you're really screwing the case over for the police. So very seldom can you get holdback evidence. It's lucky when you can have it. You always try to find that in every case. And obviously the necklace was this key piece of holdback, and now, like you said, it could be for compassionate reasons, could be for searching for the truth, but it's gone.
You're at the top, let me ask you, what do you guys think? Are you even allowed to tell?
As of
What do
right,
you think
as of
he
right
happened?
now?
Yeah. I think somebody grabbed her. I mean, is that?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think two people actually, because she's a fighter.
I'm not gonna push you. I don't think she left on her own.
Well,
I don't think she volunteered.
Definitely not.
I've been just as much as I've been crawling in you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so.
And the phone, the picture, I mean, it's weird how it's like been placed. Would you guys say it's been placed, not thrown? It's weird.
There's 4 different reasons.
Okay. And we never got anything back on that.
On what?
On the phone, DNA and all that.
We should be getting hard information back today.
Him asking, what do you guys think, is him figuring out or trying to figure out, how much do you know about what I did, right? Was it thrown? Was it placed? Maybe he's thinking, well, I placed it and I wanted it to look like it was thrown. And he's fact checking. He's checking to see his work, right? Checking back.
But we've been verbally told there's nothing on it. And that's for you to know.
Oh, yeah, I won't check.
Okay. I'll tell you that. Okay.
Those are very knee-jerk reactions that are meant to show that he's on their side. He, you know,
darn,
you know, darn, whatever, right? And also to shake it off, right? He's trying to say, oh yeah, how horrible, right? I need to shake off this feeling, and that's his way of showing shock and grief. And I don't know, Toby, if you have something to say on how people show that, right?
Well, also showing a sense of relief. They just informed him that the polygraph was okay, and so he's now he can change his affect. I'd be interested to see if now he's even a little bit more smiley, and if he holds back on the information that he's been giving.
And that's to try to mask his joy.
Yes, yes,
as relief.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
After this last week or 10 days that we've been working, obviously we mind you out, you're out. So then now we're at a crossroads. We're either a stranger or she walked out. The walkout it's still, unfortunately, and we'll talk about it right now. It's a bigger possibility now than it was day 1 or day 5. So the reason why I flew out of state is we found that she'd been in contact with somebody over the last several years, through email, through phones, through lots of different aspects. The conversations were romantic in nature. That person just happened to be in San Francisco the day before she went missing. So we looked into that. We tried to see if there was any connection to Sherry going back to him, or going back with him, or him sending somebody to take her out. So we looked into all that. And then we ultimately flew out to talk to him. Within those text messages, there were text messages leading to believe that it kind of sounds like there was plans for her to be leaving.
Interesting that he shows he's distraught about her leaving, but doesn't show that he's surprised that there was this conversation. And that also can drive home that that's a potential motive. She's been communicating with someone else. He already had tried to discredit her and make her this deserving victim, right? So he doesn't seem surprised. But also the head down, you can't see his facial expressions at all, right?
And notice too, when the officer was speaking, he was really attentive, no arm gestures, really attentive to the information coming in.
911 emergency, what are you reporting?
There's a lady on the side of the road needing help.
Okay.
I'm on Highway 5.
Okay, so you're northbound 5. Do you know what's wrong with her?
She's saying that she got kicked out of her boyfriend's.
Okay, just be safe where you are. What?
Her name is Sherry Panini.
Please, Sherry, I need you to listen to me. Listen to me. Do you know where you are?
No. I've been in the car.
Are you chained up?
Yes.
Okay, take a deep breath, sweetie. Who chained you up? You know the person, or were you kidnapped?
I never saw her face.
How did you get chained up? What happened? Who took you? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
No, there was two of them.
Okay, listen. I have help on the way.
I think it's interesting that they cut her hair. Why would her hair be cut to a different length?
Well, I mean, she could have done it herself if we're looking at somebody who, a gone girl situation. Somebody has decided to just leave and make it look like they've been kidnapped. The story is very specific considering she didn't really know what had happened, right? Obviously, she's in shock on that call. You can hear a lot of emotion. And when that happens, a person might have a hard time being able to recall what had happened, and later on, maybe when they're calmed down, might be able to. That said, absolutely none of that information came out. Yeah, it sounds like it's made up.
There's something going on between these two that we're not sure about, like his reaction, her reaction to this. Again, the police have to follow what you have. She's saying this happened, you have to now go disprove it or prove it. But in the back of my mind, there'd be a sixth sense going off going, this is really bizarre, and we can't lose sight of what our original thoughts were here. We have to stay on track with what we've found in the interviews and what's going on. This is crazy.
It's a real head scratcher.
What?
The other thinking here too is if we look at something like routine activities theory, we have somebody that has a routine, is something that they're doing regularly. She's a homemaker. She's at home, it sounds like, with her kids most often. She's going for runs. That would make this seem like it's a random attack. right?
Yeah.
We don't really have any precedent set for that, right? So maybe that's her thinking is, well, I can't claim it's somebody else and that there's some sort of motive, so I'm just going to make up some wild story where, you know, 2 Hispanic women of varying ages decided to kidnap me and cut my hair, and I have no idea where I am. Who knows?
So now I can go back home
Yeah.
and be okay.
Yeah. It's the confusing thing too, I mean, and from an officer's perspective, of course, you've said before, you look at the partner, right? The romantic partner, often as the prime suspect. There are a lot of reasons, especially when you're living in the same place, to have arguments. You know the most about the other person. I still think that it's him. The degree to which, like, there's not a lot of evidence suggesting, oh, no, you know what? Now that we have this new information, it's definitely these random women that we can't place. She's remembering what they smelled like. She's remembering. Yeah, she would know their ages or age range. I don't know.
Either it's a well-concocted story, or now you have to branch this investigation out. Now you've got the boyfriend from out of town, who evidently flew into town that day. You've got the ex-husband or husband involved in something that's kind of suspicious by what he's saying, but we're not sure of that just yet. Now you have her. Did she concoct this whole thing?
Yeah.
Is it put together by her to create sympathy or to create a reason to possibly abandon the family and leave? We don't know what's going on here yet, but this is extremely interesting from every angle.
Like I said, you're in control. You can take a break. Say when, walk around, all that kind of stuff, okay?
I feel like sometimes it's easier with my eyes closed.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's easier to lie with your eyes closed too, hey?
You can do anything you want, other than assault me or hit Kyle. You can hit Kyle all you want. I'm good with that. Just don't hit me. So that's what I mean. If you need to, that's everything you need to do. You can do.
And we brought an easel if you want to draw stuff. We brought every
Keep
tool.
saying that I'm like terrible at drawing.
Well, no, we have the pamphlet over there because obviously.
We've been trying to do cars, and I'm like the worst car person.
I find this so strange that, yes, you have to be nice to her. That's part of the thing, is to get her to relax, and she's obviously not laughing. She's not distraught as she was on that screaming call she made to 911. They're working her for a purpose, and they're trying to get something out of her to possibly prove or disprove that it really happened. I don't think they've ruled out that it did or didn't happen yet, but they're taking her down a path of seeing how lighthearted she can be over what happened. And she's either extremely strong and able to brush this off and laugh about it, or the whole thing was a farce.
I feel like very nervous because I still don't really know you guys. I mean, I kind of do.
Is there anything we can do to help you feel more comfortable with us?
Not.
There's not, brazen cops that just don't have feelings or care, okay? I've cried in the shower. I try not to cry at home a lot in front of the kids because they don't like seeing it. I've cried in the shower.
Did he say I cried in the shower because of you?
Kids to see it.
Yeah, but I meant because of this case, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like showing that it's affected him as well. It's interesting that she's saying, I don't really know you guys, so share some information about yourself. You think in that situation, well, what do I share, right? As a professional, there are certain things that you wouldn't necessarily want to share about yourself. Certainly, from my experience researching stalking, I don't like sharing where I live. I don't like sharing anything about my routine behaviors or anything like that. But if I can relate on some level, whether it's emotionally or in terms of something having happened, yeah, absolutely. He's saying, however you've perceived cops, whether it's in the movies or from another experience, because we know she's had some history with the law, right? He's saying, we're not like that, we're human. This has impacted me. I have emotions. I want to help you.
I have empathy towards you. Yes.
Exactly.
There's certainly things that are very difficult to explain. There's certain things that for me, it's a feeling. It's not facts. So if there's something that's not a fact, if there's something that I was feeling, because I don't speak Spanish, but there was a lot of body language, and I can understand body language. So there's things for me that I feel went a certain way. Are those things that you want, or are those things you want me to hold back because they're not facts?
It's really convenient when your captor speaks another language, because that's a whole level of information she doesn't need to provide now. So if she's making this up, that's really nice, right? That's easier for her.
Yeah, you want the victim to tell you everything, and you decide what's important or what's not. So
That too.
she's almost trying to set the table here with the fork, knife, plate, and spoon and telling you what you're going to eat. Do you want the facts, or do you want this, or do you want that? It's a very strange question to come from a victim. Usually they just pour it out and blurt out exactly what happened.
She's sort of disqualifying herself by saying, you know, sometimes I have feelings and sometimes they're facts. So which version do you want?
Yeah, which version do you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
It's almost like you tell me what you want me to say.
But how many are you going to read the little that I showed to you? It shouldn't be anybody for us.
It should be anybody for me.
And no, and just so you know, there's only one person at my office, two people that know that we're here. The detective and my lieutenant. Start us off on the day.
From the beginning.
Yeah, start with there, see what happens.
Let's talk about the Christmas present with Keith.
Okay.
I started wrapping a Christmas present for Keith, the little American flag pillow that Tyler and I had picked out before it cools. And I couldn't find any tape. I had taped one side, ran out of tape, and then couldn't find any more tape anywhere else. Got very frustrated, left it on the ground and left it open because there was no more tape to complete the wrapping of it.
I think she's searching. I think she is mentally trying to come up with a story that's going to make sense to the police after, based on what she said on the phone call. Time has now passed. She's trying to remember, what did I say in that phone call? What did I say about my abductors? This gift wrapping could be like a pregnant pause, so I can stall the real answer until I come up with what it's going to be. That is usually the indication to me of when someone starts leading you down this alternate path of truth, that they're trying to come up with a good story and making one up in the middle to cover time.
And I think it was interesting that she's talking about not being able to find what she was looking for, consistent with what you were saying. I'm searching for a story, but I'll cover that with I'm searching for some Scotch tape or something about the present.
Yeah.
So again, we see people attempting to override the tells with a story that would explain their emotional demeanor.
To come home for lunch, which, looking back, is quite embarrassing. He's like, thanks for, that last text message. Honey, will you please come home to have sex with your wife for lunch?
You went to daycare that morning, right? Do you remember that? Yeah. Tell me about your drive to daycare.
Not ordinary, just the
Normal day?
Yeah, absolutely, just the normal. Got the kids breakfast.
Anything out of the ordinary on your way home? Anything out of the ordinary when you got home or out taking care of the chickens? Anything that caught your eye or hear anything out of the ordinary? Chickens, by the way. How many chickens do you have?
We used to have 10.
Okay. Source subject?
We lost a couple.
Got
Yeah, no, we used to have 10.
I have chickens, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we used to have every type of chicken.
That's
I'm pretty sure it was the 2 Americanas that we lost, one of which was one of my favorite ones, Lady Hawk. And Violet would feed Maribel, and Maribel would kind of walk up to her because she wants you to pick her up like a baby and cuddle her. And Violet would be like, this giant chicken's chasing me!
He's taking her down the path she wants to go. She is quite willing to discuss everything but what happened at this point. There's no further discussing the kidnapping, no the chains, where she was, what was going on. There's been no effort to even think about the Spanish phrases that were used or the description of these people. There's nothing. so far in this interview, except chickens and Christmas presents and breakfast or lunch. This is the most bizarre interview you could possibly go through, and these guys, these investigators, are playing right along with it. They're letting her go as long as she wants to go on this tangent. They're getting her relaxed. She's laughing, she's joking, she's talking about the chickens and how cuddly they are. It's like fighting a salmon. You don't want to break your line, so you let the salmon run.
I think there's a tactical element to them letting her talk
Oh,
about
totally.
these things too.
Yeah.
They're asking her about things that are factual and that they already know happen. She fed her kids. They know she has chickens and that she's clearly very passionate about those chickens and loves them. So they're able to see how she's reacting to factual, verified information, which they can then compare to her reactions when they ask her about things that might not be factual.
Changed into running clothes. I love so much that my husband knows my clothing so well that he knew what I was wearing. Did my usual, started my app. I've been training for a race. It's been, well, okay, I got implants, and it's been a long time since I got because you have to heal from the implants. And then there's a song I listen to every time I run. So I put the song on.
What's that song?
Our wedding song. It's a good pace keeper, because there's a couple songs I listen to, but that one is the only one that I listen to that doesn't make me run too fast, and it puts me in good mood. So that would be Michael Bublé, Everything. Was on the left side of the road, then a car was coming over that hump right before Connie's, so I changed to the other side of the road, waved to that person. Turned right onto, so down Casa, turned right onto Sunrise.
This is very strange. Her pausing like this during what she's describing as the last thing she remembers about her run. She remembers the song she was playing.
And it was their wedding song.
Yeah,
She's a happily
she
married
remembers
person,
everything up until this possible incident. Now either it's psychologically blocked out or she's trying to come up with something that makes sense. There's two possibilities here. There's only one that's right.
And you can already see that she's framing her husband in a really positive light. She said, "Thank God my husband knew what I was wearing," right? And so far there hasn't been any disparaging of this person who we've seen disparage her this whole way when we would think would be very stressed out and worried that she was gone.
Her head is down. She's in a position of thinking, of repose, trying to come up with something or trying to remember what happened. There is trauma involved in these incidents where you block out what happened. There's no doubt about that. But she hasn't even got to the trauma part yet. She's blocking out her running route.
Before all of this, I watched those shows. And and I've read Elizabeth Smart's book. Like I don't know, I was the weird stay-at-home mom that watched the random. I watched all that stuff, so I'm thinking about that now. I'm like, oh my God, someone is gonna be on her side, defending her against all of this crap, and because I watched those shows, so I understand what you are saying.
I told Keith that it was minuscule to nothing, but we have to look into it. We have to sort out, figure out. We were always going down two roads: the abduction, because we had nothing, or you possibly had left because those were the only two options that we had. And the easiest one to look at is if you walked out or not. There's money. I can dive into you 6 ways from Sunday, and I can find some stuff. But on this rare abduction side, we're looking at chances.
The police are starting to now give them the options that they've looked at this case inside out, and they're saying, okay, you could have done this. This is what we're looking at. Like I said, we have the two-edged sword. We're going down nothing, or we're going down you were actually abducted. They're giving her food for thought and I assume that's her husband sitting beside her, is it not? So they're playing this out. Obviously, they've taken him off the table, or they would not be interviewing them together at this point. He is now cleared, in my mind. And they're letting him sit there and listen to this, and she now is trying to decide, how am I going to come through this without incriminating myself, and why didn't I just walk away? What did I make this story up for, or what did these people do to me by somebody? Again, the mystery is who would kidnap her for no reason. So she's trying to come up with logical reasons now as to what happened to her. They're pushing her into a corner.
There are two things that come to mind. First is her trying to frame herself as a bit more of an expert. Not necessarily more of an expert than the police, of course, but saying, well, I've watched this stuff. I didn't think it could happen to me, but I've watched it. I know what kinds of things happen, which I think is just an interesting piece to add to this. The other piece is that I don't think it's terribly smart on the police officers, even if they have ruled out the husband, to have him in the room. I could see them including him for a comfort level. Maybe it's, he's in his own home. I'm not going to stop him from being in what looks like a central kind of family room. But generally speaking, if I want somebody's story, I would want to just speak with them, just in case.
That's why I brought it up. I personally, unless there was something that I don't know about, would not have him in the room at the time.
Just about get to the mailboxes. The mailboxes at Sunrise and Oregon Trail.
Correct.
Go from there, if you can.
Before the mailboxes, I start to slow down. I see a vehicle go past. Sunrise Drive to maybe like the front two tires are past the actual street sign, and then it backs up. And I immediately have that feeling of, that was weird. The window goes down, but it was a woman, and they back up. It's frustrating because I know she was wearing a hat, but I can't see the color, and I can't see her clothes.
I sense that she's fabricating this whole story, and it's just my gut feeling. I don't have any reason behind it. I just think this is concocted. I think she has, whatever she's done to make this happen is on her.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going off gut feelings, I would have to agree with that. I think she remembers details like the two tires crossing a certain point, but then can't tell you any details about the person other than it was the opposite gender of the person they had suspected.
It's on Old Oregon Trail.
How far away do you think you are when that happened?
What are you asking?
When the car stops? Do you know about how close to it?
Which time? It stopped twice. Once when it went past the street sign, once when it backed up. Which time are you asking?
Both.
Now that's interesting. She certainly knows that detail.
Yep.
She knows irrelevant details, but no tangible information that would help us understand who these people are if they were in fact really happened.
I had my phone in my right hand and my earbuds on, and I took out my left to hear her. And then she opened the door. And then I saw the small revolver. And I immediately ducked down. I crouched down.
Like all the way on the ground? So like the fetal position while you're like a catcher's position?
I mean, my knees weren't on the ground. It was almost, I don't know, like I was laying on my back. 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 I was Okay, so across the road, phone's in my hand, earbud out.
I can't remember if she said, we don't want to hurt you, we don't want to kill you. I can't remember exactly if it's, we don't want to something, we don't want to something. And I can't remember lifting my leg, I can't remember the back door open.
But as you're going through this, you're pulling your memory from the backside of your head and trying to remember everything. And sometimes it goes back to your brain saying, I can't get there right now. It's kind of like a computer.
That is a factor sometimes, yes, when people just can't make the connection between something very traumatic and horrible. They can't go there, and they kick it out, they throw a switch and kick it back. But she seems to remember the stupidest of things, but not anything important.
The back window in the vehicle was large?
Long.
Long?
Yes.
Describe, what do you mean by that? I mean, one of those, duh, Brian. Describe that for me.
Not like a truck bed that's covered, like a SUV.
Okay, so it's a side window. Can we draw it?
Yes, please. I'm a terrible artist, so
That's
please.
fine, so is he. So
Yeah.
between the both of you guys might get a halfway decent picture. And of course, you're on the wrong side because that's the driver's side.
Okay, so there's a window, here's the window, and then there's like a longer window.
Okay. Gotcha.
You would think that, I mean, she's already made the joke, I'm not a great artist, I can't draw. She wouldn't care, you know? She's made that joke already, you don't need to make it again. If this is gonna help solve your case, I would think she'd be like, yeah, absolutely, I'll draw it. It's not gonna be great, but here you go. But her demeanor also shifted again to kind of this joking. It's kind of oscillating between, you know, joking and kind of happy-go-lucky, carefree almost, with this is incredibly traumatic. I don't know, do you have any thoughts on that?
I would, my expectation is she'll catch herself in this kind of easygoing, jocular manner, and then again put her head down and experience, at least demonstrate that she's experiencing some kind of emotional trauma, that it's all too much for her at the moment, and they'll have to take a little break. That's what I would expect.
And the investigators are letting her draw pictures,
Yes,
which they know are no value whatsoever, because a side window in a vehicle is not identifiable, unless it's a round window or something like that. But all SUV windows are the same, all car windows are the same size.
So what's the value to police in doing that?
Smile. They're making her happy. They're getting her to relax and go back into, like you said, a stage of joy, and see if she comes out of that and goes back into a state of sorrow. Like they're playing games with her right now, a little bit.
Because she's playing games with them.
Exactly.
Giving her
It's
enough
a lovely
love,
game of gamemanship going on right now.
I know I was attached to a bar or some piece of metal because it was cold. I was on, and there was something underneath me, but where my knee was on carpet because it was itchy. And there was a hump. I was facing, I could hear them. I could hear them in the front seat, and my back was to them, and I was facing the rear. If this is close in front of me, I can feel that. I can feel that that's close. So if I lift my head, I know that there's nothing here. My head's down. There's something here. Does that make any sense? And that's what I could tell where my knee was, and I could tell when I would lift my head a little ways. But I was very scrunched up.
So she could tell something was in front of her without seeing it or feeling it? Is that what she's saying?
yeah, but she felt something on her knees because it was itchy.
She's trying to describe the interior of the vehicle in the
Without
back seat.
knowing really anything.
Kind of a weird description.
It's
but
a bizarre description. I'm trying to picture it. I'm thinking, I don't know.
could be a Disney ride too.
If you remember, what side is the sun on?
I have no idea.
Do you remember any music as you were driving around?
Yes, mariachi music.
Sorry.
That's a racist comment, I might add.
Can we all just
Yeah.
agree that that's racist?
Yes, I can understand that.
If it was true, sure, but I have a feeling she's the kind of person that associates Mexican people with the very few things that she knows, one of which being mariachi music, which is really unfortunate.
I like the way she looked like she was, again, at loss to come up with something, and when they said music, oh, yes.
Here's a connection I can make with
Thank
something.
you,
I will just come up with the first Mexican song that comes to my head, or instrument, or whatever. That's classic.
Like as in a radio station, I want to say it was probably a radio station. I can't be sure, but did I hear it in Pandora commercials? No. I don't think I ever heard a complete song from start to finish either. I listened for that a lot in the house too. Like, was this a radio? Was it Pandora or?
Notice how her eyes come up when she said house? As soon as she said the house too, and she looked quickly at the officer to see what he was reacting to. The house hasn't been mentioned before.
No, it's a new factor now. Oh, house.
So she just quickly looked up to see what his reaction would be when she said house. I guarantee you they're watching it.
She also scrunches her eyebrows together and gets those 11s on her forehead when she's showing that she's thinking. And if someone's actually thinking, they don't need to work hard to show it. And it seems like, you know, earlier when she's asking the police, did you mean when the car was at the first spot or the second spot, she had this look, this look to her? And I thought that's kind of playing it up a little bit if, you know, she is lying, which it seems she is.
Tell us.
What would you like? The description of the room? Would you like
Sure.
the sounds that I heard? Would you like what I think was there? What would you like?
What was the first thing you remember?
The first thing I remember was the zip ties on my hands. And then the clothing that was very big. It was baggy clothing. It was sweatpants and a sweatshirt. And I did not have socks, and I was very cold. And there were zip ties on my hands, and I didn't feel good. I couldn't stand up.
In her 911 call, didn't she say she was in chains?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now it's zip ties?
Yeah, she's introducing new factors all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. She's inventing information as she goes.
The first day with the zip ties, getting out of them because they were behind my back. So I pulled them. I did one of these moves, and that's what this scar right there is from. Is the very beginning when I got them off, and I bit them because I couldn't. Because Keith and I have even tried this move before, the whole, you know, like power through it and bust it. And I tried that and was unsuccessful.
Okay, wait a second.
And it cut right
just
here.
Stop the tape for a second.
I remember doing this with Keith.
We practice?
Yeah.
We practice doing this? This is becoming more and more difficult to believe. She's really telling us that they're practicing the zip tie thing. Breaking
ties,
that's correct.
I'm willing to bet she's going to frame this as sexual,
Yep, I
for
know
sure.
that. That's where it's headed.
Otherwise, there's really no way for her to normalize this in any capacity.
It has to go back to sex.
It has to. And this is also coming from somebody who previously couldn't even say, hey, I called him so we could have sex at noon. We had lunch.
Yeah.
And she acted very weird about that.
See what she does.
So now suddenly we're like, no, we practice these things. And if it is in a sexual manner, then that right there is a huge discrepancy.
She's also covering to the chains now. This is how I get out of the zip ties. Watch what she says. They're going to chain me next. She's realized what she said on the 911 call. Yeah. Now she's got to recover that from her pail of lies.
There was boards on the windows. And I yanked that out of the wall super quick, and that's what got her in the room, was that noise. I was standing on the bed to get to the window. It was window, board. I'm doing a terrible drawing. Board. There was no space in between, sorry. But window, board, bed,
this one. Broke my nail, ripped it off. She came in and then it was lights out.
What do you mean it was lights out?
I can't remember if I was hit with something, if I was stuck with something, and that's what I was asking too, if I was tased, wouldn't I remember?
What she's effectively doing, and I think this is a pretty symbolic thing, what she's effectively doing by drawing stuff is what she's doing in her brain. She's making stuff up on the fly. I think the reason that she doesn't want to be drawing anything is because it's still going on in here. Honestly, I think that's also why she's discrediting her drawings in the first place. She's trying to discredit not only her memory, but also, hey, my drawings are bad. So if things don't line up, it's not because she's really bad at making stuff up, it's because she's bad at drawing.
That's right.
So it's her way of trying to cover up any mistakes that she makes.
What about the bathroom? What's that look like?
I tried to hit her with something in the bathroom, and then the next time I went in the bathroom, everything was gone. The mirror was gone, the towel rack was gone, everything was gone. There was a crack in the tile. It was a light colored tile that was speckled. There was a crack in the tile. It was always hands on the wall. It was a really high pressure shower with just your standard cheapy shower head. Oh, and she doused me. I want to say it was like rubbing alcohol maybe. There was a chain around my waist.
A chain around your waist would leave a mark
And
after
also
several
that's
days.
the first time she's brought this up,
Yes.
to our knowledge
Yeah.
anyways.
So the chain had, sorry, so,
Just show them.
he's a pretty stick figure.
I think that's what they're waiting for, is her to say, why did I do this, or why did this happen? Obviously, my husband did it to me, obviously, he did it to me. She's got to blame somebody eventually, or they're going to bring up this whole, you want it out, and you set this up for your boyfriend. There's going to be a jail sentence here for her in all probability because of this. She has definitely taken somebody down the garden path.
She's already tried to force the conclusion that this is a random situation, right? This is similar to the Smart case. This is just two people that, for whatever reason, decided they wanted to nab me.
Two mariachi playing motorists grabbed me on the street.
She could say literally anything, and I probably wouldn't be surprised she'd say it.
There was this pole here, down, all the way up. Fucking pole is the only reason why I was there.
What was right on the inside of this door? Okay. Was there,
Light switch, sorry, light switch,
the restraints progressed over time, correct?
yes.
So the very first time you alluded to earlier, you didn't really say it, it looked like you had the zip ties were around both wrists.
Correct.
So one zip tie around both wrists, or was it?
One.
Okay, so one zip tie, that was your very first restraint.
Correct.
Um,
I hadn't had that chain was not on me yet.
was that bar there?
Was the bar there?
Was this already in the room that you remember?
I don't know. I don't think the closet doors were even open.
How did your hair get in during this ordeal?
I'm trying to remember that day, everything, what specifically made that happen. I think I was trying to make the bed. I want to say I was smoothing out a blanket, and it made that noise.
In the cable?
Yes.
Clank or whatever?
Bigger one came in, I dropped to the floor, and then it was a yank backwards. Yank backwards. And then it was after she cut it, she had it in her hand and she said, I'm going to send it to your mother, or I'm going to send this to your mother. I'm going to send it to your mother. I can't remember exactly, but I'm going to your mother. When she was cutting it, it was very upsetting. And then she said that, and I kind of went, and I feel like her saying that almost pulled me back into survival mode, I guess.
I want to point something out. Here we have her and her husband sitting next to each other, and you see here he's on his phone the whole time. If my wife had been abducted and was telling a traumatic story, right, I would not be on my phone. My phone probably wouldn't even be in the room, to be honest.
His head position in hand, it's like, I don't
He looks
buy,
bored. This
I
looks
don't
like
buy
one of
this.
my
I ain't buying this
students sitting in
story.
the back of the classroom.
Yeah. Yes.
Honestly,
Yeah.
He's probably shoe shopping. Like that, like he could be doing anything right now. He looks bored. His facial expressions haven't changed if she provides any new information. So anyways, just a
Good point.
really odd behavior.
Dynamic, real
And a very,
bad.
yes, a very odd dynamic. This is the kind of thing where I would be asking more questions about their relationship at this point in time, ideally with both of them separated from each other, but you would be really curious to know what's normal for them. Does she often, and this is what I'm thinking based on his behavior, is she often spouting out nonsense, sharing these stories, and he's just like, yeah, this is what she does,
Yeah.
right? We know that she has a history, I'm not sure if it's confirmed, of mental illness.
There's definitely some behavioral problems.
Some
with it.
behavioral
Yeah.
problems. It looks like whatever it is that's going on here, he's used to it.
Can you describe some of those moments?
The younger one, I feel like because I couldn't understand her, but I feel like her body language was pointing or this is body language wise. It doesn't matter what language you speak. I mean, I was never allowed to look them in the face, but I did see this signal with her hand facing that way, which is stop, obviously. But, sorry, the bigger one was very forceful. To me, the little one would defend herself and do what was
Look at this husband.
Me?
He might as well be in another room.
Yeah.
I don't even know, is it common for police officers to allow, not obviously to allow a partner in, but to allow phones?
Technically, no, we shouldn't be doing that.
Because he could be recording this or on a FaceTime call with someone
yeah,
for all we
it could
know.
be going on YouTube as he's talking for all
Yeah.
we know. So I think this is just a loose interview they're conducting, and I don't think that they pay much attention to what he's doing. They're trying to break her or trying to find a hole in her story.
Mm-hmm.
So why they would let him in the room, again, I'll go back to what I said earlier.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he's there playing on his phone and she's under what I would consider extreme duress by these investigators on this interview.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not something I would say is normal police behavior,
Okay.
but
Well,
it's happening.
And you would think if you were the woman telling your tale of woe and he wasn't paying attention, you would think you would be going, hey, this is what's going on here. So maybe he's there as a prop to understand the dynamics here, to see if he challenges her on anything.
He could be the prop of supportive husband, but he's doing a really terrible job of being a prop. If you're going to convince, I feel like I'm starting to say how to get away with this kind of stuff, but if you're going to be a prop, be a good one.
Yes.
I feel like that's pretty obvious. It's not the kind of stuff that we in our professions have learned about. I feel like it's just common sense.
I don't speak Spanish, but I feel like the bigger one enjoyed it and the little one did not. Does that make any sense?
Absolutely.
The things like the burn, cutting my hair, the burn on my arm, the chain, the lock, that was all from the bigger one. It was not from the little one. The little one would feed me most often. The little one's the one that I said with the trash can. She was the one that would stand in the doorway at the shower
the blog that surfaced from a while back about the Hispanics and some thoughts or comments? Can we clarify some of that stuff?
Yes, and it's awful because there's so much that my family is going through, and it's, I mean, I'm sure you guys know everything. I understand why you have to know everything, but my life wasn't perfect before this. It's just an awful feeling that all of everything and the made up things, it's just a disgusting, yucky feeling of what it's doing to my family.
Well, these are things that will, until we can put them to bed, until we can resolve them, regardless of how long this case goes, we get people in custody, it's gonna resurface. And so the best way to deal with it is to deal with it on the front end, officially, so that way we can put it to bed. Obviously, people are drawing the conclusions that you're reporting to Hispanics did this. You wrote some. I'm assuming, did you write the blog?
No.
How did the blog get written or posted under your name? Have any idea?
No, I have no idea.
And
I mean, are you guys even familiar with Central Valley High School?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Because I mean, obviously the blog is written under your maiden name.
I was an athlete.
Right.
I played sports. My parents didn't go to any of my games.
So all
There's-
there was never an
doesn't even make
incident.
sense. No, it doesn't. No.
So there's
Absolutely
things in the
not.
blog that we can investigate,
Of course.
and we did.
Great.
But there are aspects of it that people can find truth in. The post, yeah, obviously, it's showing up on this skinhead website, but it originates from a MySpace account. Have you ever had a MySpace account?
That I can remember. I mean, that's.
It's old school.
I mean,
Just
even the Facebook page that I had was for a very short period of time. It's not for a very long period of time.
So the Keep Walking article, that's the one that's been focused and recently, that is similar to a past thing that you guys dealt with. Correct.
I can't remember how MySpace even worked. But I want to say it was like somebody, because I was doing a lot of like church functions and youth functions and conferences and things like that, and someone had posted it somewhere. I'm trying to remember how it even worked.
So people are trying to spin it off as that this is the catalyst for what happened to you.
But I wasn't a perfect person before this, and that's.
But
Well, what do you
hold
mean
it a
by
second,
that?
but I wasn't a perfect person before this, but I was in a youth thing and a church thing, and I don't know how MySpace works. I don't remember whether I have one. So she's telling us on one hand that she's a virtuous person who's engaged in positive community activities, but on the same hand that she's an imperfect person, that we shouldn't expect things of her. So it's falling apart more and more, isn't it?
You'll also notice that when they said, we know about this MySpace page and we have investigated it, the husband swallowed. It was very obvious. His Adam's apple moved. He's like, oh. And when they asked point blank, did you have a MySpace account? She didn't say no, because she knew that they would be able to right away say, you have had an account.
They know she had.
And they know that she had an account. So if she was to say no, she would have been screwed. If she was to say yes, she could have said yes, and I didn't post that thing.
Because in the cloud, it speaks very loud. And look at his face. When he's looking at her, he went from laying back, not paying attention. Now he's got the two L's, or the two lines, as you called it, in his face. He's looking at her like, what are you talking about? Of course you had those things, and now you're lying through your teeth.
What do you mean by that?
I'd skipped school and, did dumb kid stuff, and I had a really, really shitty relationship with my parents, excuse my vulgar language. And I lived at the Heart Center for a long time. I stayed in my high school gym at some times. I mean, it
So does this mean he was duped on this? He was unwittingly went along? Very interesting.
Yeah, I can't help but defend that police department, who obviously were in an extremely tough go. Possible suspects, impossible, who knew what was going on? But justice may be blind, but she never sleeps. And they stuck with this, they matched the DNA, and the DNA evidence today is it's like capturing time in a bottle. You have it, and it can be brought back any time, years and years later. So they're able to match this up, break her with this DNA evidence, link it to her boyfriend, and then expose it to him, to Keith, who was obviously totally shocked about this. He obviously believed her till the end, and she was a two-timing, real piece of work to him.
Sorry, Tom, before we get too far, obviously, just like always, thank you for coming. We appreciate you just taking the time to come back to us. As always, your presence here is voluntary. You can go at any time, and all we want is truthful statements.
You'll notice in this scenario, it's not the plain white room with nothing in it anymore. Who's in charge now? These two. These two have been brought in. They can leave the room anytime they want. They're about to drop the hammer. They have the file, they have everything there. They're sitting in a very relaxed position. These two are sitting across from them, behind the desk. They're going to now tell them what they know, and they don't care if they get up and leave because they've got her. So it's different scenario from the polygraph room, if you remember back. It's a different scenario from the interview room. This is the room where we got you, basically. That's what they're telling them by having this seating arrangement and being in that position. Is we've invited you here. It's not for coffee and crumpets. We're here to take you down.
But recently, we found a familial DNA hit. Somewhere in this family tree is where the DNA comes from. We started finding some interesting things. Is there anything in there that looks
of interest or notable?
And that's an awkward photo.
Yeah.
No.
To me, I see a table there that somewhat looks like something you described to be in the past, and then I see wood paneling.
Yeah, we noted both of those things back in August 2017. And then we spoke with you about, and you showed us this picture of the table. Do you remember that, Sherry?
Yes, I do.
And so when we were trolling through this, Facebook page, we saw just the edge of that table.
Obviously, this Facebook page has a person. It's got like people tagged into it, so it has the computer has a.
But that's still a valid memory, right? Is that this was the table?
Yeah.
A table like this was the table you were on when you were branded?
And we've been talking about that a lot because so many memories are so faded now.
It's been a long time.
It's been a really long time. So, like, details and things like that, we did the best that we could to take notes on it and all that, but a lot of it's really hard. It's hard to think about.
It looks like here we're starting to see where her story finally is unraveling with evidence. So police are able to say, this is what you described, this is what we're seeing, these are the things that we see that are consistent. They put it on the table, and it'll be interesting to see what they allow, if they allow her space to again start to lie, and how Keith reacts.
And he looks pretty relaxed. She is sitting on the edge of her seat. So I think she's anticipating the hammer coming down.
Yeah,
he's the
totally
innocent
relaxed.
dupe looking over like, what's going on here?
He's about to get the shock of his life.
And I wanted to show you this picture, and obviously people can change their weight, people can change the color of their hair, so that might be a little bit different. But we wanted to take a look at this. Sit back and see if you recognize anybody in these six photos. Okay.
But
You say this one a little bit, which number is it?
number 3.
And when you're ready, I'll show you.
Nothing's really like the pleasant group of people. It's hard because the other photos are distracting. Can you give me another piece of paper, if you don't mind?
Another piece?
Yeah, I want to
Start this
cover.
upside down?
Yes. I want to look at them one by one.
Sure.
It's easier. I would say right here is what's drawing me to this photo.
So on photo number 5,
Yeah.
sorry, this is the first one we showed you, the second one we showed you. So on Step number 2.
She's obviously still believing that she can beat this thing. So she's selecting random photos that they present to her for identification. They're always sitting her up. Like this is a standard walk down the park for police officers. They're giving her people that they know do not exist in her life, and she's identified 2 of them possibly. And notice how evasive she is? I think so, it could be, I don't know. She's not definitely saying it's them, but she's given them something to go on to keep her story alive. And they're just, right now these 2 guys are having fun. They know where this is going and they're going down with it.
Can you remind me what the younger one did, like the main parts of it compared to the older one, just for the last, like clarity of stuff? So for the record, so.
The younger one's the one that let me go, and was the nicer of the 2. The older one was really abusive and really mean, and is the one that did all the really terrible things.
Obviously, we saw that first picture that
Yeah.
and got the table, right? So that's ultimately what led us to those pictures, which then snowballed us down the road that we're eventually at and where we are.
So were you able to find like where that house is?
Yes.
And what? Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
The officer is smiling. I've never seen a smile that big on a police officer, and it's because they're at this point in the investigation. She's excited to know where is this place, and she isn't excited to know, even though she's showing it, because she knows where that place is. It is her boyfriend's place.
I thought I was going to.
1 or 2.
And they asked, how did we even get to that one? How did we get that one?
Familia DNA.
So they said, they came back and said, oh, here's some people related in this familia.
There's about 40 people. Denise, obviously you guys are aware, Denise is
Yeah.
at a different location now. She's the one that found that picture. So we cast a wide net to start finding certain
Is
aspects.
she still working on the case, even though she's in?
Not officially, but I always call her and say, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? But yeah, she's still working on it in an informal way.
Well, the transfers occur in law enforcement all the time, and you get promoted, you move on to different jobs, and the bigger the department, the more the turnover. But they have put in place today transfer of cases. You might even want to call it a cold case file scenario where nothing is left die. It's passed on to another team, and that person who was originally involved can still stay involved unless they've moved to another state or another area. But if they're in the same department, nothing ever goes to sleep on these files. They look at them, and some do just slip through the cracks occasionally, but more and more of these cold case file teams are put together to pull this stuff out of the ashes and recover it.
So if you look at this closet,
Is this the hammer?
The hammer starting.
Obviously, there's stuff in there now.
I'm not looking at the stuff.
I literally was cleaning papers out yesterday and found that. I haven't even looked at the picture yet, but I've seen it out there. Can I look at it?
you know, this one.
Yes, I just found the original one of that I was trying to explain.
It's a little bit different, but it's pretty, excuse my language, it's pretty similar. But it's different.
You're showing pictures right now. They haven't brought out the DNA evidence linking her to the boyfriend and to the dates and times, so they're basically walking her through her own story. This is the place you described. What did you describe? And her husband says, yeah, that's what you described. Little do they know it's going to be the house probably where her boyfriend was too.
Well, and
who knows what this picture is going to be, but there's a problem happening for her by the look of her hands to her face. She's having a real bird in her head right now as to how did they find this house that I didn't even know existed.
Now, can I ask a question? Is this from the same house as the...
We'll get to that. What you see in this photo, Sherry, like what, So it looks very similar. What's
I mean,
similar?
this is what I'm remembering, that feeling, you know, grabbing it and feeling that feeling. But this part is different. This part is different. That doesn't, definitely
So you're
doesn't.
saying this metal part, it looks the same as what you remember, but this piece right here,
This part doesn't look the same.
If you look stronger, this side of it, a little bit more.
basically the width of a plywood, a sheet of plywood.
Oh.
It's like a piece of plywood almost.
It didn't look like that.
Yeah, it looks blown up, so it makes it look like it's that thick, but it's about like 3/4 inch.
I think there was 2 shelves, but no, I'm trying to remember. I think there was 2. I'm pretty sure there was 2. I can't, maybe there was 2. I don't know. I'm focusing on this part right now. Sorry.
Sure. Window. With the wood panel.
What am I looking for the window? Do you want to know if it's like the same height?
Well, the type of window, the wall itself, anything from these photos that make you believe that this was where you were being held.
I feel like this wood paneling is too thick, but I mean,
You mean this
there
way?
was wood paneling, but I can't remember something like that being there.
The window in that photo has holes along the edges.
What do you mean by that?
The bathroom description is just the weird layout of the bathroom. Do you remember the layout of the bathroom?
Yes. Well,
The description, best description, then we'll start showing some
that
pictures.
there's door, toilet, sink, tub. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
So you walk in the door, first there's a toilet.
Yes.
On the
Right
right
which side?
If I'm
She's a
It's been a while.
world move, just in general.
I don't know.
But whatever, you walk in the door, on one left or right, you have a toilet, then,
I want to say, what? I'm sorry.
that's fine.
I want to say toilet on the left.
Okay, so maybe a toilet on the left.
Okay, hold on. Toilet on the side.
Toilet on the side, and then what's
Toilet
next?
on the side. Sink. Tub.
Okay.
And that's a unique thing about bathrooms.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
every even
Hard to change
Yeah.
where that,
Said
that
that's
sewer will go,
day
right?
one.
It takes some expense to do it.
Yes. I mean, this doesn't look like the bathroom to me, but the order is, yes, this is the type of order, but this is not what it looked like to me.
Something on the tile or something like that. Do you
That
remember
there's
those?
tile on the tub, there was a crack.
Where was the crack? It's not a memory test. If you don't remember, that's fine. But we remembered that detail when we took some of these photos, and we were just trying to bump it up against what you might remember.
I don't know.
In general, we're talking about, okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
I don't know. I remember there was a crack on that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so nervous of like saying something that's not gonna be right, so.
Yes, she is. That is truthful.
Like I said at the beginning, Will.
Well, the husband seems increasingly more interested in what's going on here. So I think he's sensing that something's happening and was almost on the side of the officers when he was asking questions. Oh, so that, he was pointing to the picture. Is this one what's similar? So I think he's sort of
thinking about
sliding
something,
over
yeah.
on the same side as the officers as her story's falling apart.
We want the truth, and so whatever is the best
I think
understanding or memory that you have.
They give her a fair chance to confess, is what they've done. They said, okay, let's go over what we know, what you've done. And she has not changed her story. She's even more evasive or clouded than she was during the first interviews 4 years ago. So I think they're getting very close now to throwing the DNA stuff on the table and making their lives extremely interesting.
We're showing you all of this because ultimately this is the house that you were at. We talked to the people that live there. We found the house. We found who was involved. We talked to who was involved. We talked to family who knows that you were there. And talked to a couple people or talked to one guy who did see you during this event.
It's hard to watch this as much as it's enjoyable because we know at this point in time the husband doesn't know. He's trying to console her, which we hadn't seen prior, which was a little bit odd. But he's seeing this as, oh, this is great. This is coming to a close. And she said sorry to him. I'm not sure if that was sorry for what's about to happen,
Yes.
or what. But here we go.
He looked very excited right before
He's
he
excited.
reached over. Oh boy, we're gonna finally have this done.
Fortunately, there's a lot of truths, there's a lot of things that were said that we have always confirmed, that we've always said. There's a lot of truths and there's some unknowns. Like one of the simple ones, like, well, this description of the bathroom is just weird. Like that was like an argument in all of our offices where we were sitting there like this part's weird.
Right.
So once we have all those things and we start talking to the person who lives here, it led us to a specific person, but not a female. It led us to the car that picked you up, but not an SUV. So there's lots of different aspects that are truths and falsehoods. And we're to the point now that nobody would have ever imagined that this would have blown up the way that it did. So I've been a cop 15 years. I've never seen the media scale that this garnered pretty quickly. So I think with that being said, some choices and some decisions ultimately changed the original path of what happened. So we'd like to talk to you more about those things, and we can do it with Keith here, or we can ask Keith to leave, whatever you're comfortable with, so we can break down some of the problems. If you want Keith here, all we want is to have the truth. All we want is to be able to tell the truth, because the DNA came back, like I said, to a specific person. That specific person told us very specific things. His family then told us specific things. So if we can talk with Keith or without Keith here, what would you like?
Can we stop the tape for a sec? The officers are doing her a kindness, and they're also doing Keith a kindness by offering this. Honestly, because of how juicy this is, how long this has gone on, and how satisfying it must be to be an officer involved in this and to have it actually come to a close, for them to do that is, I didn't think that they would.
You think it's cruel?
I'm surprised. Well, a little bit. I think it's interesting though. It's also interesting because they're kneeling into it. They're leaning into it without saying it. If Keith suspected, as he has before, right, that she has cheated on him, she has history with somebody else, he should already know what's about to hit. And he should want to stay, I would imagine, to hear what's going to happen. He's probably wondering, why are they framing it this way? But the minute they're saying it was DNA evidence that linked you to a male,
A specific person.
I would imagine at that point, the cogs have turned, he's putting two and two together, and he's realized this is what it is.
It's completely up to you.
It's been a long road, Sheriff, but we just want to talk to you. We can have Keith step out. That's going to make you more comfortable.
It's up to you.
Do you want to step out or do you want to stay?
Obviously, I want to stay.
Or we can do a little bit of both. Talk to you alone first and then come back in.
This, I can tell you the puzzle that makes it all come together, or I can tell the puzzle that crashes everything apart. I don't know what that piece is, honestly. All I know is facts. All I know is certain specific items that will either tear the castle down or is going to build the castle up.
You need to stop looking for him and tell me the truth. I don't like
charges on her. I don't want to find her.
Explain to me right now, then.
I don't know. I don't want them to find her. You're not listening to
Tell me
me.
why.
Because she saved my life.
Tell me. There's obviously something going on. There's obviously something going on. This is going to be really bad.
Look at him talking to you right now. I don't
Not as a man.
I don't want them to find her. I don't want to press charges, and I don't want to go down that road.
But you are.
I don't want to go down that road. I don't want
Tell
to
me why.
arrest her. Because she saved my life, and she's the reason why I get to hold my children every single day.
You're not making sense to me. To the point where I'm getting scared now. So you need to. Tell me what's going on.
So at this point, she's still under the impression that what's going to happen is they're going to say it was this woman, whoever, right, of the faces. And they're saying she's still lying to Keith. She's still saying till the bitter end, I don't want this, I don't want to press charges. I don't want to go through the hassle of having this person who's the reason I get to see my kids now every day, who let me go. I don't want them to have to go through that. And yeah.
So therefore, let's tell the cops, forget it.
Let's-
We're good.
it's okay,
We
it's
don't.
okay.
We don't need to know.
Yeah.
They're not gonna forget it.
And she's
No.
still going to be seen as this angelic person that saved
That's right.
someone from being arrested or charged
That's
or
right.
whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Or on my everything. Do you want me or not?
We would love to hear what you're hearing, because we want to be able to address it as best we can. You seem scared, Sharon.
No, it's not scared.
What is it?
I don't want to find her.
We're not going to find her.
She's the reason.
We're not going to find her.
We're not going to find her. She's the reason. What do you mean by that?
She means the younger one let her go. Right? Is that what you're referring to? This is your last argument. This is the last time if you want to do this alone or with Keith. Keith's been through this also. I'm ready to move on and throw the dart and throw the rock and see what happens to the water. Sure, I mean, what do you want?
I don't want her to get in trouble.
She won't. She doesn't exist. That's the
Yes.
the way that officer in blue very confidently said, "Don't worry about it."
She doesn't exist.
It's because she doesn't exist.
So the DNA came back to James Reyes.
The DNA that was on you belongs to James Reyes.
The picture the picture of the table is James Reyes' little brother. He died recently. We talked to him. He's been on a polygraph. We talked to everybody around him. We have the rental agreements, phone rental, car rental agreements. We have everything. The reason why you can describe the room is because you stayed in the room in the dark for hours, for days on end. The reason why you lost so much weight is because you stopped eating. The reason why you got a rash on your arm is because you cleaned his house. The reason why the brand is because he went to the store, bought the brand tools, and branded you. The reason why your nose was broke is because of the hockey stick. I know all of those things, and I know there was no sex. I know all of that because he passed a polygraph test. That said, it's not an abduction. She asked me to come get her.
No.
I rented a car.
No.
I drove up and picked her up. He passed the polygraph test, Sherry.
That's not what happened. What did happen, Sharon?
I don't know. No, there's no way it's James. There's no way. There's no way.
The DNA doesn't lie.
His DNA
was on you.
His
There's
brother,
no way.
Robert saw you in the house while you were down there. While everything
Who's
spun out
Robert?
of control, his cousin. Why everything ran out of control on the initial.
There's no way.
100% Robert's or James's DNA.
You've been collecting blonde hairs from the room.
There's no way it's James. There's no way.
I like that it is.
Why are you saying it's not James? Why are you saying it's not?
It's me.
What's up?
We were friends. There's no way.
And he came and got you because you asked him.
No.
When was the last time you had contact with James?
Brother died.
Brother died in 2017. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after the abduction? Before. When was the last time you saw James?
Forever ago, when I lived in Southern California.
So the last person-to-person contact you had with him was back in 2006. Was it prior to your marriage?
It's him. There is no way it's him.
Well, it is. The DNA tells us that it was his DNA on him. The DNA alone says it's him. And when we talked to him and confronted him with the DNA, he told us what happened. He 100% told us what happened. He gave us details that nobody else would know. Ultimately, he was doing for a second. His questions were, did Sherry ask you to come pick her up? He answered yes. That was the truth on a polygraph. We asked him if the two of you ever had sex. The answer was no. During 2016. During 2016, during the abduction, he said no. That was the truth. We asked him if you asked him to brand you, the answer was yes. Passed the polygraph on all of those questions. He took us to the stores where he bought the chain. We talked to the friend who rented the car. The car that he rented drove over 900 miles in a day on the drop-off point. Sure, I know this is a lot to take in. It's not like we don't know the answers to these questions. And the fear of Keith's reaction, obviously now he's in the room, the fear of all of these things are coming forward, they're in front of you now. You did go in a dark room, that's true. You did lay in the backseat of the car, that's true. You did lose weight, you were branded, your hair was cut. You did have bruises all over. But how those bruises got there are because you did it and Jamie did something. The reason why your nose got broke is because you held the hockey stick to your face and he forced it into your nose. The reason why the brand is in a straight line is because he did it. He described exactly where it was. Only you and I and maybe 5 other people knew where the brand was. He told me immediately. What are you thinking, Sharon?
That doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it make sense? What actions doesn't make sense?
A lot of it doesn't make sense.
James' DNA was confirmed on your clothing. 2 of you haven't seen each other in over a decade. You told me that you haven't been in his room, you haven't had contact with him in over 10 years. You described his bedroom to a T. And the DNA on you was still a vibrant piece of DNA. 10-year-old DNA dies. The DNA that was there specifically was non-seminal fluids, it was seminal fractions. You got that from his house somewhere.
So James is involved, but I don't...
James picked you up. You called James to pick you up. You mailed him a letter with your address. You used a burner phone to call another burner phone for James to come and get you. You're saying since you're married you haven't called James?
No, I haven't called James.
Because earlier you said you had contacted James. His phone records show that you did. You did. The phones don't lie, the DNA doesn't lie, Sharon. His polygraph doesn't lie. So you can go a couple different directions now. His story. I've already told you lying to me is a crime. So you walk out the store telling lies, and that's a crime.
This isn't making any sense.
What's not making sense, Sharon? The parts that
That
don't
it's
make
James.
sense. No, the parts that don't make sense are that you're accusing 2 females who abducted you when it was James. The part that you were branded, James did it. He told me he did it. Who would sit there and say, I branded Sherry on her right shoulder blade? Who does it? You told us how and showed us the letters that matched the brand. Took us to the store and pointed out the letters. How do we prove that the truth is that 2 women took you, but I'm telling you it's a man?
He's moving out of the picture.
The fact that you were branded is true. The small fact is that you willingly laid down and hid it versus being tied to a table. So we could do the polygraph and try to, whatever parts you're confused about. Can you go with us?
Can't talk to you outside. Wait.
That's right. The fears of how out of control everything got, the fear of all these things is the reality.
Oh, back to fetal.
Yeah.
And the only people that can slow the train down is you and I.
You and me.
What's that?
Wow, she's gonna hang on to that, hey? I'm surprised she hasn't folded at this point, and especially given that her husband has left the room, you would think at that point she goes, okay, I did this, I don't want to talk about it with my husband present. her sticking to it, I think, is pathological. I think I'm confused by it, but I think that there's a logical explanation that has to do with her mental health.
Some people lie because it's in their interest, others because it's in their nature. And I think we're looking at a person who has a history of this going way back. Usually neglect in childhood issues produce something like this. She realizes she has to manipulate people with her looks or her little girl vulnerability to get what she wants. And she found a willing accomplice. You know, in Keith, the kind of useful idiot, nice guy, he can't.
Except he cooperated.
Yes, but that was enough for him. We saw him just move away. It's like, let me out of this picture.
Literally, he
Yes.
wanted to roll out the door if he could have.
I've associated myself with a nutcase. I'm going home.
Yeah,
That's what he's
I
thinking.
mean, it's, and that's where, like we said, he's coming to terms with that, or not coming to terms with necessarily, but he's being faced with that reality that a big life choice for him to spend his life with this person has resulted in these years that have followed
Well, their
this event.
relationship was a lie.
Yeah.
Sheriff, the DNA doesn't lie. His DNA was on you. Your DNA is going to be in that room.
1 septillion cameras. I don't even know how many zeros septillion is, to be honest with you.
That's why, despite your description of how far you might have gone in the car, we already went down there. We knocked on his door. We took those pictures. He understood that the DNA didn't lie.
We can all agree that she's not over there, and then obviously if somebody can do something like that to their body and try to trick everybody that they're probably not fit to.
It was 4 years ago.
We can't get into that, but I would say, obviously, we are concerned about the welfare. We don't want any kind of domestic dispute between you two. We also don't want.
So give me a quick not legal, but give me from a sheriff. If I don't want her in my house tonight, what options do I have?
You have to get restraining orders. You have to get legal stuff.
I'm not gonna tell her she has to go to her sister's or something. I'm just not going in my house tonight, and then I got a call. The next stage of this, please give me the courtesy of telling me when you're gonna announce this so I cannot be in my home.
Oh, you're not.
Oh, God, you're going quick. Well, like I said, it's ongoing now.
Well, we gotta talk about that, but
It's gotta happen quick.
I actually, he was thinking tomorrow. I was like, okay, let me
We have everybody in LA.
Well, I think what we see here is the behavior of antisocial personality behavior, a person who is without conscience, without consequence, who manipulates people without any regard to their feelings, a person whose moral system is completely vacant and does things unnecessarily, lies when they don't have to. As I mentioned earlier, some people lie because it's in their interest, and then others because it's in their nature. And this is in her nature, and we can expect this to continue throughout her life. Generally, people who have antisocial personalities, they generally burn out around age 40 if they live that long, and it starts to take the toll on them. I think Keith was just a well-intentioned dupe, naive. She's probably manipulated him from day one. And I think once the cards were really firmly on the table, he's withdrawn. We could see that in his body language and sliding his chair back and even leaving the room. So I think that going forward to understand her behavior is to understand that not everybody is a nice person, and that there's some people who, however charming they may be, are just a stranger from the truth when it's convenient.
I think from the policing perspective, false complaints require just as much resources as real ones. Her, whatever reason for creating this bizarre scenario of kidnapping, sticking with it for so many years without breaking, after even being confronted with the evidence. Meanwhile, you have victimization going on all over the country, and these type of things tie up legitimate hours and years of police work. So I view a false complaint like this as a horrible crime. It not only hurts the people around everyone, but it ties up the resources and ties up the police force for years when they could be working on real victimization and keeping people from being involved in the system. So these are devils in disguise in my mind.
Think about all the victims who have gone through something like this and didn't have those resources that were available to them or weren't as expedient, even though it was 4 years, which is a long time. It doesn't happen quickly. If that case hadn't gone forward, if she hadn't done what she did, and we still don't know her motive, right? If that hadn't happened, think of all the resources, the hundreds of thousands of dollars of resources that could have gone to people that are actually missing, have actually had these kinds of things happen in their lifetime. And which is why it's incredibly difficult to watch this kind of stuff and know about missing persons cases that have long been cold cases, right? People putting up posters in their neighborhoods hoping that just some random person is going to be able to provide something, even if it was 20 years ago or something like that. Some cold cases obviously remain cold. Fake cases like this, I'm surprised how lenient her sentencing was and that outcome. I also hope for people in these kinds of situations, like Keith, I mean, his concern is, where do I go? What do I do? And you hope that when people go through something like this, whether it's real or a fabricated situation like this, that they have the kinds of resources they need, right? And for Keith, a safe place for him to live, separate from his then wife, and access to his children, who I'm sure he would love to be with and have away from her.